This time I'd ask that everyone make their seats so that we can begin the meeting, and while you're doing that, a word. Massachusetts town meetings were a foundational influence on the Declaration of Independence, serving as the primary schools of liberty and a practical mechanism for building the political consensus required to separate from the British Empire. When the British passed the Massachusetts Government Act in 1774 to ban town meetings, it was taken as a direct assault on liberty. In response, many towns barred their doors against British soldiers to continue meeting, often enumerating grievances later listed in the Declaration. These meetings acted, as they do today, as a place where neighbors deliberated until a common will was reached. On May 22, 1776, Wilmington's town meeting voted to enlarge the Committee of Safety and Correspondence, which had the responsibility of contributing to the military resistance against the British Army and keeping residents aware of the latest British blunders. Nearly 60 Massachusetts towns in 1776 alone debated the notion of independence, and some issued declarations on their own. John Adams and John Hancock, himself a town moderator, included these principles and statements as the legal and moral consent of the governed, required to sign the Declaration. As such, town meetings were the ghostwriters of our Declaration of Independence. The process of town meeting deliberations and votes translated local grievances into a unified philosophy of natural rights. These natural rights inform the aspirations enumerated in the Declaration of Independence we now revere. It caused the spark of a revolution in 1775 to become the full conflagration of the American Revolution in 1776. And with that in mind, I would ask that you please rise if you are able as the Wilmington Minutemen present our nation's colors. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would request that you stay standing in a moment of silence for those men and women who have served our country, for those overseas whose safe return we await, and for those who we lost in 2025 who served the town of Wilmington, including Walter J. Babcock, Carol A. Bailey, Florine Santos Bakke, Phyllis Ann Billows, Thomas G. Bradley, John F. Burke, Rose M. Carrozza, Leonard Chin, Joan A. Corsaro, Elizabeth L. Colville, Marilyn A. Cox, Pasquale D'Antonio, Lorraine P. Deneen, Scott A. Dunnett, Estelle D. Fougere, Sharon Gallo Dunn, Vincent J. Gallucci, Dorothy E. Gentili, Francis D. Hancock, William Hurd, Jerry Allen Houghton, Richard J. Hughes, Matthew K. Joyce, Roger J. Lessard, Francis J. Merles, Cecilia Miller, Thomas E. Mirasola, Thomas J. Moran, Barbara Newell, Margaret A. Peabody, Gail A. Protopappas, Ernest F. Romano, Stephen F. Scanlon, Marilyn A. West. Please remain standing as the Wilmington Minutemen post the colors. Thank you to the Wilmington Minutemen for continuing that tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated, and once more, good morning. Welcome to the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium at Wilmington High School for the 2026 Annual and Special Town Meeting. My name is Jonathan Eaton, and I have the duty, honor, and privilege of serving as your town moderator. Our open town meeting, the most direct form of democracy, meets today, and you, the registered voters of the town of Wilmington, are going to make a lot of important decisions here today to direct your town government over the course of the next year. A few announcements before we get started. Individuals are not permitted to take food or drink into the auditorium, but cats will be selling food and drink in the cafeteria. The band room behind the stage has been repurposed as the family-friendly room. Parents are welcome to bring and care for their children in that room, with those who are registered to vote being able to do so. Mary Osgood has been sworn in as an alternate moderator to attend to this room for the duration of the meeting. Robert Oliveri has been sworn in as our alternate moderator for the individuals participating remotely who cannot attend due to a disability and have requested a reasonable accommodation through the Americans with Disabilities Act. While there is a television set up in the cafeteria, you must be in the auditorium or the family-friendly room in order to vote. Everyone should have a white Finance Committee recommendations booklet, which contains the warrant for the annual town meeting, and a slightly smaller white Finance Committee recommendations booklet, which contains the warrant for the special town meeting, and a letter from myself, which contains the proposed consent agenda. Throughout the entrance to the auditorium, there are posters hanging up that include a QR code. If you're not sure what a QR code means, or is a small black and white square image that looks a little bit like a barcode that looks to party. If you take your smartphone out, point your camera at it, a link will pop up on your screen. If you click through to that link, it'll take you to the town meeting page on the town's website, where there's plenty of resources available to you to help enhance your participation in today's meeting. At this town meeting, in addition to complying with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Wilmington Inhabitant bylaws, we will use the same rules that we use at every town meeting. If you wish to speak on the merits of an article, I ask that you approach one of the 4 microphones placed in the aisles of the auditorium, and I will call on those whom I see first at the microphones. Please identify your name and address so that we can accurately report the minutes of today's meeting. All motions or amendments having to do with the expenditures of money or an amendment of any bylaw must be presented to me in writing. And those are all 4 articles on the special town meeting warrant and all articles on the annual town meeting warrant, except for Articles 2, 32, and 33. So if you're making a motion on those articles or planning on amending any of those articles, I'm going to need to see that in writing. The maker of the main motion can have up to 10 minutes for comments. All other speakers can have up to 5 minutes during discussion on the main motion. If you hear me tapping on the microphone, that is your cue that there are 30 seconds remaining to begin to wind down your comments. No person may speak twice in the same question, except to correct a mistake or to provide an explanation. Folks, today you're going to get 2 meetings for the price of 1. In just a few moments, we're going to begin with the annual town meeting dealing with Article 1. We will then recess the annual town meeting, taking up all 4 articles on the special town meeting warrant. We will then return to the annual town meeting dealing first with the consent agenda, and then proceeding through Articles 23, then 35, 37, and 38 to be taken up in that order as required by our bylaws, with the exception of any articles contained in the consent agenda, should that be the desired course of the meeting. I will ask if you need a brief recess after Article 38 before moving on to random draw. Articles 24 through 34 and 36 are going to be drawn randomly. The petitioners of Article 32 and 38 have indicated their intent not to proceed, so when Articles 32 and 38 comes to the Assembly, I will ask for a motion to pass over those articles. Non-voters, you should have yellow non-voter lanyards and should be seated to my right in the front of the auditorium or in the cafeteria. Voters should have either a hot pink or cerulean blue voter card. A hot pink voting card indicates that you registered to vote in advance of the deadline for both the annual and the special town meeting. A cerulean blue voting card indicates that you registered to vote after the deadline to register for the annual town meeting, but before the deadline to register for the special town meeting. So, cerulean blue means special town meeting only. Hot pink is your free pass to vote all day long. Tellers sitting in the front, I'd ask that you try to wave your hand to get my attention if you see any of the individuals to my left or right that wish to speak and my peripheral vision has failed me. If you're not sure what we are voting on, please raise your hand to make a point of order. I want to make sure that everyone is aware of what we are voting on at all times today. Most importantly, we will be dealing with each other respectfully where there may be issues of disagreement. We understand that not everyone feels the same way about all issues. However, we do want people to feel comfortable participating in town meetings, sharing opinions, and asking questions. Discussion will be specific to the articles before us. Discussion on the budget will be specific to the budget. Discussion and will not go into the individual department operations. Therefore, at this meeting, like at all town meetings, we expect people to refrain from personal attacks, discussion not related to the matter at hand, and discussion raised for the sole purpose of disrupting the assembly, and addressing any other member of my name with all discussion to be through the moderator. Prior to today's meeting, I submitted an affidavit with the town clerk's office attesting that I have filed a disclosure of the appearance of a conflict of interest as required by General Laws, Chapter 268A, 23B3, in regards to Article 31. I have no actual conflicts of interest with any of the articles contained on either warrant. I have not taken any public positions on any of the issues contained therein, and I have the ability to fairly administer to the conduct of today's meetings. I want to thank our tellers, the Public Buildings Department, the School Department, the Police and Fire Departments, the IT Department, Town Council, and Town Manager's Office, and the Town Clerk's Office, and all town employees and volunteers who put in work to make today possible. I also want to thank our friends at WCTV who are broadcasting today's meeting for the benefit of viewers at home and recording today for future viewing. Lastly, I want to recognize and thank 6 longtime volunteers who, for various reasons, have stepped away from their town commitments. Dennis Rooney of the Board of Appeals, who was appointed in 2024. William Wiersbicki of the Conservation Commission, who was appointed in 2022. Christine Johnson of the Historical Commission, who was appointed in 2019. Carol Boyceford and Robert Oliveri of the Economic Development Committee, both of whom were appointed in 2019. And Gail Protopappas of the Elderly Services Commission, who was appointed in 2014 and has since passed away. Hearing no objections, I declare that the rules of the meeting to have been approved by unanimous consent. And let me just check in with our Mrs. Osgood in the family-friendly room. Mary, you ready to go? All right, ready to begin? Greetings in the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the manner prescribed by the bylaws of said town. You are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs to meet and assemble at the Wilmington Senior Center, 130 Main Street, Precincts 1, 2, and 3, and the Town Hall, 146 Middlesex Avenue, Precincts 4, 5, and 6, Saturday, the 25th day of April, AD 2026, at 7:45 o'clock in the forenoon. Polls to be open at 8 a.m. and shall be closed at 8 p.m. for the election of town officers. Mr. West.
Good morning, Mr. Moderator, and everybody here in the Assembly today. I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 1, to bring in your votes on one ballot respectively for the following named officers, to wit: 2 Select Board members for the term of 3 years, 2 members of the School Committee for the term of 3 years, 1 member of the Housing Authority for a term of 5 years, and 1 member of the Housing Authority for the unexpired term of 4 years. You are hereby further required to direct and notify and warn the said inhabitants of the town of Wilmington who are qualified to vote in the elections and town affairs therein to assemble and subsequently meet in a town meeting at the Wilmington High School, Joanne M. Benton Auditorium, 159 Church Street, in said town of Wilmington on Saturday, the 2nd day of May, AD 2026, at 9 a.m., then and there to act on the following articles. There is no need for a motion in here, but ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege and honor to present to you those individuals that you elected last week. To the aforementioned offices, to the Select Board, Frank West and Gary DePalma. To the School Committee, Jen Bryson and Michael Morcaldi. To the Housing Authority, Lori Penny and Joseph Naselli. All right, thank you to all of the individuals willing to step forward to put their names on the ballot to work to improve our community. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, today we have not only an annual town meeting, but a special town meeting. What we'll hear next is a procedural motion to recess the annual town meeting and take up the business of the special town meeting. Ms. Galezzo.
I move to recess the annual town meeting for the purpose of entering and convening the special town meeting, and upon conclusion of the special town meeting, to end the recess and resume consideration of the annual town meeting warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Galezzo. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. If you're in favor of recessing the annual town meeting and take up business of the special town meeting, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Just by way of explanation, we're going to take up the business of the 4 articles of the special town meeting. Once you've completed voting on the articles for the special town meeting warrant, I will ask for a motion to dissolve the special town meeting, at which point we'll return to the business of the annual town meeting. Stop me if you've heard this before. In the name of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the manner prescribed by the bylaws of said town, you are hereby directed to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town qualified to vote in town affairs to meet and assemble at the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium, Wilmington High School, 159 Church Street, in said town of Wilmington, on Saturday, the 2nd day of May, 2026, at 9 a.m., then and there to act on the following articles. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, good morning all. I move that the moderator dispense with further reading of the warrant and take up and make reference to each article by number.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Our inhabitant bylaws do require that we decide the order of the articles for the special town meeting warrant via random draw. So we go to the bowl. We'll start with Article 4. Article 4, which is to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 39, Section 5C and a half. And Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5C and a half.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of the Article 4 on the special town meeting warrant. Discussion. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So as folks are aware who've been paying attention, we put on several articles, including Article number 4 of the special town meeting that impact the exemptions for seniors and the blind, the disabled, and for veterans. Those are real estate tax exemptions. Article 4 specifically talks about Chapter 59, Section 5C and a half. So this allows the town to effectively double the exemptions for all of the individuals listed in 59, 5C and a half. So it doubles the exemptions for elderly. It doubles the exemption for surviving spouses. It doubles the exemption for veterans. It doubles the exemptions for certain blind persons. Providing that that exemption doesn't exceed 100% of the personal exemption and will be starting in July 1st next year. What this effectively means is that a senior who currently gets a $200 real estate tax exemption would be eligible after the passage of this for a $400 real estate tax exemption. An individual who got a $500 exemption would be potentially eligible for a $1,000 real estate tax exemption. It basically doubles it for every potential exemption that we offer in the assessor's office. If we do in fact pass this article, it will eliminate the need for the passage of one of the articles in the annual town meeting, well, a portion of one of the articles in the annual town meeting, which is a part of the HERO Act. One of the sections of the HERO Act that we are contemplating passage doubles the exemption just for veterans. So if we do in fact pass 5C and a half, we won't need to pass the exemption for veterans because we'll already be doubling it with 5C and a half. The specifics, if there's any kind of specific questions, I'd be glad to answer it, but the gist of it is it takes the exemptions that folks are eligible for this year and doubles them as of July 1st, 2026.
Further discussion on Article 4.
I have one.
Gentleman in the back. Right, hold on, let me just make sure your microphone's on. Try it now.
Test, test.
You're good.
Ben Morse, 17 Salem Street. I'm curious if there's been an analysis of what this ends up doing to taxes. Like, how much are we talking about with this?
That's actually a very good question. So the total amount of exemptions that the town provides as of now is slightly over $300,000 in exemptions. Of that, a significant portion is for the totally disabled folks veterans who pay no taxes. That's about $150,000 or $140,000 of the total amount. So that's not doubled because they already aren't paying any real estate taxes. So the remaining amount, which is in the order of $150,000 to $160,000, is what would be doubled. That would come from the town's overlay account. We do not believe that this would have an impact on the tax rate. We have sufficient funding in the overlay account right now to support these exemptions without impacting taxes.
Further discussion on Article 4? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of Article 4, which is to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 53, 5C and a half, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Back to the bucket. And actually, before I do that, if there is a Pamela Griffin here, could you just come up to the podium? You did leave something at the check-in. I want to make sure you get that before you go home. All right, we are on Article 3. Article 3, which is to see if the town will vote to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41D. Mr. Gearwar.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41D.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 3. Discussion. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Clause 41D, which is what we're asking for acceptance here today, adjusts an exemption specifically for seniors, which is exemption 41C. It's for seniors over 70. This allows us to alter the income and asset limits for this exemption. So right now, the current income limit, if you're single, is $20,000. The current asset limit, if you're single, is $40,000. The current income limit, if you're married, is $30,000. The current asset limit, if you're married, is $50,000. Those numbers do not change unless we change them. But this provision allows us to automatically add the COLA to these numbers every year so that folks who are getting an increase in their Social Security don't go up over if they're already getting this exemption, they won't all of a sudden get enough money to not get this exemption. It allows us to maintain folks who are getting this exemption and keep them getting this exemption. The impact on this, on assets, is not huge, but for instance, taking an example of the last 6 years, if we had done this 6 years ago based on the COLAs, the income limit for a single person would now be almost $26,000 instead of 20, and the asset limit for a single person would be almost $52,000 instead of 40. So it makes sense to do this because it allows us to keep seniors who are in these programs and getting these exemptions able to continue to get them even if they're getting higher incomes through Social Security COLAs themselves.
Further discussion on Article 3. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of Article 3 to accept, which is to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 41D, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Back to the bucket. We're on Article 1. Article 1, which is to vote to amend the vote taken under Article 40 of the April 29, 2023 Annual Town Meeting authorizing the Select Board to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise all or a portion of the property or interest therein located at 333 Andover Street for general municipal purposes, to raise and appropriate, transfer from available funds, or borrow pursuant to any applicable statute, an additional sum of money for the acquisition of such property and structures thereon, including all costs incidental and related thereto, and further to authorize the Select Board to take such actions and execute such documents and agreements as are necessary to effectuate the purposes of this article. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to amend the vote taken under Article 40 of the April 29, 2023 Annual Town Meeting to appropriate funds from available funds, free cash, an additional $6,310,000 for the purpose, for the total remaining appropriation of $10,750,000 to acquire by gift, purchase, eminent domain, or otherwise all or a portion of property or interest therein, including structures thereon, located at 333 North Andover Street, for general municipal purpose.
Mr. DePalma, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. DePalma. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Second. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 1. Discussion. Mr. Slagle?
So this is an article to increase the amount set aside for the purchase of Sharapa Farms. As folks are aware, the body, the town meeting, has taken action twice over the past several years to set aside funds for Sharapa Farms. After last year's town meeting, the select board instructed me to engage with the owners of Sharapa Farms to see if there was a possibility of a public-private partnership that would allow the town to acquire a significant portion of the land while allowing the potential for development. We did our due diligence on the property. In that vein, there was proposals from multiple developers. Eventually, a commercial developer and a residential developer both came forward with significant proposals. The select board, after reviewing the density of those proposals, understanding that they needed a zoning change before town meeting, made the determination that they were not interested in having that parcel developed at this time, and would rather seek the opportunity for a friendly taking, which is to say, we would negotiate with the family who owns it for the town to purchase it or to take the property for a fixed amount that the family agreed upon, and after the negotiations, the amount of that agreed upon friendly taking price was $10,750,000. This is a over 60-acre parcel. It's one of the largest remaining privately owned parcels in Wilmington. It has approximately 40 acres of developable land outside of the wetland areas. In our evaluation as to the value of the property, we looked at the potential developers who were willing to step up and propose development, but also we did an evaluation internally about the cost of buildable lots in Wilmington right now, and based on the cost of buildable lots right now, 20 buildable lots in Wilmington would cost you $9 million. And we believe it's possible that someone could carve this into 20 buildable lots under current zoning. If we were, in fact, to take this via hostile taking, which would be adversarial, they would have the right to sue the town for additional costs. Well, our belief was that the family was going to come in with a significantly higher value for the property based on offers that they'd received from developers, and that we would be in litigation for multiple years. Any difference in cost between the money that we offered them in the beginning and money that we were told we owed after litigation would be at a 12% interest rate, because that's the statutory rate for judgments. And at the end of the day, the select board, the administration, and the family agreed that the amount of $10,750,000 both weighed the town's interest in this last remaining parcel, this unicorn parcel in Wilmington, along with the risks that the family would have to take if they did to take this to litigation. In the interim, we actually did do environmental testing on the site to make sure that we weren't buying into something that we didn't know about. That environmental testing did find PFAS on the site, but it is not PFAS that's generated from the site. It's generated from off-site. We have an LSP that we hired that indicated that the filings that would be required to bring us in compliance with DEP would not be extensive, because it's an off-site source of PFAS, and that it would not impede any of the proposed uses that have come up for the site for either outdoor recreation or for any sort of municipal buildings. So at the end of the day, the evaluation was made, and we believe that this was a fair price negotiated with the family for the parcel. We have now come to town meeting to ask for the increase, additional $6 million to effectuate that friendly taking.
Further discussion on Article 1.
Good morning, everyone.
Just name and address for the record, Ms. Sullivan.
Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street. I just have a question. I just want some assurance, because the article says a portion of the property, that this amount is for the total property?
So the article reads, otherwise all or a portion of the property. The motion that was put into the assembly was both otherwise all or a portion of the property.
All right, so,
Mr. Slagle, why don't I try and reframe that a little bit? Is the intent here to acquire the whole of the parcel that's located within Wilmington?
Yes, the agreement with the family is to acquire the entirety of the Wilmington parcel. We can't take the Andover portion. We're not allowed to take property outside of Wilmington, but this is the entirety of the parcel that's in Wilmington.
okay, thank you very much for the clarification. I rise in very much in favor of this article. I served on the Open Space Committee in 1999, I believe it was. This was the #1 wish that the committee had to purchase. So it's been just shy of 30 years to see that possibly happen, for sure. So I hope that everybody rises in or speaks in favor of this article. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 1? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority. I'm going to try a voice vote, but Tellers, you're on call. So if you're in favor of Article 1 to appropriate from available funds free cash an additional $6,310,000 for a total remaining appropriation of $10,750,000 to acquire 333 Andover Street for general municipal purposes, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, as Tellers, with apologies, I'm going to ask that you take your places. Mary, you ready for a vote?
Yes, we have 3 yes votes.
Okay, if you are in favor of Article 1, please indicate by rising in your seats and displaying that hot pink voter card. All right, you may be seated while we wait for our tellers to get back to their places. If you are opposed to Article 1, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying that hot pink colored voter card. Ladies and gentlemen, on Article 1, the vote is as follows: 153 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The measure passes. On to Article 2 on the special town meeting warrant, which is to see if the town will vote to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17E. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17E.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 2. Discussion, Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is very similar to Article 3, which we just voted on. This is for seniors over 70 and surviving spouses. This exemption has only an asset limit, but the asset limit is $50,000. This vote would allow us to apply the annual COLA to that asset limit, so it allows folks who are earning interest on their assets to remain, to try to remain in this, getting this exemption. So if we had done this change in 2020, that $50,000 asset limit would be up to almost $65,000 now. So again, the goal of this passage is to increase the asset limit with the COLA over time to allow folks to remain eligible for this exemption.
Thank you, Mr. Slagle. Further discussion on Article 2? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of Article 2, which is to accept Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 17E, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. All right, all matters on the special town meeting warrant being disposed of, I would ask for a motion to dissolve the special town meeting and end the recess and resume business on the annual town meeting. Motion has been made by several individuals. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion, seeing none. If you're in favor of dissolving the special town meeting and resuming business on the annual town meeting, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. All right, so those voters, if you're out there with your cerulean blue cards, you registered to vote after the deadline to vote in the annual town meeting, so we're going to just proceed with those with a hot pink. All right. At this time, we're going to entertain a procedural mechanism that was introduced to our annual town meeting 6 years ago. We're going to entertain this consent agenda. The articles to be contained within the consent agenda are included in the chart contained in my letter that precedes page 1 in your booklet. These are historically non-controversial articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that Articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 be approved under a single motion by consent. With Article 2, hear reports from the Wildwood School Building Committee. Article 4, approve as written in the warrant. Article 7, funded by appropriation from the PEG Access Special Revenue Account in the amount of $505,000. Article 8, funded by taxation in the amount of $50,000. Article 9, funded by taxation in the amount of $13,000. Article 10, funded by taxation in the amount of $1,500. And Article 11, approved as written in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of all articles contained within the consent agenda. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the articles in the consent agenda, again, that's Articles 2, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to hear a report from the Wildwood School Building Committee. Ms. O'Connell.
Do you want these signed, Joe? The consent.
Good morning. Judy O'Connell, Assistant Town Manager and elected chair of what is now referred to as the Wilmington Elementary School Project. It's my pleasure to be here today to provide a committee report pertaining to this project, which, as we all know, is an important investment in our community and our students' future. As many of you know, we are working in partnership with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, also referred to as MSBA, along with our project teams that include our owner's project manager, Left Field, our designer, Doran Whittier, and our construction manager at risk, Fontaine Brothers. The image shown here is a rendering of what the proposed new elementary school looks like. It reflects a modern, student-centered design that prioritizes safety, accessibility, and a welcoming environment for both students and the broader community. Our goal continues to create a facility that supports high-quality education, flexible learning spaces, community use, and long-term sustainability. Today's update will cover where we are in the project, as well as key milestones and what comes next as we move forward together. Next slide, please. This slide provides a high-level snapshot of the project, where we stand in terms of funding, the scope, and the key features. Starting with the funding, as you all know, the town authorized funding in fall of 2025, which was a major milestone for moving this project forward. We also are partnering with the Massachusetts School Building Authority, as mentioned, who will be contributing approximately $62 million towards the project. Altogether, the total project budget is at $173.3 million. In terms of what we are building, as you know, the new school is designed to serve approximately 755 students in kindergarten throughout grade 5, along with an additional 100 preschool students. The facility will be about 165 square feet, and it will be located behind the current North Intermediate School. The project also consolidates 3 existing schools, which are known as the West Street School, the Woburn Street School, the Wildwood, and the North Intermediate, into one modern facility, which will improve efficiency and create a more cohesive learning environment. Finally, a key priority in the design is sustainability and long-term efficiency. The building will feature a high-performance exterior envelope to better retain heat and cooling, along with energy-efficient systems that meet Massachusetts' higher standards. We are also incorporating LED lighting with automatic dimming, modern air source electric heat pump technology for heating and cooling, and water-saving fixtures with advanced metering systems. Overall, these features are designed not just to reduce environmental impact, but with the intent to hopefully lower long-term operating costs for the town. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall timeline of the project from the earliest steps through construction and occupancy. Starting on the left, the town was invited into the Massachusetts School Building Authority eligibility period back in April of 2021. From there, we moved through the key early phases, including assembling the project team in late 2022 and completing the feasibility study in 2023. In 2024, we advanced into schematic design, which helped define the overall layout and vision for the building. A major milestone came in mid-2025 with the project funding agreement, which formalized the partnership with the MSBA and allowed the project to move forward into full design. As of today, we are currently in phase 6, which is the design phase. Design development has recently been completed, and we are now working through the construction document phase. This includes preparing detailed drawings and specifications, progressing from approximately 60% completion towards 90% and ultimately to 100%. At the same time, early enabling work will be bid, followed by full project bidding. Looking ahead, construction is expected to begin in 2026 and will continue through 2028, with occupancy anticipated in 2028. Overall, this timeline reflects a structured, step-by-step process that ensures careful planning, cost control, and alignment with MSBA requirements before construction begins. Next slide, please. This slide will capture for you some recent milestones. We recently completed the design development phase, which is a key step in refining the project scope, systems, and overall design. As part of our cost validation process, we developed 2 independent cost estimates, one from PM&C and one from Fontaine. These estimates were reconciled and are very closely aligned, with only a 1.62% difference between them. This level of alignment gives us strong confidence in the accuracy of our project cost. Based on these reconciled estimates, the project is currently tracking on budget. Overall, we believe this is a positive outcome and indicates strong cost control and alignment as we move forward into the next phase. Next slide, please. Looking ahead, construction is anticipated to begin this summer marking a major milestone as we transition from planning into active building. We are also planning a student-centered groundbreaking event this fall. This will be a great opportunity to celebrate the project with the school community and highlight student involvement. For those of you who want to stay informed, there are some easy ways to follow along. Meetings, as you know, are recorded and available through Wilmington Community Television, or WCTV. You can watch them on their website or via their YouTube channel. Please be sure to check the town calendar prior to attending our school building committee meetings so that you can review our agendas in advance, and also confirm that there haven't been any schedule changes to that. We typically meet once a month at this point, and you can certainly refer to the town calendar to see those dates. If you prefer to attend in person, those school building committee meetings, as mentioned, typically are held on the third Tuesday of each month, and they are now currently being held at Town Hall in the Great Room. Finally, you can scan the QR code to visit the Wilmington Elementary School Building Project website for updates, documents, and ongoing project information. And we encourage everyone to stay engaged and follow the progress as we move forward into this exciting next phase of the project. Next slide, please. So as you'll see in this slide, the school building is centrally located with clear separation between bus traffic, parent drop-off, and parking areas to improve safety and circulation. On the right side of the site, you'll see the main parking lot and the bus loop, which is designed for efficient student drop-off and pickup while minimizing congestion. Parent drop-off is located along the upper portion of the site, creating a separate flow from buses and reducing conflicts during peak times. This plan also includes multiple outdoor learning and play areas distributed around the building, giving students access to safe and engaging outdoor spaces. There will be athletic fields and courts that are located to the right and lower portions of the site, providing space for physical education and community use. You'll notice the site is thoughtfully landscaped with buffers along the edges, especially near wetlands and neighboring residents, to preserve natural features and provide screening. Overall, the design prioritizes safety, accessibility, and a strong connection between indoor and outdoor learning environments. Next slide, please. This rendering that you see shows the south classroom wing of the new school. This will give you a sense of the building's scale, the materials, and the overall character of the building. Next slide, please. This view shows the north classroom wing, which offers another perspective on the building's overall design and scale. Next slide, please. This is known as the courtyard view. This rendering shows the central courtyard space designed as a safe, secure, and vibrant outdoor area for students. The courtyard is enclosed by the classroom wings, which allows for easy supervision while creating a protected environment for outdoor activities. You'll see a variety of play areas, including age-appropriate playground equipment, open space for free play, as well as flexible areas for group activities. There are shaded seating areas and gathering areas that are incorporated to support outdoor learning, small group instruction, and social interaction. The design emphasizes inclusivity with accessible play features and pathways that accommodate all students. You will also notice the landscaping and soft surfaces help create a welcoming, comfortable environment, which is also supporting safety. This space is intended to be an extension of the classroom, encouraging movement, creativity, and hands-on learning throughout the day. Overall, the courtyard reflects the project's focus on student experience, safety, and well-rounded learning environments. I'd like to note, as you see here, the blue glaze brick that you see is still being decided on by the committee and will be voted on soon at an upcoming meeting. Next slide, please. We wanted to also take an opportunity to provide an update on off-site traffic mitigation, which is based on a traffic study that was completed by Niche in November of 2025 on behalf of the town. That study identified key intersections for improvement, which includes Salem Street and Middlesex Ave, as well as Middlesex Ave and High Street. Notably, the Middlesex and High intersection is one of the last town-owned signalized intersections to be upgraded. To move this forward, the town retained VAI as the traffic engineer to advance the design of these improvements in line with the study's recommendations. The scope was later expanded to also include improvements at Salem Street and Cunningham Street. It's important to note that these projects were already identified in the town's 5 to 10 year capital plan, and the school project has helped accelerate their timeline. Funding for the design phase is being supported through Chapter 90 funding. Overall, these efforts are focused on improving traffic flow, safety, and accessibility in the areas surrounding the new school. I'd like to take this opportunity to publicly thank Department of Public Works Director Jamie McGaldy, as well as our town engineer Paula Looney, for taking the lead on this project and for assisting me with this update this morning. This slide provides the visual overview of the key traffic intersections, including the traffic mitigation program that is proposed, as you see right here. As mentioned, the project site is shown here at the North Intermediate School with surrounding roadways and neighborhoods for context. We wanted to provide this visual. The highlighted locations represent the primary intersections identified for improvement based on the traffic study. Again, the areas are Salem Street and Middlesex Ave and High Street, and we've also included Salem Street and Cunningham Street. Together, these intersections form the main network that supports traffic flow to and from the school site. The goal of these improvements is to enhance safety, reduce congestion, and improve overall traffic operations in the surrounding area. This map also helps illustrate how the off-site work is not just focused on the school property itself, but also on the broader community infrastructure that supports it. Next slide, please. So this slide will give a definite overview of the timeline. This gives you the where we're at in the phases. We're currently in the early phases, including data collection, field surveys, and the development of a conceptual design based on the niche traffic study. This work is expected to wrap up around May of 2026. From there, the project will move into the preliminary design phase, where a 25% design and cost estimate will be developed. This is a key milestone and will include a public input period and presentation to the Select Board in early summer of 2026. Following that, the team will advance into final design, incorporating feedback and refining plans for each intersection anticipated in the fall of 2026. The construction document phase will then produce final drawings, specifications, and cost estimates, with completion anticipated in early winter of 2026. Finally, the project will move into advertisement and bidding, with bid documents expected to be ready in early 2027. Overall, this phased approach ensures thorough planning, public engagement, and careful coordination before construction begins. It's pertinent to note that this off-site traffic project is separate and distinct from the school project. It is not included in the scope and budget of the elementary school project. We thought it was prudent to provide an update on this matter based on the fact that the traffic was a key subject area for many residents relative to the school project. Next slide, please. This concludes the presentation this morning. I want to thank you for your time and attention. We appreciate the continued support and engagement from the community as this project moves forward. We will continue the permitting process. We are currently working on the permitting with the Conservation Commission as well as the Planning Board. We will continue to work with the abutters to the project to the extent that we can based on this project scope and budget. We have been able to make improvements to the project in certain areas, and there have been requests that we have not been able to accommodate based on a myriad of practical and financial reasons. We've fielded questions and comments from the public, as well as received multiple public record requests that we have responded to. We have shared at our recent school building committee meeting that we recently received an inquiry from Mass DEP regarding our environmental testing to date on the site. And we want to share with the public that we promptly and diligently responded back to Mass DEP to this inquiry through the assistance of our town council, KP Law. And to date, as I stand before you this morning, we have not received a response back from DEP, but please be rest assured that we will work very diligently with Mass DEP and our project partners to move through this inquiry and any others that we receive along the way. So as I bring this report to a close, I want to reinforce that as a committee, we are very excited about this project, the progress that we have made to date, and the next steps that lie ahead. So once again, on behalf of the Wilmington Elementary School Building Committee, we thank you.
All right, so we're back on Article 3. Article 3, which is for a sum of money for the purpose of paying unpaid bills of prior years. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the article be passed over.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of passing over Article 3, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. All right. Article 4. Article 4 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 5, to see how much money the town will appropriate for the expenses of the town and the salaries of several officers and departments, and determine how same shall be raised, whether by taxation, transfer from available funds, or otherwise, or take any other action related thereto. Ms. Galezo.
I move that the town meeting hear a report on the FY 2027 budget and capital improvement plan from the town manager, and further move that the several and respective sums as recommended and presented by the Finance Committee be raised from the FY 27 tax levy and other general revenues of the town, or by the transfer from available funds as may be recommended by the Finance Committee, and be appropriated for the purpose set forth in Article 5. Each budget category, including general government, public safety, public works, community development, public buildings, human services, Wilmington School Department, Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, maturing debt and interest, unclassified and reserve and statutory charges, to be taken up and voted on in the order they appear, subject to amendment in each budget category, not to be open for reconsideration until the entire budget is voted.
Thank you, Ms. Galezo. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. This is a procedural vote to hear the presentation from the town manager and to take up the budget by category as it appears in your booklet from pages 2 through 9. The amounts that we will be voting on are the amounts listed in the column recommended appropriation. The Finance Committee recommends approval of these categories. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of hearing a budget presentation for the town manager and then to take up the budget by category as it appears in your booklet, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to hear a report from the town manager. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So we're back again to discuss the town's budget. The fiscal year we're working on is fiscal year 2027. I appreciate the approval of the town to hear this report. Before I go any further, I also want to extend my thanks to all of the members of the town staff who worked very diligently on this budget, all of my department heads who worked hard with their staff, the Select Board, and the Finance Committee for their support. Next slide. Before we go into the budget details, I want to talk a little bit about the thought process behind this budget. If you're here last year, some of this is going to look similar to you because we have a lot of the same thought processes. So the pillars of this budget, pillar number 1 is to adopt appropriate staffing levels in town departments while continuing fiscally responsible budgeting. Next. Pillar number 2 is to make sure that we're supporting our public safety staff in police, fire, and the public works department. Next. Pillar number 3 is to work to renovate and update our municipal buildings and infrastructure. And finally, pillar number 4 is to plan for a safe, modern educational experience for Wilmington school children. So when you look at the things in our budget and in our capital plan, these pillars are the driving forces around the decisions that were made year over year. Next slide. So the numbers. Our non-capital budget, and this is just a comparison year over year because I want folks to realize what we were doing from FY26 to FY27. So our non-capital budget in FY26 was $137,307,781. That has increased by approximately $7.7 million to FY27. Those increases were driven by several changes, which we'll talk about in the later slides. But if you bring up the footnote real quick, next. One of the significant drivers of this increase is something that we all voted on last September, which is an additional $1,050,000 in additional debt service that was for the new school. So that's included in the non-capital budget. That additional, slightly over $1 million in additional debt service was paid for by the debt exclusion that was voted last September by the town at the meeting on the new school. Without that debt increase, the total non-capital budget increase is 4.9%. We have warrant articles, which you've all seen in the warrant book. The difference between the warrant articles from last year and the warrant articles from this year is a $1 million increase. That is an additional funding that is going into our capital stabilization account. The town has historically put $1 million every year into its capital stabilization account. Last year, in FY26, we increased that to $3 million in anticipation of using those funds to support the school project, which we did. The town voted to spend $15 million in capital stabilization to support the Wilmington school project. This is our first year of trying to build back up that capital stabilization account after the expenditure of September. So we are putting $4 million from our available free cash into capital stabilization. So that's the $1 million more than the $3 million we put in last year. Our goal, myself and the finance director have discussed it, we've talked about it with the finance committee, is to continue to robustly address the capital stabilization account over the next several years, so we build it back up to about where it was before the school project, which was about $15 million. Right now, after this $4 million increase, we will have $7.7 million in our capital stabilization account. So we're on our way to getting it back to where it was preschool project. For folks who were here last year, you'll remember we had a very robust capital plan last year. We were basically making up for 2 years capital projects in 1 year. So we had a little over $11 million in capital expenses in FY26. This year is back to a more normal year. Our capital expenditures are slightly less than $6 million. So that reduction of a little more than $5 million in capital plan expenses puts us back into what I would consider to be our normal capital plan cycle. And the result of these numbers is our total budget went from $154 million and change to $157.5 million. A total increase of $3.4 million, or a 2.2% change year over year from FY26 to FY27. Next slide. Some of the factors that are impacting the budget. Next. Union COLAs from 3 unions in FY26. We do our best to forecast what the results of union negotiations are going to be, but sometimes union negotiations happen after the budget process has started. So we have to put in placeholder numbers, and then when we get the real result of those union calculations, it impacts the following year's budget, because those numbers weren't in the year in which they were impacted. Next. Increases in our general liability insurance. This is not just a Wilmington problem, this is a municipal problem across the state, but our general liability insurance went up about 10%. That includes property and vehicle damage insurance, along with all the professional insurances and liability insurances that the town carries for its staff. In addition, we had an increase in health insurance of approximately 12%. Last year, we carried about 8% increase in health insurance. This year, we're carrying a 12% increase in health insurance. This is, again, is something that's kind of statewide. If you have private health insurance, I'm sure you've seen folks coming to you with these similar sorts of numbers. We are continually working with consultants and with our health insurance provider to adjust these numbers down as much as possible, but the number we're carrying in the budget is 12%. Next. And then there's always the increase in contractual and other services. The same services we got last year are going to be more expensive year over year. As we all know, the grocery store doesn't cost the same as it does last year. It works the same for municipal costs and services. Next. Here are some of the budget changes. Next. Got staffing increases. The staffing increases that you're going to see in here, we made the determination to do staffing increases with part-time staff. So these are staff that would be working less than 20 hours and therefore would be not eligible for municipal benefits. That's a there was an economic determination that we made in an effort to try to provide more services without impacting our benefit costs. So we're bringing in one part-time HR clerk. The federal and state reporting requirements that the HR department are subject to have been increasing over the past several years. And so we're bringing in a 19-hour employee to assist with those reporting requirements. The accounting department is also bringing in a part-time clerk. Again, that will be a 19-hour position needed to assist with payroll and benefits and AP transactions and to provide backup for a staff. Our accounting office is a staff of 4. That includes the finance director, which is a very lean staff for a municipality this size. So we're bringing in some part-time help to assist with backup. The assessor's department is also getting a part-time clerk. Anybody who's been in the assessor's department during abatement time or tax time will know that that's a very busy department. So this will assist with our customer service abatement applications and help during high traffic times. Next. So elderly services. This is a kind of an increase in staffing that we all knew was coming and is a good thing. When we built our wonderful new senior center that opened last February of 2025, it has not surprisingly turned into much more individuals coming for services at our senior center, which is why we built it. And so we built a full-time, a full commercial kitchen in that building. So one of the part-time positions that's being added for elderly services is to help with the full operation of that commercial kitchen. And the other one is to assist with the office in handling increased programming and traffic at the new senior center. The numbers increased year over year at the senior center have been dramatic. I think it's a wonderful place. If you haven't had the chance to visit the new senior center, I encourage it. It's an amazing building, and this provides a more appropriate level of staffing to let our elderly services director have the robust kind of programs we need for our senior population. Next. So these are some of the contractual changes in our budget. This is a minor contractual change, but I want to bring it up because it highlights a significant impact on municipal delivery of services. The state has a requirement for disability access to all of our municipal services, including our website. The deadline when the budget was put together, the deadline for that was in FY27. And so we programmed in support for additional software to allow us to convert all of our documentation that's normally posted on the website into so it's readable for disabled folks. It might seem like a small thing, but I think it's a real important move towards us providing access to our disabled members of our community. The only way that, for instance, a blind individual can access items on a website is if they are able to be read with optical character recognition. So if you, unfortunately, if you just upload a PDF, as folks are maybe familiar with using, PDFs aren't always optical character recognized, especially if they're scanned in on a regular printer. So we not only need to make sure that we are proactive going forward, making sure that all of our documentation meets the disability access requirements. We also need to go back and look at all of our historic documents. So any documents that's on our website that's accessible to the public needs to be accessible via for disability access. So I wanted to bring this to the town meeting's attention because this is one of kind of several different items that we're doing in the town to try to increase access for folks with disabilities to municipal services. Some of the other things we're doing, we're having transition plans evaluated for ADA compliance in all of our town buildings. We're moving forward to implement ADA requirements to make sure that all of our town buildings are up to snuff for purposes of the ADA. We're working very closely with the Disability Commission to make sure that we are able to provide services to every member of our community, disabled or not. And so this is just one thing that's in our budget that reflects that. Next. Some of our other changes. Proactive maintenance. One of the things that has been kind of pointed out with the town and with the many municipalities, quite frankly, is we tend to be reactive towards maintenance of our buildings, addressing problems as they crop up and not doing preventative maintenance to keep them from cropping up. We are taking steps in our public buildings budget this year with a significant increase. I believe it's approximately almost 20% increase in, if you bring up the next slide section. So we are increasing the expense lines in our public building maintenance by an additional almost $200,000. The increases are divided among HVAC repairs, school building expenses, and municipal facility repairs. The goal of this additional funding is to allow our public buildings department to proactively address issues rather than waiting until the problems crop up. The more that we proactively address issues in these buildings, the less expensive it is for the taxpayers to maintain these buildings, and the more life we'll get out of our municipal structures and each municipal dollar. Next. So this is going to give you kind of a highlight, a peek into Article 6, which is our capital improvement plan. We're going to be getting a DPW vacuum street sweeper. The cost of that is about $440,000. A DPW sidewalk plow for approximately $252,000. We're replacing school laptops at the cost of $335,000 in the capital plan. Public building is doing various roof, window, and HVAC work for a little bit over $500,000 as part of this year's capital plan. Again, I put it in here even though it's a separate line item. We are funding our capital stabilization with an additional $3 million over the town's typical $1 million investment into that account. Next. So I've tried to talk about this every time budgeting comes up because I want to keep it in the mind of all of the members of town meeting and of the town. We do have a long-term building plan here in town. So for the schools, next. So we are in the business of education. Every municipality is. Wilmington is no exception. In September, we took a great step in voting to approve the one needed elementary school. As I've talked about since the middle of this project, we're going to need to do this again in about 10 years. Next. On the town side, we also need to make sure that we are updating all of our municipal buildings to make sure that they are ready to serve all of our future generations. We can accomplish both of these goals while respecting the tax concerns of all of our citizens. Next. Though we did vote for a debt exclusion for the original elementary school in last September, with the proper timing and with the help of the MSBA, I believe we could build a second pre-K through 5 elementary school within our budget without a need for a debt exclusion or an override. Next. This will allow us to update our municipal infrastructure using our AAA bond rating and free cash. That is happening in this budget. So if you look at this budget, we're doing exactly what we said we did last year, which is we're using our free cash to assist with our municipal infrastructure, to bring our buildings up to snuff, while we use the debt exclusion for the first school, and we're going to be able to fund the next school, hopefully, if we get the help of the MSBA without needing a debt exclusion or an override. Next. So continuing on the long-term building plan. So for the schools, this is what that means. We have the pre-K 5 through 5 at the north site. We're paying for it with a debt exclusion from 2026 to 2056. That's $1 million of that debt exclusion is happening in this budget. The second pre-K through 5 to replace the Butwell, the Shawshene, and the West, we'd be able to do that in the tax levy without a debt exclusion and without in 2036. So the timing of this project coincides with the high school debt coming off of the tax rolls in 2036. That'll be about $1.5 million that we paid in 2035 that will come off the tax rolls in 2036. The middle school, given its age, we would look to do a renovation or construction of that in around 2056. Note, when the debt exclusion for the pre-K through 5 of the north site ends. That's when we would look at working on the middle school. And the high school, we would look for a plan for renovation or construction in about 2066. Again, that's when the debt payments for a second elementary school would be coming off of the tax rolls. If we go forward with this with our schools, we'll have a reasonable plan, not just for this generation, but for the generations going forward of how to address the schools in Wilmington and not get ourselves in a position where we have 6 schools over 60 years old without a plan to fix them. Next. On the town side, we have a North Wilmington Fire Substation. The town took votes on this last year. There's a significant vote for the North Wilmington Fire Substation coming up in a few articles. Warrant article number 18. Our plan is to do a feasibility study, request funding for a feasibility study for a new DPW barn in fiscal year 2028, so that would be next year. And then the plan is to look at a library feasibility study for a potential library renovation in 2021 to 2032. We're doing these spread out so that we can, use our free cash and free cash position along with our AAA bond rating to support these projects. And we believe they are completely feasible within the tax levy, without an override. Next. So in conclusion, the overall budget increase from FY26 to FY27 is about 2.2%. That comes from a reduction in our capital plan costs. We're absorbing our increased healthcare and increased insurance costs in this budget. And so I appreciate the time, and I hope that folks will be able to move forward with this. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, so now we're going to take up the budget by category. That's on pages 2 through 9 in your booklet. We're going to be switching from portrait to landscape mode. Total general government, which starts on page 2 and ends on page 3. Again, we're voting on the amount in the far right column, recommended appropriation. This year, first one, again, total general government in the amount of $4,831,401. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $4,831,401 for total general government, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Pages 4 and 5, total public safety, the amount of $14,889,479. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, call for a vote. If you're in favor of $14,889,479 for total public safety, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Total public works, which is on pages 5 and 6, in the amount of $9,018,823. Ms. Galezo.
I move that the sum of $9,018,823 be appropriated for the Department of Public Works, and to meet this appropriation, $20,000 be transferred from the sale of the cemetery lots account, and the sum of $20,000 be transferred from Interest Cemetery Trust Fund, and that both amounts be applied to the line item Personal Services Cemetery. Full-time, that the balance of $8,978,823 be raised from the FY27 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Galezo. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. See none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of the sum of $9,018,823 as broken down by Ms. Galezo for total public works, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. We are on page 7, total community development in the amount of $1,003,852. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. So now we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $1,003,852 for total community development, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Total public buildings on page 7. In the amount of $6,861,845. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion's made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none again, I'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $6,861,845 for total public buildings, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted. Total human services, we are on page 8. In the amount of $2,624,372. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made by Chief Kavanaugh again. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $2,624,372 for total human services, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Wilmington School Department on page 8, in the amount of $54,276,626. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Bodwin.
Hi, Barb Bodwin, 1 Leonard Lane. I just had a question about this in terms of the materials that are provided to the community, and I want to ask, why is there not sort of a similar format for the Shawshene Tech budget that's included in here so that people can understand that line item? It's about equivalent or more than some of our other places that have a lot of detail, so I'd just like to understand.
So, Ms. Bodwin, there is going to be a separate motion for the Shawshene Tech budget. Is your question specific to the Shawshene Tech budget, or is it inclusive of the Wilmington School Department?
Oh, sorry, no.
Don't worry, we'll get there.
Okay.
Okay. Further discussion on the Wilmington School Department. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $54,276,626, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Ms. Bowden, you can get yourself to a microphone now because total Shawshene Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School District, again on page 8, in the sum of $7,348,306. Do I have a motion? Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Bowden.
I'm back with the same question.
Okay, so that I understand and hopefully other folks can understand your question, is it just that there's not a breakdown of subcategories?
Yeah, so just look at the detail that's provided for the Wilmington Public Schools, and then this one is just one line item, and I know that there's been lots of conversations in different committees, but from a transparency perspective, it's a $7 million budget, and I guess my question is, like, can I make a motion that in the future there is a more detailed breakdown in this packet so that people understand what they're voting on?
You can't actually make a motion on that because how the packet is put together, that is within the authority of the Finance Committee, just as and I'm going to point to you, Town Council, I believe it's Chapter 71, Section 34, does prohibit town meeting from reducing specific line items within a school department budget account. Is that correct? But your request is received, and certainly the folks that are responsible for that are up here and hearing it. So.
Could I have a follow-up question that says just sort of that somebody explain the $7.7 million budget and sort of with the context of not just Wilmington's proportion, but sort of the overall budget and what the increase is year over year for that one?
Yeah, Mr. McIntosh.
Tony McIntosh, Superintendent, Shawshene Valley Technical School. If I understood the question correctly, we were looking for the total budget increase from 25 to 20, from 26 to 27, excuse me.
I believe there was a question in there also about the other communities' contributions. Is that right, Ms. Bodwin?
Do you want dollar amounts? Do you want percentages?
Yeah, I actually would like just the total budget year over year so that we can understand and the percentage increase, and then we understand sort of our individual allocation, which I understand is going down this year because of the number of students, but my question is about the overall budget and sort of what the increase is there from last year. Thanks.
Yeah, excuse me. Give me 1 second to find that in here, please. So the total proposed budget for FY27 is $44,338,798. we back out $1,323,733 in transportation aid. We back out $7,092,348 in Chapter 70 aid. We are anticipating using $520,000 in grants, which gets us to the total amount assessed to the communities is $35,402,717. Do you want town by town assessments?
If I could just get the FY26 numbers for both of those, the top number and the sort of after, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So as far as the 26 versus 27 assessment numbers for Wilmington, last year Wilmington was assessed $7,860,878. The 27 assessment is $7,348,306 for a reduction of $512,572, which is down 6.52%. As far as the amount assessed to the communities, in FY26, it was $33,060,459. For FY27, it's $35,402,717 for a difference of $2,342,258%, or an increase in assessment to our communities of 7.08%.
And the total cost of the budget, the 40 comparison to the 44 million?
Total 26? Give me 1 second.
26, yeah.
Give me 1 second. The total for 26 was $40,055,831.
Thank you very much.
That's after we backed out. That's after the back out of transportation and grant revolving funds.
Mr. Neville?
Hi, Scott Neville, 215 Chestnut Street, member of the Wilmington Finance Committee. There's been a lot of conversation about Shawshing Tech budget, so I wanted to speak on this today. In reviewing Shawshing Tech's budget over the last few years, I believe there are 4 separate issues that Shawshing Tech has run into with their finances. After watching over a dozen Shawshing meetings over the last 2 months, watching presentations, listening to comments made by their school committee members, I'm still not convinced they fully grasp each of these issues. The first issue is past financial management has led to an over $900,000 shortfall in their E&D funding, which is their free cash account. This $900,000 shortfall is still largely left unexplained, and the shortfall may be even greater than that, as they plan to use almost $1 million from their E&D to fund costs from the previous year's budget, and they had to cancel or adjust that funding. The E&D free cash for FY25 is still unknown due to the trouble they've had untangling their prior mismanagement. Issue number 2, the growth of the Shawshing budget. Over the last few years, Shawshing's budget has grown at a higher rate than budgets in any of the sending communities. Over the last 4 years, Shawshing's overall budget has grown by over 25%, or over 6.25% per year on average. I can't imagine any town department in Wilmington getting away with that kind of cost growth rate. The cost per student has grown by even more, at over 27.8% over the last 4 years. Issue number 3, the last 2 years, Shawshing Tech has grossly misrepresented their budget increases, claiming a 2.91% increase last year when the actual budget increase was around 7.1%, and claiming a 1.91% increase in their presentation this year when it was actually a 6.2% increase that we saw. Issue number 4, Shawshing Tech has changed their budget presentation and budget calculations multiple times, and this year their budget book was full of errors that our committee had to review, find, and then go through and explain to Shawshing. It makes it very difficult to confidently approve a budget when there are this many and this level of issues. In fact, the finance committees or their equivalents in Tewksbury, Billerica, and Burlington have all voted to recommend disapproval of the Shawshing Tech budget this year. Shawshing is working towards rectifying these budgetary issues. They have put some new policies and procedures in place to curb some of the financial mismanagement, but they still have a long way to go with a lot of missing data. Shawshing needs to hear the message that the town cannot continue to sustain this level of budget increases. While Wilmington's assessment decreased this year, this is only because we're sending fewer students. The misrepresentation of their financial increases and the errors in their budget book show either a willful attempt to hide the true costs and increases or an inability to fully understand school budgeting and financing. One is certainly worse than the other, but neither of these is good. I understand they have been without a business manager and they are actively working to hire for that position, but that doesn't change the fact that the current budget we're seeing was still constructed with similar people in charge. So what can we as Wilmington do? Unfortunately, for this year, there isn't a good solution. Shawshing Tech is an integral part of our education community. It needs to be funded. Due to how the funding process works, if we were to vote against their budget, but other communities voted in favor, we would be required to hold a special town meeting and have no say in that funding that we would have to approve the number that was there. If we propose a lower number and the other communities don't follow us, we would again have to hold a special town meeting to approve a different number. This year, I'll be voting in favor of this budget, but I'll be looking for drastic changes in how the budget is prepared and presented for next year, and I fully support the idea of the Wilmington Finance Committee being in closer communication with the other sending districts and aligning ourselves with the budgetary expectations we have for Shawshing Tech. Thank you.
Further discussion on the Shawshing Tech budget? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. On, again, bottom of page 8, Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical High School in the amount of $7,348,306. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Voted. Total maturing debt and interest on page 9 in the amount of $7,312,733. Ms. Galezo.
I move that the sum of $7,312,733 be appropriated for maturing debt and interest, and to meet this appropriation, the sum of $133,330 be transferred from sewer available funds, and that sum of $565,690 be transferred from Water Department available funds and applied to the line item maturing debt and interest water, and the sum of $40,000 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the line item maturing debt, interest, and authorization fees and miscellaneous debt, and that the balance of $6,573,713 be raised from the FY27 levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Galezo. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $7,312,733 for total maturing debt and interest, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Total unclassified in reserve, again on page 9, in the amount of $23,874,665. Ms. Galezo.
I move that the sum of $23,874,665 be appropriated from unclassified in reserve, of which the sum of $153,910 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and be applied to unclassified in reserve insurance account in the sum of $405,794 be transferred from Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified reserve employee life and health insurance account in the sum of $12,250 be transferred from the Water Department available funds and be applied to the unclassified and reserve Medicare employees contribution account, and that the sum of $505,000 be transferred from the special revenue available funds and be applied to the unclassified reserve PEG cable access, and that the remaining balance of $22,797,711 be raised from the FY27 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Galezo. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of The sum of $23,874,665 for total unclassified and reserve, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Total statutory charges remaining on page 9, and the sum of $13,036,058. Ms. Galezo.
I move that the sum of $13,036,058 be appropriated from statutory charges, of which the sum of $1,215,722 be transferred from Water Department available funds, the sum of $49,357 be transferred from sewer and available funds, the sum of $20,700 be transferred from special revenue available funds, CARES revolving fund, and $8,538 be transferred from the special revenue available funds, recreation revolving fund, and that the remaining balance of $11,741,741 be raised from the FY 27 tax levy and other general revenues of the town.
Thank you, Ms. Galezo. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of the sum of $13,036,058 for total statutory charges, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the operating budget for fiscal 27. I did want to thank 6 longtime employees who have retired since our last annual town meeting. Gloria Cochran, who worked for the library for 35 years. Louis Samagli, who worked for the Veteran Services Department for 21 years. Daniel Howland, who worked for the DPW Water Sewer Division for 16 years. Frank Castiglione, who worked for the DPW Cemetery Division for 24 years. David Ward, who worked for the DPW Water Sewer Division for 30 years, and Penny Lynn Dudley, who worked in the Treasurer Collector's Office for 10 years. Thank you for your service to this community, and we wish you a long, happy, and healthy retirement. At this time, it is also customary to thank the volunteers of the Finance Committee who sacrificed multiple days from the end of January through early March and work through town meeting, scrutinizing the town manager's proposed budget so they can make recommendations to you, the attendees at town meeting, so that residents can vote with some level of confidence that their town government is being a good steward of their tax dollars. Lastly, I do want to pause briefly to acknowledge the passing of 2 longtime members of the Finance Committee. John Doherty was first appointed in 1990 and served until his passing in February this year. And Teresa Manganelli, who was appointed in 2008 and served until her passing in March of this year. Ms. Manganelli was serving as the chair of the Finance Committee at the time of her passing. For those of us who were fortunate enough to know John or Teresa on a personal level, our lives were better because of it. Our community is better because of their dedication to it, not limited to their contributions to the Finance Committee. And we are grateful to have known individuals who made giving back to their community so central to their being. So I'd ask that you please join me in a moment of silence to honor John Doherty and Teresa Manganelli. Thank you. We're on to Article 6. See if the town will vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $1,017,420 and to raise and appropriate the sum of $4,889,029 as designated for the following purposes, and the remainder of the article reads on the chart on page 13. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the sum of $5,906,449 be appropriated for capital expenditures, which the sum of $4,889,029 be raised from the fiscal year 27 tax levy, and the remaining balance of $1,017,420 be appropriated from available funds, free cash.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 6. Discussion. Mr. Lincolnfelter.
George Lincolnfelter, 11 Concord Street. I don't think it was reasonable to include the demolition of the Roman house lumped in with all this. It should have been a separate line item for the separate discussion. I'm not sure about what you plan to do with the Wildwood Street school once you tear that down. That probably should have been a separate line item as well. And I just think that that was really despicable that was done. And I'm going to vote against this. And I'm sure it's not going to carry. It's going to carry, but if it is voted against, then you have to have a special town meeting to vote for the rest of this stuff. You guys, I think the town agreed to keep the Roman House, who those people donated that land for the high school to be built, and to get the historical commission on board with the new high school, the town said that the Roman House could stay. And I think the Roman House, even if it is going to be torn down, it deserved a separate line item and a separate discussion. And I just reiterate that I think it was a real sleazy move to just lump it in and no separate discussion.
Mr. Fasullo.
Rob Fasullo, 28 Marjorie Road. I have an amendment to the article I want to present. However, I've got a question due to the language that I'm going to present to you, and I just want to make sure everything's factual. The demolition of the Roman House is listed under public buildings. According to the select board meeting on Monday, it really sounded a lot like it was being kept out of the town and it was in the school purview. Now, we all know about the charter, and I don't even know where we stand with the charter anymore at this point here. It's listed as public buildings now. If it was under public buildings, is it appropriate to be under public buildings, or is it under schools? Where does it stand at this point?
Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is the way that this is formulated is the school committee took a vote to request that the town appropriate funds and undertake to demolish the Roman House. Public Buildings Department, as you look in their capital, throughout their capital plan, there's West Intermediate School roof design. There's over the years. Last year we voted for the new windows at the West. There are multiple school projects on school buildings that fall under public buildings purview to execute the process. It doesn't have anything to do with whether or not they remain school buildings or not.
So just for the body's sake, because we're not all attorneys, does the town own that building, or does the school committee own that building?
So the entire campus of the high school, all of the structures there, including the high school and the Roman House, are school buildings.
Sorry,
controlled by the
who
school
owned it.
committee.
Who owns it? That's what I'm asking.
Well, ownership. I mean, the school committee is a committee of the town, but the care, custody, and control of that building is with the school committee.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, I have an amendment to the article in writing.
Why don't you read it, and then I'll see you over by the side.
Move to amend Article 6 by striking the following line item in its entirety: public buildings, Roman House demolition and abatement, $200,000 free cash, with the intention that said appropriation be reconsidered at the 2027 annual town meeting.
Okay. For the segment of your motion about have it be reconsidered at the 2027 annual town meeting, there's actually nothing that this meeting can do to, I guess, bind the warrant for a future town meeting. So I'm going to strike that, but why don't you see me by the by town council at the side of the stage, and you have that in writing, right?
this one.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Just give us 1 second, and we're going to test out some newfangled technology to project that on the screen so you folks can see it. While we're going through that, just some, I guess, guideposts on a motion to amend. Our inhabitant bylaws limits discussion on a motion to amend to 20 minutes. No individual can speak more than once, nor more than 5 minutes. So after we begin discussion, after that gets projected onto the screen, we will have a vote in 20 minutes, even if there are individuals wishing to speak who have not yet had the opportunity to do so. So you're encouraged to keep your comments concise.
May I speak?
John, can you blow that up a little bit?
May I speak on this?
I'm going to ask the maker of the motion to amend to speak first. Ms. Shukas, if you want to have a seat, I'll go to you next, okay?
Okay. I'm better off to stand.
All right. So, Mr. Fazzulo, we're going to start the timer now.
Thank you. I would like to yield my time to Bonnie from the Historical Commission.
Ms. Smith?
Good morning. Bonnie Smith, 30 Marion Street.
Yep.
I want to look this way. How's that?
Perfect.
Bonnie Smith, 30 Marion Street. The Roman house. Sounds pretty ancient, huh? As if Julius Caesar slept there or something. Well, not quite that historic, but as you know, the Hudson Roman house is a beautiful house, Queen Anne style. It has large 2.5-story hip roof house clad in clapboards and shingles. It features a circular turret with a finial, bay windows, projecting gables, and porches on the first and second stories. The architectural features of inside the home are spectacular. It is listed on the MACRIS, which is Massachusetts Cultural Resource Information Systems, and is located in our Center Village National Register of Historic Places. The home was built in 1897 for Charles Hudson, who had a store in Wilmington Square, which was known as Hudson's Corner. The store burned down in 1903 in a massive fire that started in Shamil McIntosh's blacksmith shop. Frank Roman, a fruit merchant from Boston, purchased the home and lived in it from 1908 until his death in 1938. Frank and his wife Mary were active and beloved members of the Wilmington community. When the house was new, Mrs. Hudson was pretty particular about her floors in the house, so much of the time they were there, they lived in the barn for a period of time. Frank proceeded to plant rows of apple trees along the front over to Adams Street. In the back, he grew vegetables, including a beautiful cornfield, and he put in a fish pond. He developed a property into a showcase for Wilmington, and it was there that he could entertain business associates. In his produce business, he was a supplier of the Charlestown Navy Yard and the Charlestown State Prison. He would host high-ranking officials in the barn for good reason. He would also serve a glass of wine before conducting business. And he had what seemed to be a unique way of serving wine. He always served it in clay flower pots with a cork and the stopper in the bottom drain. He claimed that wine tasted better when served in an unglazed clay pot. It is not certain when he was serving this wine, but of worthy note that for the 15 of the 30 years that he lived there, alcoholic beverages were illegal under pure prohibition. It was about 1919. He offered to rebuild the common. He wanted to put a water fountain along with some shrubs and trees and to make it a park for the town. He would pay all the bills, and there was one stipulation. There was to be no baseball. He hated baseball, at least not in front of his house. The high school at that time, which was later known as the Swain School, the only place that the boys had to play baseball was on the common, so the town meeting turned down Mr. Roman's offer, and he was very disappointed. Mr. Roman died in 1938 at the age of 77, after which his wife Mary left town. After she left, the house was sat empty for many years, but in 1943, she sold the house and all the property to the town for only $10,000, for the construction of a new high school. The first section of the high school was completed in 1950, and then the house became office to the superintendent of schools and had remained that for about 76 years. You see, it's not just an old house. It was a home to a very prominent and generous family in Wilmington and should be preserved. Please vote yes for this amendment and give us time to find the proper solution to its preservation. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go to Ms. Shukas, the individual in the green sweater in the back, and then Mr. Turner. Ms. Shukas?
Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar Street. I didn't know you were going to sneak this in on this article. This should be completely separate. Just because something is old, you don't rip it down. You preserve it, you take care of it. It has a history that's very important to the education of this town, because that's where the high school was built. You just don't say, okay, well, there's a lot of old things, I'm one. You just don't take down something because it's old. It has a value to a lot of people, so leave it alone.
All right, the individual in the green sweater, Mr. Turner, Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Holland.
I actually meant to speak about the original article.
I'm sorry?
I meant to speak about the original article, not the amendment.
Okay, we'll come back to you, Mr. Turner.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington. Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. I am also a member of the school committee.
Can you folks hear him in the back?
Sorry. Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I've never been accused of being quiet. So Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue, member of the Wilmington School Committee. A few different points about this. The school department is done with its use of the building. The building is not suitable for school use. It's not ADA compliant. We have no use for it. However, our specific motion to the town was for the purposes of demolition or removal of the building. We did not turn over the site. The site needs to remain part of the schools. We have many possible uses for it within the high school campus. The concerns of the school committee, well, first of all, one interesting fact, when the building was actually originally turned over, it was initially used as a home economics classroom for several years before the superintendent moved in. So it does have a very long and important history. I do agree. And that was part of the reason to suggest demolition or removal. However, the building is unsound. It is a significant concern that it sit outside this high school for multiple years and become a safety hazard. We do not want that particular issue. So the request, I'm summarizing here my own opinions on top of the vote of the school committee. My own opinion is the request that we do something soon. Whatever we do should be soon. Having it sit there and stay there long term is a problem. A problem for the schools, it's also a problem for safety. But we defer to the town. This body will decide what happens to the building. The motion at hand to demolish it is certainly an option. My understanding is that moving the building would be extremely problematic structurally. So I don't know on any of those details. I defer to the town, I defer to civil engineers, but the purposes from the school's perspective is the building should not stay where it is in one form or another. What the town chooses to do with it is this body. So thank you.
All right, just for a brief explanation, Mr. Slagle.
Yeah, so this is just to follow up on the school vote and the discussion that did discuss removal. So the plan would be to spend the next month or two putting on an RFP to see if there was an individual or business that wanted the building, would be willing to move it off-site. We also discussed at the request of the Historic Commission removal of, if that's not the case, removal of historic things that are in the building, architectural features. That would all happen before there was a discussion of this demolition. So.
Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Suzanne Sullivan, 60 Lawrence Street. When I think about the Historical Commission, I think their job is to try to preserve the history of the town. That's what they're there for. Unfortunately, this building has been let go. The town has had a, I wouldn't say a policy, but we tend to do demolition by neglect. It's been a problem across the board for a lot of buildings. Take a look at the Roman house. It's 100% what has happened. I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment today because I think it's important for us to allow the commission an opportunity to do their job. If they can't find a solution, we come back, we do the distasteful thing that we have to do, tear down a historic building that has a lot of good historical value to the town. But I think that we need to give the Historical Commission the ability to do what we have them there to do, and that's to preserve the history of the town. Thank you.
Ms. Holland and then Ms. Benelli.
Rondi Holland, 28 Glen Road. I'm by education a historical architect. I worked on several historic buildings at Harvard Yard, Faneuil Hall, the old State House. I have to say, I am just absolutely appalled that maintenance by neglect is no maintenance. We have had a history tearing down the Swain School, Whitfield School, the Foster School. There's the proposal to tear down the Philip, whatever his name was, Bazell School. Sorry. I am appalled. I think that we do need to take the time to give the Historic Commission an opportunity to review. Again, my attitude, maintenance by neglect, is no maintenance. And we have had a history of doing this for years. I applaud the town manager and his new staff for taking the opportunity to plan maintenance, to plan for our current buildings so that we don't do this ever again. Thank you.
Ms. Benelli?
First, I have a point of clarification and then a comment. So my point of clarification is on town meeting, so we're having a discussion about this property. So I'm just trying to understand, isn't that the same, what we're doing right now, the same? Like, how would it be different if this was a separate line item versus encompassed? Is there something extra that in this discussion that we would be able to have, or is this discussion the same? I just wanted to better understand, because I do appreciate this idea of it being grouped in, but at the same time, aren't we having the same discussion? So that's my point of clarification.
So that I understand what you're asking here, is it, how would this be treated different procedurally if this were a standalone article?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, right? Yes, like a lot of people talked about this building deserves its due diligence and discussion. I 100% agree with that, but we're having that right now thanks to the commentary and the participation of all of you. So other than, not being able, like what else is different?
Okay. So if you look at the entirety of the list on Article 6, really conceivably this could be happening for each and every one of them. So there's a list of expenses that have been grouped together the last two annual town meetings for group discussion, essentially. Any one of those could engender questions and discussion, motions to amend, have you. If this were a standalone article, as you're going to see once we get a couple articles beyond this, we could have that same discussion, but a motion to amend, really what Mr. Pizzullo's motion is to try and take this up, not today, right? So procedurally, what's going to happen after we have a vote on the motion to amend, whether it passes or fails, is we're going to go back to discussion on the main motion, and that either will or will not include the Roman house.
Okay.
Does that answer your
We still get
question?
the discussion, but what we're missing, well, there's two. The amendment is like we're not going to do anything about this for another year because we are still getting the ability and an independent yay or nay vote on everything else versus this. Okay. Thank you. I'm just going to now make my comments, or I guess a question. I stood in support of delaying on the Bazell Center. Absolutely. I felt at that moment, it had not been really publicized what was going to happen to that building. There was absolutely a feeling that it might live on when we voted on this new school building project, and I just thought it deserved the time. At the time, I had asked, and I continue to say this, is there a plan by the Historical Commission? I absolutely believe we should honor our history, but that takes time and money, and so I feel like we need a prioritization based on history, based on cost, right? We need a strategy for what we're keeping and what we're not. With the Bazell, I felt like it creeped up on us. We've all seen this building in disrepair for years. We knew this day was coming, whether it was on the agenda or not, and what have we done to prepare to do that cost-benefit analysis? If it hasn't been done up until this point, I have no confidence that by next year's town meeting, it will happen. And in the meantime, we're just wasting time and money and potentially putting ourselves in a dangerous situation at the school. So I just ask us, would like to know from the Historical Commission and the town, do we have a prioritization of our historical buildings now? And what time would it take to get a assessment of the cost of doing something with this building?
Okay, I'm going to go to Ms. Smith on that first and then to Mr. Slagle.
Thank you for your comments. At this point in time, we have not been invited into those discussions yet on what the disposition is of the historical buildings. And the 4 buildings that we're interested in all of them, but obviously the Roman House, the Bazell School, the West School, and I guess I call it the old town hall, but I guess I should call it the Art Center. But at this point in time, we haven't been invited into those discussions.
And does the town manager, I don't know, through you, I guess,
Mr. Slagle.
a timing sort of estimate or of what it would take?
Based on the current plan was to, if there was a positive vote on this action on the Roman House by this body, then we would put out an RFP, which would be publicized at the state level, and so anybody who gets those RFPs would get them, about whether or not there would be an individual or a company who would be interested in removing the Roman House from its current location and moving it to another location. We would obviously, I had conversations with Ms. Smith about that quite a while ago. We've had subsequent conversations about that. We would obviously, reach out to the Historic Commission to see if they had contacts that might in that industry that might be interested in that. At the same time, we also got a request from the Historic Commission to look into companies that might kind of go into an older structure and take out historically significant or valuable, pieces of interior woodwork or the things like that. So I instructed, and the superintendent of public buildings has already reached out to companies in that field to see what that would look like and what kind of timing that would be. The key elements about an actual demolition, if it were to come to that, would be like any other work we do on the schools, it has to happen basically during the summer. So either we would try to, between now and the beginning of July, when the funding from a capital plan article would become available, we would investigate alternative, whether or not someone wanted to move it or whether or not we could get some money for the historical elements that were inside, and then make sure we had enough time before the end of the summer to do a demolition. If there was an extended period of time that was requested to do more investigation, obviously, we can't demolish that during the school year because it's not safe to when the kids are in school. So we would have to do that at a later time.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if we vote on it today, or if this amendment doesn't pass, and we vote on it today, possibly something could happen on the building this summer, the demolition, if we move really quickly, which we never seem to do, if this amendment passes, like, we would still be, if we were properly prepared over the last year, like, it would potentially happen next summer, or 2 summers from now. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so the funding that we need is just for the demolition and the hazardous material abatement on the site. If we still, the request from the school committee to the town would still be live to investigate removal. So if we didn't get funding for a demolition at today's town meeting, we could certainly continue to investigate its removal or the selective removal of artifacts from it before coming back if we needed to go the demolition route, coming back at the next town meeting.
Okay, I feel like I'm at my time. Thank you for your clarity. I do just want to say I am going to support or disapprove this amendment purely because I've tracked what's been said about the building, and unfortunately, to the earlier person's comments, we haven't done a good job, and it's too late for this one. And but I would strongly encourage, if this does move forward, that we take our time to make sure the history is preserved before just demolishing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benelli. So we are running short on time, so we're going to go quickly to Ms. Scalezzo, then Ms. West, and then Mr. Fazzulo if there's time left. Okay.
Just to reiterate what the town manager said, it sounds like he's going to do his due diligence to see if this building can be removed through an RFP. To take the money out of this article would tie his hands on doing anything further. And it sounds to me that the school committee would like this building removed from the property as soon as possible. So my recommendation would be disapprove this article. It sounds to me that the town manager will do his due diligence with the Historic Commission to see what can be done to save, if we can save this building. Thank you.
Ms. West?
Okay, Karen West, 2 Birchwood Road. I have a 2-part question. The first part, the Historical Commission being an integral part of the history of our town, why have they not been invited to meetings regarding these buildings? And the second part is, are they going to be invited in the future? For this reason, because they haven't been invited, they haven't really been able to be part of anything. I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment because demolition by neglect is a horrible way to run this town, and it needs to stop now.
Okay, we're going to go actually to you in the back. Mr. Fazzulo, I'm sorry, I did misspeak earlier. You can only speak once on a motion to amend. So we're going to go to the woman in the back, and that's going to be it for discussion on the motion to amend, and then we're going to go into a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry. To you, Mr. Slagle, is the Historical Commission going to be, I guess, invited to a discussion?
Sure. So as I said earlier, when this article came up, I had a discussion with Ms. Smith about the plans going forward. And if we move forward with either of the options, we'll have a discussion with the Historic Commission about getting their input on, especially the removal of those artifacts or moving the building.
And the first part was, why haven't they ever been invited? It seems like a common sense thing to have done before you guys put this in an article to just demolish or remove.
Right. I think you did address that in your response, that there was at least some discussion. To the woman in the back.
Thank you. My name is Deborah Russo. I live at 902 Lord's Court. To anybody here who's thinking it's too late, as a 70-year-old senior, it's never too late. I have kind of a question here about this before I address this. The Historical Commission has a warrant article up for discussion about tearing down historical homes. So I don't understand why we would vote on this before we vote on that. That just seems like it's out of order.
So I can explain that. So our inhabitant bylaws do prescribe the order in which articles are taken up. And the first 5 budget categories are Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the 6th budget category is to expend money for capital expenditures. That's what starts with Article 6 and goes through 23. So we're actually required to consider, before we go into random draw, anything that involves the expenditure of capital money.
Okay.
That may not make sense, but I am duty-bound to follow the bylaws as written.
Okay. So I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment. I don't think the discussion of the destruction of the Roman house belongs here. I don't think the discussion of the laptops belong in here too, because I thought we already voted on that. But for those of you who are not familiar with the Roman house when it was in its prime, what a beautiful, beautiful building it was. It was never meant to hold the school department, but we put them in there anyways, and you know, they did the best they could. But now we have the opportunity to restore it, and it may mean moving it, but it also means that there may be other commissions or other places that we can go as private citizens and as the Historical Commission to find out. I'm reminded of a vote I took to support the Bizzell School. I was in favor of the town hall, and one of the reasons that I was in favor of it was because I saw these pictures that were shown of how they didn't have any room for storage. They were using bathrooms, and it was awful. So they build a town hall and forget to put storage in. Well, that's something that the Bizzell could be used for. You don't have to, you know, spend a whole lot of money putting in the stuff to make it a showplace for people. We need storage for the new town hall. Make use of the Bizzell. Don't spend a ton of money, but use it for that. Be sensible. And I'm asking you to be sensible with this building. We don't have a lot of show places in Wilmington. In my opinion, the pictures of the new school reminded me of nothing more than a prison. It was kind of ugly. This is a beautiful building, and God help me, it could possibly be moved and restored. We've got, I know we've got a baker in town who wasn't able to use her private residence.
Mr. Russo, I'm going to ask you to just constrain your comments to the amendment that's before the Assembly.
And so I am. This is the kind of place that could be used for that if we use our imaginations. Give it time. Support this article. Take this out of here, and let's see what we can do to save this building. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to check with Mrs. Osgood in the family-friendly room to see if they're ready for a vote. Mary, are you ready?
We are ready.
Okay. All right, so just one point of clarification. I think we were dealing with multiple copies of the same motion where it says in parentheses free cash that actually should be tax levy. That matches up with the funding source that is listed in Article 6. But if you are in favor of the motion to amend by striking in the line item in its entirety, public buildings, Roman house demolition and abatement, $200,000 tax levy, with the intent that said appropriation be reconsidered at the 2027 annual town meeting, understanding that whether or not that comes before next year's annual town meeting is not within the authority of this assembly, so indicate by saying aye. If you're opposed to the motion to amend, so indicate by saying no. No. Okay, you're going to make the tellers do their work, okay? I would ask that the tellers take their place. We're going to do it with the standing votes to get out those hot pink voter cards. No, it's a simple majority. What do they write? Tellers want to know what are they writing? Amendment 6. Tellers, you can write Article 6 amendment on your slips.
Article 5.
6. So if you are in favor of the motion to amend, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying those hot pink voter cards. Do you have, yeah. Do you want to have, like, for future ones, actually, hopefully we don't have to use this. What do you want to put in? We're not going to have them by the next one. All right, you may be seated. Thank you. All right, and if you are opposed to the motion to amend on Article 6, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying that hot pink voter card. Oop. Are you against the amendment? All right, you may be seated. You can come. Okay. Just on the stage? Okay, yeah. All right, give me, I'll look and find you. Just give me a thumbs up if you're ready. 16, you already have it. No.
Family friendly is Wendy. So who in the cap was 3?
Wendy is 0.
Wendy is 0? So she's in family friendly. Change this. This is Wendy. Jerry Arlo is Karen West is in a low zone. Where you got Wendy? Wendy is family friendly. Lisa Dewey is 3 in the cap. Wendy 0, Claire is 3, Roberta Allers is 16, Pat McKay is 20, Jean Buck is 5, Cindy McHugh is 1, Elizabeth Morgan is 9, Debbie Taylor is 13, Jerry Arbo is 16. Yep, Jerry Arbo. And that's Christine. Okay. Susan McNamara, that's right. Susan McNamara is 7. Paula DiFigure is 8. Judy Perry is 6. Barbara Olson is not here. So Karen West is 8. She's doing both. Okay. Now we go to no. Make sure I'm on the right one. No? Okay. 18? Okay. When you just do it,
No. Wendy.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the vote to amend Article 6, the vote is as follows: 106 in the affirmative, 119 in the negative. The measure fails. So we are back on the main motion on Article 6. Discussion to the individual in the green sweater who's been waiting very patiently in the back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mark Nowacki. I'm at 169 Shawsheen Avenue. I'm just curious why there's a $50,000 discrepancy between the grand total on the table and the total amount we're being asked to vote upon.
Mr. Slagle.
That's Claire. The vote, if you add up all the numbers in the table, there's $50,000 that was removed twice when we made an amendment to some police cruisers. It was just a clerical error. The correct number is the amount at the bottom of the we're about to be supposed to be voting on. It's also at the bottom of the columns in the totals is the correct amount.
The totals say 56,449, and the total we're voting on is 59,06449.
Right. The 5.9 is the correct amount.
Okay. Could that have been mentioned when the article was read so that we didn't see that there was a strange difference between those numbers?
So the
I understand that there might have been a difference between the printing and the time of the meeting, but this is the first thing that jumped out at me is that somebody's trying to grab $50,000.
So the two sums that are in the text above the chart do add up to the amount in the motion. That is the $5,906,449. So I can understand your frustration, sir. Do you have any follow-up questions or discussion points?
Is the answer that it was printed wrong?
I think the response was it was a clerical error.
There's a clerical error in the preparation of that chart. The original chart was actually $50,000 more than we were asking for now. There was a reduction in an amount for some police cruisers of $50,000. That was accidentally deducted twice from the bottom total, so that's why it came up to the 5.85.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to go to the individual in the hat in the back right, and then Mr. Jackson.
David Anick, 43 Nathan Road. I have a question about this is about the electronic vote tally clickers, and I don't know. I have this personal concern about like them being used in this setting in a way that. I don't know. I think I would just love to hear about what the intent is with them, and what the kind of election integrity aspect of it can be. I'm concerned that, like, I like that we all raise our things and everybody can see, and there is a physical count and a physical ballot here in town meeting. But I'm concerned that the clickers, like, might not the trust in the body. I want to believe that there's trust in the body when we make an important decision, like the one that we just made, with a close call. So.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to defer to two individuals with the town. I'm going to defer first to our town clerk, Beth Lawrenson, who went up to North Reading about a year ago to observe their rollout of electronic clickers for one of their meetings. And then I'm going to defer to our IT director, John O'Neill, who beat me to it, as he can speak to some of the more technical concerns you raised. So, Ms. Lawrenson.
Thank you for the question. There's been a lot of frustration in recent years with the length of these meetings. And I would be remiss if I didn't look into any possibility of streamlining or making this process a little bit quicker, a little bit faster. I attended the North Reading Town meeting, which was very similar to our September meeting. As you remember, it took a very long time to tally up the votes for 1,550 people. So what I observed in North Reading was a similar meeting. There was about 1,500 people there. It was a very volatile discussion, and they had the Meridia system, which is up on a screen, and you will see the numbers tally as people are clicking, and as it reaches the end, you don't know what is yes and what is no. So when it reaches the end, then you know what the outcome will be, and it happens in 2 minutes. So not only do we have a record of the vote, and we have a record of each voter with their clicker, so we have a number of that clicker, so it's assigned to a person. It happens in 2 minutes. So today, for example, we have possible 9 votes that need a 2/3 votes. If they're not unanimous, we need the teller. So what would happen is instead of spending 3 hours and 45 minutes, we're spending 20 minutes. And that's a huge difference. So that was my motivation, and technically I'll defer to Mr. O'Neill in regards to the accuracy and the integrity of the vote.
John O'Neill, the town's IT director. The Meridia system that we tested and reviewed is a closed network system. This does not touch the internet. It doesn't interface with anything else than itself. As part of the process, when we do, if this is approved and we do purchase the system, is going to be sort of a verification test with the next town meeting, where for 2 minutes you'll sit in the seat and you'll actually go through us to verify those clickers.
Okay, I get the closed system sounds great. Yeah, whatever can be kind of like said or delivered, I think when this rolls out and maybe consistently, I would just feel, I want there to be confidence in the body and with elections. And I'm always concerned when we go electronic that there are opportunities for a distrust. So it sounds like due diligence is happening, and like just the more information that I can receive, and I think the public could receive when there is concern about it, is, I don't know, the best for us all in this process. So thank you.
I think that's an excellent point, and we will plan on doing that and advertise the system that we do purchase.
Further discussion, Mr. Jackson.
Joe Jackson, 10 Apple Tree Lane, also a member of the Historical Commission. I want to, not that the amendment has passed on the change to this warrant article, but I do have a question because it's apparent that there's like a 50-50 split on the ability of the town or the commitment of the town to go through the steps necessary to look for alternatives to demolition on this. And I guess it would go a long way in terms of people saying yes to this table as a whole if there was some commitment to at least the gentleman's agreement that we're not going to see bulldozers coming in next week or even this summer if those steps of looking for, rather than demolition, opportunities for relocation or removal, whether it be by a public body or by a private purchaser, it feels like, you know, that's going to be a worry that some of the voters are going to have to approve this table as a whole, and they might withhold their vote of saying yes if that confidence that rather than rushing in the next 2 or 3 months with bulldozers to take care of it this summer, if there was some expectation that there would be a careful and considerate process. And the reason I bring this up is because in the past, I've talked to neighbors who feel like there's some element of betrayal by town administration, that things happen either too quickly or too slowly or too carelessly or without a proper process, and some opinions speak louder and some opinions get suppressed. So I guess my request is for people to vote confidently on that $200,000 that's slated with the word demolition in it, that the word demolition isn't the key word here, but it's you know, figuring out what to do with the building rather than saying that it's a demolition expense. So it's kind of a question. Can we think of this rather than as a demolition expense, as a dispositioning expense?
Mr. Slagle, I think that's a question more directed at you.
Thank you. So you know, to the extent that folks are looking for a commitment that we explore alternative options before demolition, I will provide that commitment. We will look at the alternative options. I will work with the Historic Commission to get out an RFP that they've, you know, that I've worked on, that they've at least reviewed and seen to make sure that it's what people are expecting, to see if there's a way to have that building removed, and in the alternative, to see if there's a way to save any portions of it that might have some architectural significance prior to pursuing a demolition.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Ms. Shukas and then the individual in the Pat's hoodie in the back.
Joanne Shukas, 7 Cedar, come on, 7 Cedar Street. Have you ever been to a meeting where one person, when everything was tallied on an article, would stand up and say, I question the vote? We had that happen not too long ago, and the time the tellers all had to get up and retally the vote on every single article. I think we get out of there at 7 o'clock at night. There you go.
Well, I'm hoping to get you folks home a little bit earlier than that today. To the individual in the back.
All right, I'll keep it quick. Ben Soper, Aldrich Road. Back on the electronic clickers, as somebody using a clicker, is there some confirmation that your vote has been received and tallied? With the closed loop system, I'm less worried about a malicious actor coming in and influencing the vote, but would want the confidence that, you know, my clicker didn't lose its Bluetooth connection and not get counted.
So I'm going to ask that Mr. O'Neill make his way back to a microphone. You can just grab the microphone by town council. He doesn't mind. You can just grab that one if you want.
Yeah.
Just come around. Yeah, I appreciate it. Could you repeat the?
Yep. So the important part there being, when I use my clicker, is there the confirmation that my vote was received and counted in that system?
Yes, there will be. As I stated before, we're going to do a verification with the body of the meeting when we first use these, and as part of that, you'll know that your vote is being recorded when we do that testing.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Frank Birmingham, 8 Carson Avenue, Wilmington. Question on the middle school compressors, the value of $90,000. Could you explain to me, Mr. Chairman, what that $90,000 expense is going to entail?
I'm going to go to either Mr. Slagle or Mr. Kelly.
I am going to defer to Mr. Kelly. That's a little more technical than I can handle.
Dennis Kelly, Superintendent of Public Buildings. What that is the systems in the building are original to the building. The compressors in each unit are tandem compressors. We remove the compressors, put brand new compressors in, put new refrigerant in, clean everything up. And that also includes replacing some of the electronics and other parts to extend the life of all these products. It's been I believe it was a 3 or 4 year project, doing one a year, trying to be proactive in, before the systems fail on their own. So it's try to keep a better system in air quality and everything in the buildings. And there's only certain parts of the middle schools that are AC, and this is going to extend the life of those. And in a couple of years, I'm coming back to try to add AC to the rest of the building, to the classrooms. But this is going to help extend the life of those.
I appreciate your maintenance on that, and I appreciate that you're considering to add air conditioning in the other 2 wings, the Challenger wing and the Explorer wing. I actually spoke in town meeting when the middle school was presented as a building project, and I had spoken to at the time that we needed air conditioning in the entire school. In fact, I mentioned at the town meeting that if you're willing to have those children and teachers, as I was a teacher in the middle school, to work in an environment unair-conditioned until the dismissal during the summer, then people should agree to keep their air conditionings off until the children get out of school. I think some of you in this building worked in that middle school, and some of you were in that middle school. And I can tell you that working in that building at 90 degrees and 90% humidity is not conducive to learning. I strongly recommend that we add air conditioning to those other 2 wings. I was hoping that I was impressed that $90,000 could possibly cover that expense. Unfortunately, it's not, but please do add, on behalf of the kids, your children, right, Stacy? Right? And the staff, please put air conditioning in that building. Thank you.
It is a topic in the future town meetings for a feasibility study, and then hopefully leading to implementation. So it is a goal of Eric, myself, and my team to improve every building.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Could somebody just tell me what the $225,000 is for the Lowell Street fields? And can I make a suggestion that with these types of articles, it might be helpful just to have a short description so you don't have to waste time and ask what it's about? Thank you.
Either Mr. Slagle or Mr. McGaldy.
Yeah, so Jamie can expand on it, but this is the select board approved a phased approach towards the master plan of the Lowell Street, the Textron fields on Lowell Street. So this is the next phase. I'll let Jamie talk about the specifics about what this phase would entail.
Thank you, Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director. So Mr. Slagle's correct. The $225,000 is actually for 75% design and permitting of the phases 2, 3, and 4 of the master plan. Essentially, phase 1 is underway now, and we did phase 1's connection path to Yintile Farm as part of an RDA filing with conservation. Phase 2, 3, and 4 would essentially be transforming the existing tennis court to parking lot, installing a perimeter walkway around the whole perimeter of the Lowell Street fields, and also doing some field reconstruction. So all of that requires environmental permitting because the field is within, a part of it is within floodplain, so that would be that.
Further discussion on Article 6 to the individual in the back. Nope, that's you.
Hi. Ernie Lorenzo, 212 Evergreen Drive. Just in regards to the clicker, I have to, just my opinion at this point, I realize it may go through, but at the end of the day, I believe a system like that is still too opaque. I think there's a benefit, while it might save time, there's a benefit to us seeing accountability, people standing up and actually having a head count. Closed systems, while they're safer than open systems, aren't guaranteed to be tamper-free. So that's just my opinion at this point. Look forward to more information in the future.
Further discussion on Article 6? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $5,906,449 on Article 6, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Voted. Folks, you've been a good assembly, so I'm going to do you a favor. Article 7. Article 7 is voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 8. Article 8 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 9. Article 9 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 10. Article 10 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. The moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 11. Article 11 was voted in the affirmative pursuant to the consent agenda. And the moderator will accept that vote of approval as the vote taken thereon. Article 12, which is for a sum of money to operate the Department of Public Works Sewer Division. Mr. Kyra. We still got all these
Moderator,
to go, so pace yourself.
Would you please repeat that?
Slowly?
No.
I moved that $4,092,793 be appropriated from the department receipts to be spent by the town manager for the purpose of operating the Department of Public Works Sewer Division enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 12. Discussion. The amount is $4,092,793. All right, I'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of that sum for the purpose of operating the Department of Public Works Sewer Division Enterprise Fund, that's again $4,092,793. So indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously. Article 13, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the other post-employment liability trust fund established in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 32B, Section 20. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that $1 million be raised, appropriated from the FY27 tax levy and other general revenue of the town to be deposited in the other post-employment benefit liability trust fund in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 32B, Section 20.
Thank you, Mr. De Palma. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 13. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. Let me just check in with the family-friendly room. If you are in favor of the sum of $1 million from the tax levy on Article 13, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Voted and unanimously so. Article 14, which is for a sum of money to deposit in the Capital Stabilization Fund. Ms. Naselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $4 million be appropriated from available funds, free cash, to be deposited in the Capital Stabilization Fund as established by vote on Article 23 at the April 27, 1991 annual town meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 14. Discussion.
Ben Soper, Aldrich Road. Could you just quickly clarify the difference between money being in the capital stabilization fund versus free cash? They both seem like pools of money we can use for different things around town that we have to vote on.
I know that Mr. Slagle or Ms. Frontier are going to be beating each other up to get to the microphone first. I'm going to give it to Mr. Slagle.
So that's actually a very good question. So free cash is an amount of money that we have that's certified by the state every year. It comes from things like excess new growth that we didn't account for in the budget, additional revenue above and beyond what we've assumed for purposes of our budget, or from departments not fully expending their budgetary allotments during the year. Certified as free cash and can be expended via appropriation by town meeting. The capital stabilization fund is a fund that's totally a municipal fund that we can put in funds to set aside specific for the purpose of future capital projects, and it requires a subsequent vote of town meeting to spend that money again. So when we put the money into that capital stabilization fund, you know that we're setting it aside for future capital projects, whereas free cash does not have that restriction.
Further discussion on Article 14. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of $4 million to be appropriated from free cash to be deposited into the Capital Stabilization Fund, so indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Measure passes and unanimously so. Article 15. Article 15 is for a sum of money to deposit into the Retirement Stabilization Fund. Mr. Gearwar.
I move that the sum of $1,500,000 be raised and appropriated from the FY27 tax levy and other general revenues of the town for deposit into the Retirement Stabilization Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 15. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $1,500,000 from the tax levy to be deposited into the Retirement Stabilization Fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Harry. The measure passes and unanimously so. Article 16. Article 16 is to see what sum the town will vote to transfer into various line items of the fiscal year 2026 budget from other line items of said budget and from other available funds. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the article be passed over.
Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion?
Ben Soper, Eldridge Road. Maybe it doesn't matter because we're pass it over. What does this mean? I feel like it doesn't say anything. I don't know how to interpret it.
Mr. Slagle.
Yeah, so every year we put an article into the warrant on the off chance that we have expenditures that we need in the current year's budget that were in excess of what was budgeted. And if we needed to take funds from, say, free cash to cover that gap, we'd have to do it through a motion and town meeting would have to vote on to appropriate those funds. It should very rarely happen, except in the case of snow and ice, which it occasionally happens for snow and ice. But for this year, we didn't have any of those issues.
Further discussion on Article 16. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of passing over Article 16, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary. Measure passes and unanimously so. Article 17. Article 17 is for a sum of money to cover a shortfall in town snow and ice budget. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the article be passed over.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Discussion? All right. See no discussion on Article 17. I'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of passing over Article 17, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The measure passes and unanimously so. Article 18, which is for a sum of money to complete the construction of the North Wilmington Fire Substation, including any incidental and related costs and expenses. Mr. DePalma.
I move that the town meeting hear a presentation on the proposed North Wilmington Fire Substation and Further move that the sum of $15,800,000 be appropriated.
No, fix it. Gary's right. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Gary's right, it's been amended. Oh, it's been amended.
$15,800,000 be appropriated in the following manner. $11,800,000 from available funds, free cash, and $4 million from an overlay account to complete the construction of the North Wilmington Fire Station, including any incidentals and related costs and expenses.
Thank you, Mr. DePalma. I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 18. Discussion.
Yes. 63 years ago, in North Wilmington, everybody signed a petition, brought it to town meeting, and they said, we'll consider it. It's not on the master plan, but it's in our thoughts, and we're going to take care of it. And here we are, 63 years later. You're finally going to give it to them? I mean, really, truly? At that time, Wilmington had 26 trains on the tracks in Wilmington that cut off parts of town from the other parts of town. That's people's safety. Took you 63 years. Aren't you proud?
All right, Mr. Slagle.
Do we have a presentation?
Yeah.
I'll let that get pulled up for a moment. So this is a presentation. I'll try to be very, very brief on the proposed North Wilmington Fire Substation. So the project overview, as we came in last year and discussed it with the town meeting, we currently operate the one fire station in Wilmington that's out of the Public Safety Building on Adelaide Street. The proposed location of the North Wilmington Fire Substation is on a parcel that the town owns immediately adjacent to the medical building and the Hardin Tavern on Salem Street. The new substation will reduce fire and EMS times in the areas north of the MBTA Haverhill commuter line, where trains would frequently block Route 62 and delay vehicles. And we're proposing a 3-bay substation to meet current and future needs and supporting emergency response, staffing, and training. So we are building this substation not just for now. We're proposing the substation that will be the substation for many years in the future in the town without having to come back and do any kind of renovations. Next slide. So this is the layout of as you can see, Wilmington. In the upper corner, you can see the proposed location for the North Wilmington substation. So it provides immediate access from that substation to all the points northeast of 93 and northeast of the train lines, so we reduce the risk of having any kind of cutoff of services to those locations. Next slide. It's approximately 13,000 net feet for program space, 14,500 gross square feet. It includes all of the modern operational space, including a 3-bay apparatus bay, turnout gear, decontamination, storage, and support functions. It provides firefighter readiness and a 24/7 staffing space, including 7 bunk rooms, living quarters, kitchen and day room, fitness and restrooms and showers. It also includes administrative meeting and support space for fire, EMS, and satellite police functions, which we added on as an ability to allow the police to function more cleanly in the North Wilmington area. Next slide. So this is the overview of the site plan. If you're familiar with the area, in the lower left, that's the Hardin Tavern. And right off the map is the intersection of Salem and Andover Street. And so there will be an entrance off of Andover Street towards the rear of the structure, and then an entrance that comes out onto Salem Street from the front of the structure. Next slide. So this is just a general layout. This is a 1-story structure with a mezzanine over the apparatus bay. It does have, again, the 3 apparatus bays on the left. Then you have the transition space in between for decontamination before you get into the living spaces. There's the fitness room space for meeting rooms, then the bunks and the living quarters. And at the far right, you see a Sallyport impound space. That's for the police, along with access to a police department, a kitchen, and reporting space. So it gives the police the ability to do satellite operations from this location as well. Next. No, I went through all these already. So there's the station vestibule for IT. Next, that's the living quarters. So the yellow is the fire department living quarters, and that's the dedicated police space with the kitchen out of the report room. So above the apparatus bay, there's going to be a partial mezzanine that has compressor and additional storage for the structure. Next. So this is the kind of from where we are in the development of the structure. This is what it looks like. So the south elevation from the front of the building. This is what you'd see from Salem Street. The goal of this, and I want to give a lot of credit to TGAS, who's the architect that worked on this. They came in and were given the unenviable task of coming up with a full fire station in only a few months. We hired them earlier this year, and they were given a deadline of April 24th to have a full fire station ready, and they did a great job. So this is, they designed it as a one-story building to try to fit in with the character of the neighborhood. There are residential structures across the street. You do have the tavern and adjacent, so we didn't want to have like a small high-rise building. So it's all one level. The sloping roof is designed for snow removal and for kind of sheeting of rain, but it's also designed to lower the impact of the structure from the street. Next. So this is the Salem Street perspective. Next. So if you were from Woburn Street, you're looking on the right behind those trees would be the Minutemen headquarters. You're looking past the Minutemen headquarters towards where would be the rear of the facility. The anticipation would be that the fire apparatus enter from the rear and then are able to drive through and go out straight onto Salem Street. Next. So this is the project schedule. So we did, earlier this year, we did schematic design and pricing and reconciliation. We had a very aggressive schedule because we wanted to get this to town meeting for you guys to vote on today. If this is approved, the next steps would be complete design and construction documentation and an award, which would happen early next spring or late next winter. And construction would be starting a little bit more than a year, a little bit less than a year from now, with an anticipated project completion date of summer of 2028. So it's a very aggressive build schedule. It's a very aggressive architectural schedule, and the team has worked really hard to be able to get this done because, as Ms. Shukas had mentioned, North Wilmington's been waiting for this for a while. Next. So these are the costs. So the current budget under line A is the funds that have already been appropriated by town meeting, the $4.1 million. We've used that for architecture and engineering and for administration. The funds that will be from annual town meeting would be the $15.8 million. And then the total project budget would be $19.9 million. Next. So this is a cost comparison for the square footage costs of construction for the projects that we've done recently in Wilmington, just so folks can be aware. So if you look at the town hall, the senior center, and the current elementary school, the average cost per square foot, just construction only, is $621 per square foot for those three projects. The North Wilmington Fire Substation for construction costs comes in just under that at $561 per square foot for construction costs. Next. So this is looking at other cost comparisons for other fire substations that have been built in the region recently. Again, this is for construction cost only. But as you can see, other than the North Billerica one, which was kind of a little bit of an outlier given the site readiness of the pad, the rest of those are right in line with our $1,090 in total construction costs. And so it's just, this slide is to demonstrate that this is what what folks are paying for fire substations right now for costs, and we're, you know, right in the appropriate line that we should be. Next. So this is the project funding. So we have previous appropriations of $4.1 million from town meeting. We're going to have $4 million from our the overlay account and $11.8 million from free cash. Next. And that's it. So the site that we have owned for many years, for about 35 years, was an appropriate site for this. It is going to involve site work. So one of the reasons for the cost is that we're going to have to take down some trees. We're going to have to do some grading and some site work on site. That being said, when the fire department did their evaluation of where would be the perfect place for a North Wilmington substation, it landed almost directly on this lot. And so it was fortuitous that the town 35 years ago thought to buy this property. We don't have site acquisition costs as we might have had if we were going to move it somewhere else. We do have site prep costs that we're going to absorb in the project costs, but that $19.9 million will get us a modern fire substation for North Wilmington that should last for 25 to 50 years without even thinking about it. Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Mr. Turner first and Ms. Sullivan.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. Fully support the proposal. The only question I would have is in terms of outfitting the station with the actual trucks and the number of people who would work there. In your planning for the next few years, are the trucks in the 28 budget and the people in the 29, or when would because if we're looking to open it in 2 years, especially the trucks, those are not cheap. So what's the plan with the operating expenses?
Chief Kavanaugh.
Unless you want to go, you look like you're ready for it.
Mr. Slagle.
So the fire substation will be opened with current staffing and current equipment. Right now, all the equipment we currently have at the central station, equipment and staff will be reassigned to the North Wilmington station. So we'll have roughly half of our folks working in the central station and roughly half working in North Wilmington. And unless the chief has something different to say.
No.
Thank you.
Good job, Chief. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I also will be voting for this, but I just had a couple of questions, and I don't even know if it's really relevant to this. I think that it is to some extent, but in the presentation, I didn't see much about protecting the groundwater. Our drinking water wells, the Browns Crossing wells, are directly behind this site. And a lot of times these types of uses can be a risk to water supplies if not managed properly. It's not like you can't have one there. It's just that it has to be managed properly to minimize or mitigate any potential risks from truck washing, chemicals, things of that nature. So could you just tell me if there has been that budgeted in this project and to what extent?
Yeah, so that was a situation that, and thank you for the question, that was brought up actually even before we got to this stage in the project. When we went to the Water and Sewer Commission to ask for their blessing in dividing up this land that was under the control of the Water and Sewer Commission except for 1 acre, and they had added an additional acre, they also made the same request that you did, which is we need to make sure that we're taking the appropriate steps as a part of the budgeting and feasibility for this project to protect the groundwater in that location. So they requested, and we assented to doing some groundwater monitoring, and that would be in between this site and the wellheads to make sure that we would be able to, if something bad happened, we'd be able to catch it before it got to the well protection area, which this is not in. It's outside the well protection area, but we want to catch anything, obviously, before that happened. And we're taking the appropriate steps as a part of the design to make sure that we're going to be protecting keeping all of anything that comes off the trucks on site or diverted down to Salem Street and not onto the back of the site.
Okay, thank you. That makes me feel a little better, but it might not be the interim wellhead protection area, but it is within the zone 2 of the well, so it is, which is groundwater protection district under our bylaws. The zoning is my understanding. That's why it used to be water department land. My other question is, in the schematic designs, it showed a whole lot of grass. Is that really what's going to happen? Because I would like not to see that happen. I want to see as many trees saved as possible and not a lot of lawn.
Yeah, so I think one of the challenges of this site is that the space in between the building and the road, we would need for septic because this is not on the sewer. So that's why it does have to be. We were going to try to keep as many trees as possible. It is a heavily wooded area, but we do need to have an empty space cleared out for septic, and the plan is to have that in between the property and Salem Street.
Okay, that makes sense. I would like to advocate for maybe more of a meadow, like a pollinator meadow, instead of having grass. I think that would be a nice addition. Thank you.
I think Jamie's folks would appreciate that as well.
Ms. Holland.
Rondi Holland, 28 Glen Road. I just want to make sure I understand the appropriation or funding for this $15.8 million. It's $11.8 million in free cash, and then the rest or balance is overlay account. So we're not appropriating any tax levy funds for this build.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Individual in the front.
Hi, John Keeley, 60 Lawrence Street. Through you, Mr. Moderator, I have a question for Town Council. Is this not Article 97 land, or wouldn't it require an Article 97 land disposition?
Mr. Rich, you're here.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, I do not believe this is Article 97. I know that this has been previously reviewed, and this is not this property was not dedicated for open space or conservation purposes.
Further discussion on Article 18. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of $15,800,000, of which $11,800,000 to be coming from free cash and $4 million to be coming from an overlay account, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Aye, gentlemen. Measure passes and unanimously so. Article 19, which is for a sum of money to construct the Woburn Street Water Booster Station, including design, engineering, and site preparation costs, and any incidental and related costs and expenses. Mr. Comosio.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Michael Comosio, Chair of Water and Sewer Commission. I move that the $2,900,000 be raised and appropriated to be spent by the town manager with the approval of the Water and Sewer Commission to construct the Woburn Street Water Booster Station, including but not limited to design, engineering, and construction costs, and any incidental and related costs and expenses, and that to meet the appropriation, the town treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is hereby authorized to borrow said amount under pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 7, and 8.4 of the general laws, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town thereafter, although any bonds or notes issued pursuant to this vote shall be general obligations of the town. It is the intent of the town that any such bonds and notes shall be paid for through water rates and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Comosio. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 19. Discussion. Ms. Sullivan.
Just a quick question. Is this for increased capacity down the road?
Mr. Comosio.
Correct. This is at the corner of Woburn Street and Industrial Way, and it's for additional water capacity in that area.
And that increased capacity, is that something that has to come to town meeting in the future about the cost? Or we have a certain amount of water that we're allocated through MWRA, so we're looking to increase that amount?
My understanding is the MWRA allocation is separate from this.
Mr. McGaldy.
Jamie McGauley, Public Works Director. I can appreciate the question. So essentially, this was the result of a recommendation made on a long and short-term planning analysis for our water infrastructure. So essentially what this does is it allows the town to be full MWRA during periods of peak need during the summer. So right now, obviously, we have the MWRA connection. We do not have the ability to feed the entire town in the event that both of our treatment plants are down for maintenance, which we're seeing more of because they're getting older. And so it's essentially an insurance policy right now to ensure that we can achieve full peak demand just based on MWRA, understanding that that could be if the treatment plants were shut down for a short period of time or a long period of time. But that question is probably a question for a larger discussion down the road.
Okay, thank you. And it just one more, and I promise this last one. How many million gallons per day will this improvement be able to hold the capacity?
During peak demand, I don't have those numbers, Ms. Sullivan, but during peak demand, essentially in the summertime, it would essentially allow the town to achieve all of its water supply through the MWRA.
Further discussion on Article 19? Seeing none, call for a vote. If you're in favor of the sum of $2,900,000 to be spent by the town manager with the approval of the Water and Sewer Commission to construct the the Woburn Street Water Booster Station, including but not limited to design, engineering, construction costs, and incidental and related costs and expenses. This does require a 2/3 majority, but we're going to try it with a voice vote first. So, if you are in favor of that amount for that purpose, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? The measure passes and unanimously so. On behalf of our tellers, we'll thank you.
Mr. Moderator, what a privilege. Hi, how you doing? I'm over here.
How you doing, Chief Kavanaugh?
How'd you miss me?
It's been
I'm a big guy. I don't know.
Been a long
I just point of personal privilege, Bill Kavanaugh, 288 Salem Street Fire Chief. I just want to extend thanks to the fire department, to this body, and to all the residents of Wilmington for recognizing and supporting the North Wilmington substation. As Ms. Shuka said, it's been a long time coming. Chief Boudreau, back in the day, actually spoke about the necessity of a North Wilmington substation. So to see that be approved on this floor is excellent for us to know that we have the support of the town. So thank you.
All right, Ms. Shukas, after 63 years, I'm going to give you permission to party after tonight, okay? You don't need that permission, but you have my endorsement. All right, Article 20, which is for the sum of $311,771 from free cash for the purpose of paying costs of a feasibility study regarding the Shawshing Valley Technical High School located at 100 Cook Street, Billerica, Massachusetts, 01821, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. The study to be undertaken by the Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District and for which the district may be eligible for a school construction grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount to be expended at the direction of the School Building Committee for Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District. The MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any study costs the district incurs in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the district and its member municipalities. Any grant that the district may receive from the MSBA for the study shall be as set forth in the feasibility study agreement that may be executed between the district and the MSBA or take any other action related thereto. Mr. Bendel.
Mr. Moderator, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Greg Bendel, 57 Roosevelt Road. Unfortunately, Mrs. Lawson and Mr. Fury are unable to be here today. Therefore, I move that the sum of $311,771 be transferred from free cash for the purpose of paying costs of a feasibility study regarding the Shawshing Valley Technical High School, located at 100 Cook Street, Billerica, Massachusetts, zip code 01821, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. The study to be undertaken by the Shawshing Valley Vocational Technical School District, and for which the district may be eligible for a school construction grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount to be expended at the direction of the School Building Committee for Shawshing Valley Regional Vocational Technical School District. That the town acknowledges that the MSBA grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need, as determined by the MSBA, and any study cost the district incurs in excess of the grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the district and its member municipalities. Provided further that any grant that the district may receive from the MSBA for the study shall be set forth in the feasibility study agreement that may be executed between the district and the MSBA, and that the amount funding authorized by the district shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the feasibility study agreement that may be executed between the district and the MSBA.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 20. Discussion, Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Briefly, I rise in support of Article 20, which I believe is a unique opportunity for our community to support a feasibility study that would allow us to see what is possible for the future of Shawshene Tech. In partnership with the MSBA, a feasibility study would provide us with the potential project scope, scale, options, and the estimated costs, so that in the future, residents can make informed decisions. As you may know, Shawshene Tech School District was recently accepted into the MSBA process, and in order to remain eligible for state reimbursement, a feasibility study must be completed. The cost of the feasibility study is shared amongst all 5 towns in the Shawshene District: Bedford, Billerica, Burlington, Tewksbury, and us here in Wilmington. Since 1970, when Shawshene Tech opened, it has provided top-quality vocational education experience for thousands of students, including many from Wilmington like myself. Today, more than almost 60 years later, Shawshene is recognized by most as the gold standard in vocational education in Massachusetts. So much so that despite an aging building, there were over 543 student applications for this coming fall's 9th grade class of 2030. Sadly, our current building cannot accommodate all of the students who apply, and we once again have a long waiting list of students. Over 200 students were not admitted in this year's upcoming class. Our current building simply cannot meet the current demand from students in our district seeking to attend Shawshene. In closing, a feasibility study would provide us with options, whether a renovation, addition, new build, or a combination of them, for what's possible to help meet the demand for students looking to benefit from a vocational education in the future. This feasibility study does not commit the district to a construction project. Rather, it gives us information, real options based on data, so that future decisions can be made thoughtfully and transparently. I encourage all residents to join me in the passage of this study. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to yield to the Superintendent of Schools, Mr. McIntosh.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. Mr. McIntosh.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the time to address the town meeting this morning. I think Mr. Bendel did an excellent job summarizing. We are at a crossroads, a junction here. Those of you that know about vocational education from the mid-'60s to the late '70s, the state made regional vocational schools a priority, provided all kinds of funding and other mechanisms to build these schools initially. If you've followed the news around the state, there are a lot of them that are in this same process that we are now. You look at Diamond down in Fall River, Tri-County down in Franklin. I think some of you are aware of the struggles that Whittier Tech and Haverhill has gone through. Again, there has been some discussion, some conjecture, if you will, about what this is, and that we've already decided that we want to have a new building. That is not the truth. Nothing could be further. We do want to explore options. And again, we want to position ourselves to be able to support vocational education for our sending communities for the next 50 years. I think Mr. Slagle did a great job of walking out what Wilmington's needs are in the future, and we are here to advocate and ask for you to support Shawshene Tech as well. So thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Neville.
Hi, Scott Neville, 215 Chestnut Street, member of the Wilmington Finance Committee. So as we know from our elementary school project, the MSBA provides a huge amount of funds to alleviate the cost of school buildings. Any delay in a project can see a drastic increase in costs, but I still question Shawshene Tech's ability to manage and then sell this school building project to all of the sending communities. I won't rehash all of the financial issues that I brought up during Article 5, but I do want to point out some concerning comments I've heard while watching Shawshene Tech meetings. At the April 27th Tewksbury Finance Committee meeting, when discussing potentially building a school for 1,300 students, a Shawshene school committee member said, in reality, we should be building a bigger school. At the April 27th Shawshene Building Committee meeting, a committee member said, they have overcrowding and a huge demand, they need expansion. Multiple finance committee members from other towns have said, why don't we pull back on enrollment to what the school was made for? We may then be able to get more years out of the space and have time to get the financials in order to give the communities more faith in a building project. At a April 28th Shawshene School Committee meeting, multiple committee members were perplexed that a finance committee member would make this argument that lowering enrollment to fit what the school can hold was a ridiculous suggestion. I'm not saying that is the correct option, but someone looking at this problem from a financial standpoint, for a school that is out of space and has the ability to lower their enrollment, that's something that at least should be examined and not dismissed outright. Tewksbury's town manager said, we can't increase our budget at these rates, and now they're asking for additional money on top of it. Billerica and Tewksbury Finance Committees voted to recommend disapproval of this project, and Burlington's committee had a tie vote on whether or not they should recommend it. These comments concern me in showing that some members of the Shawshene community don't understand that their tax burden has grossly outpaced what we're seeing from any of the sending communities. In that the other sending districts have grave concerns about their community's ability and willingness to support a building project. I do want to give credit. At their meeting this past Monday, the chair of the Shawshene Building Committee, who was one of Wilmington's representatives on the school committee, did bring up that there needs to be a balance in that they need to think about what towns can afford when they come up with a plan. His comments came in conjunction with the Billerica representative's comments, and they were the first time in all the discussions that I've watched about this project where I heard this stance voiced. I hope if this passes, this message will resonate with the entire Shawshene community. When it comes down to it, to get this school project, to get a school built, the project has to pass 2 town meeting tests, a feasibility study vote now, and in roughly 3 years, a vote to fund construction on a project. If either of those votes fail, they will have to exit the MSBA program and reapply. Statistically, if you exit the program now, you get back into MSBA more quickly than if you lose a vote after a feasibility study. If we lose that second vote after feasibility study is already done, it could easily be 15 to 20 years before a new school is built. That's what statistics show on that. With the current financial situation at the Tech, I'm not confident that they can rectify their issues and bring forth a project that will be palatable to the sending communities as a whole. Rather than take the risk and potentially set this project back 10+ years, I am going to vote against this article with the hopes that Shawshene spends the next few years getting their finances in order, getting back into the MSBA program, and hopefully in that near future coming back with a feasibility study that everyone can be confident in. I honestly do believe that the Tech is a valuable part of our community, and I want those kids to have the best chance to succeed. I think this is the best way to make that happen. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Mr. Golden, Ms. Maselli, and then Ms. Pinelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moderator. Nicholas Golden, 453 Shawshene Avenue. So I'm rising today to speak in favor of Article 20 for a yes vote on that. I fully respect Mr. Neville. We've had many long exchanges on various school topics, and I understand that the Shawshene has a lot that it needs to figure out with regard to its budget and its processes. That said, as a member of our school committee in Wilmington, my primary focus is on our public schools, but I also like to think that we take care of all of our students, including those students who choose to go to the Shawshene instead of Wilmington High. I was happy to support the new pre-K-5 school, and I think that none of those students is responsible for the mismanagement of that district, right? Many students choose a vocational career as a path to a bright future, to the middle class. It has built the lives of so many people in this community. The building is facing pressure, and it's trying to serve more students, get more kids on that path. For many students, that's the preferred way to learn and to grow as compared to kind of this building. I understand that there are those issues. I think the fact that folks like Mr. Neville are bringing them forward means that we can fix them. And I honestly think, as he said, this is vote 1 of 2. I think we start looking at the feasibility of this by doing this now, and I think it's a way to do right by the people in our community who our proud faculty, staff, students, and family at Shawsheen Tech. So I hope folks vote in favor of this. I will be voting in favor of this, and thank you all for being here at town meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Golden. We're going to go to Ms. Maselli and then Ms. Bonelli in the back, and then I have the two individuals up front.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to support this because it's a feasibility study, and I think we need that in order to see, what the plan could potentially be, what the cost could potentially be. I think just like I was in favor of our pre-K to 5 school, we owe it to kids to, to have the opportunity for new buildings and places of learning. So I am not happy with the financial situation going on at Shawsheen. I agree with Mr. Neville. Lots needs to be done, but I think we should move forward with this feasibility study. And then go from there. This is not a yes to a new school. This is, I just think getting into the MSBA is difficult. So I think we should move forward with this and then, take it from there. And through the moderator, I do have a quick question. Obviously, all 5 towns need to vote on this. Do you need a majority of 5 towns or 2/3? Like, what happens
I'm going to defer to council on this. Or Mr. McIntosh.
All 5 of our sending communities have to approve separate warrant articles for this to pass.
Thank you, Mr. McIntosh.
So if this does not get approved today, you're done. Okay.
Ms. Bonelli.
Hi, Jennifer Pinelli, 17 Jacob Street. Yes, yes, and yes. But my question is, how do we assure accountability? I was intimately familiar with the process and involved and engaged in our new skill building project for Wilmington. What does that look like for this Shawsheen Tech? Who is the committee? Well, we had the school building committee here. Who is that for this that is shepherding along this process? And what is the opportunities for engagement to watch those meetings, see the notes, and be involved at key milestones?
Mr. McIntosh.
So very similar to the Wilmington Elementary School project, we do have a school building committee, which is chaired by Mr. Fiore, who is also one of the Wilmington representatives of the Shawsheen Tech School Committee. We have 2 other school committee members on there. We made a point of making sure that we had residents from every one of our 5 sending communities. It also involves our principal, our facilities director, myself, our academic coordinator, our vocational coordinator. So again, that roster has been submitted and approved by MSBA. If you go to our website, we have started, there's not a ton of stuff in there yet, but there is a tab on our website specific to the building project and the building committee. We have been posting meetings after they happen. We are in the process of working to live stream those just like we do our school committee meetings. Hopefully that will happen at the next meeting. If not, it'll be the following meeting. Typically we meet once a month. And again, all of that information is available online.
Thank you.
Mr. Maselli, and then we have the individual in the front, and then Mr. Ragsdale.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Maselli, 25 North Street. So I remember I was in college, and one of my first town meetings was not the annual town meeting. It was actually at the Shriners Auditorium. And do people remember what that town meeting was? Shake your head yes if you do.
Very much so.
Great. But my point being, that was to fund the feasibility study for the Northside Elementary School project, and it's May 2026, and there's still not a shovel in the ground there. So my point being is that was approximately almost 5 years ago, and this study here today, as prior individuals have said, it would be several years until a project would be undertaken. And that can mean so many things operationally and from a budget standpoint, whether from leadership standpoint and budget as well. A lot can change in 4 to 5 years. So I want people to be aware of that, and I do echo Mr. Neville's comments with the budget. I've watched those meetings as well, whether it's the Finance Committee or the Shawsheen Tech School Committee meetings, because what else should I do in my free time? And it does not inspire confidence what I've seen from several of those meetings. So I just want to invite folks to keep that in mind. And I think of this with a longer term picture, especially my younger brother went to the tech. He loved it there, and I know many of his friends and classmates did as well. But if we vote no to the feasibility study, we're kicking the can further down the road. We need to get reinvited back into the study. And then at the end of the day, are we sending a message, or are we punishing the future children, teachers and staff that would benefit from a new school in 10, 20, 30 years down the road? I think we would be punishing those individuals if we did vote no and punted this down the road. So there's a lot of emotion here. I understand it. I'm not happy with everything that's going on with the tech. We shouldn't take our anger out on the kids, teachers, and staff that would benefit from a new or renovated building. So I ask you to join me today in voting yes. Thank you.
Hi. Emma Battaglia. I live at 37 Grace Drive, and I am going to support this article. I feel really strongly that, especially with our changing economy and just the world, like, we really should be creating as many opportunities as possible for our residents to be getting vocational training and, you know, being trained in different trades that don't necessarily require a college degree. I feel also that it's important that we do this study and we, you know, look at all the facts before we decide yes or no. And by committing to the study, we're not committing to a building project. And I would just encourage, you know, the folks on the committee to do a lot of community outreach and to, you know, really make sure that that outreach is being broadcasted well throughout the community. And I would encourage all the community members to, you know, get as involved as possible in that planning process early on.
Thank you. So we're going to go to Mr. Ragsdale, Dr. Jackson, Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Bodwin, and Ms. West.
David Ragsdale, 18 Marion Street. I'd like to speak from the perspective of someone who has been both a member of the Wilmington School Committee and of the elementary school building committee from the very beginning of our MSBA project. One thing that I want to really emphasize is the thoroughness of this process. From the very beginning, when Wilmington entered the feasibility study for our elementary school project, absolutely every consideration was pursued, every option was studied. It's hard to understand unless you've really gone through it, how thoroughly, like, you know, no rock is left unturned as far as the options of what we might come up with for a possible project. That's the way that the process is designed, so that over the next few years, we are truly going to know the full range of options, including cost estimates of what they might be. And for that reason, I am supporting this project, or rather supporting this article for the feasibility study, because they will know as they pursue all of these options that in the end, they have to choose one. I mean, at some point there is a time for choosing, and ultimately what they choose is something that does have to get through the various sending communities and get through all of our towns. And in that intermediate process and period, we need to be looking, all of these meetings are public, all of the school building committee meetings are public, and we need to be contributing and keeping our eye on what's happening, but that the thoroughness of this process is going to present us ultimately with options that they believe are palatable to the communities. And if some of the concerns that have been raised about some of the financial management have been addressed and allayed, then that's going to make the project more likely to succeed. And if they haven't, then that's going to be more of a problem. It's part of the incentive to make sure that the communities have confidence in the ultimate project that is proposed. But this is a really thorough process, and at the end of it, we are truly going to know the options that we have. And just to echo what some other people have said, Shawsheen Tech is an important part of the educational community in Wilmington, and is the best option for some of our students. And we want to make sure that for those students that they truly have, again, modern facilities and an appropriate building to learn in.
Thank you, Mr. Ragsdale. Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I stand at this microphone with some reluctance because I'm having some deja vu. I while I am a member of the Finance Committee, I am here speaking as an individual. I live at 62 Garden Ave here in Wilmington. Before I joined the Finance Committee and before I retired from education, I spent my last 2 years at Shawshing Tech as its superintendent. I was you can either hate me or thank me, but I was the individual who filed the original statement of interest with the MSBA for that 60-year-old school that was over capacity. And that is now a 63-year-old school that remains over capacity. There's a couple of things I want to reiterate in this conversation. First is, we are being asked to appropriate $311,000. We're not being, we have spent $311,000, so this is not a building, this is not a school, this is $311,000 to pay for our portion of a feasibility study. Issue 2, I do not give a darn about what other communities are doing. We are responsible for what happens in Wilmington, what other communities do what they want to do, but Wilmington needs to vote about Shawshing Tech the way Wilmington believes it. When I stood up here 3 years ago to answer a budget question, the first thing I said, and it was a question about how come Wilmington High School enrollments are going down and Shawshing Tech's enrollments are going up. And my answer to that question was because Wilmington has 2 great high schools, Wilmington High School and Shawshing Tech. And it is our responsibility, in my opinion, to make sure that that remains so. We have many students who wish to attend Shawshing Tech. We have more students who wish to attend Wilmington High School for its traditional education. We have to give both choices and both options, and both have to be of equal quality and equally accessible. And that is the point why lowering or holding the capacity of Shawshing Tech while Shawshing gets its act together is so unfair to children. I have been at Shawshing Tech with a father sitting in my office who owned, insert last name, and sons, electrical contractors, whose son did not get into Shawshing Tech because there wasn't enough room. Potentially changing that child's life's path because there wasn't enough room. That is not what our children deserve. Regardless, I would be saying the same thing if they wanted an AP history class at Wilmington High School. That is not what our children deserve. And we need to understand what the options are. Is it affordable? It may not be affordable. We have just sunk a lot of money into a new elementary school. And it may not be affordable to this community, but until we have the facts, we won't know that. So I urge this group to spend $311,000 to get the answers to those questions so that we can make an informed decision for those children who want that option. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Sullivan, Ms. Bodwin, and Ms. West.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to start out and thank Mr. Neville for his passion and for making us all aware of what the situation is at the Shawshing Tech, because I personally was not aware. So I just want to say I really appreciate that. Okay. I'd also like to state that I also understand that it doesn't mean you're anti-education, you just have concerns about things. I just want to make that point. I'm going to stand in favor of this article today. I do think that we should do some feasibility study on the future of the school. It doesn't mean in the end that I would be in favor of what's proposed. I was in favor of this feasibility study for the Wildwood School. Doesn't mean I'm going to be in favor at the end of the day, but I am definitely in favor of starting this study because I think we have to do it. But I just want to tell you, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin.
Hi, Barb Bodwin, 1 Leonard Lane. And I forgot to say before, I also appreciate the budget presentation and just having that like layout and sort of what's changing and the longer view of building planning. I think that's something that we've been sort of like asking for and wanting in this town. And I just really appreciate the work that Mr. Slagle and his team has put into, and others I know have put into that thinking that allows us to be planful about both existing maintenance and then long-term maintenance. I mean, long-term investment. Schools. I'm a big advocate of schools, and I have to say I went to the Shawsheen Open House, and that place is phenomenal, and it serves such an important purpose. And what resonates with me is really like how, you know, what students need, and I think that that's an incredible opportunity for our students. And so I hear those comments. I also think that there needs to be some sort of accountability in the planning for that, because I hear about capacity, and that could be like lots of capacity or less capacity, and I think towns need to be involved in that planning. I hear there's a building committee, I hear there's a couple residents on those committees, but I'd like to sort of encourage that there's and MSBA will, a formal structure that allows so that we don't overbuild as well, and then sort of, you know, have something that we can't afford, and again, want to make sure that students have access and what level is appropriate for that. So I just encourage those involved in the planning to make sure that Wilmington's represented and the other communities are represented in that overall scope of the project. And then the second piece is actually a question. We stood here, I don't know, a town meeting ago or so, and approved the ability for Shawsheen Tech to keep their reserve, keep underages on their budget and hold those into reserves. And at that time, the expectation was that those reserves would help to support funding the feasibility study. So I think my question is, we're paying $311,000, but is there money being invested from those reserves from Shawsheen Tech for the feasibility study?
Mr. McIntosh.
So I believe it was 2 town meetings ago that capital stabilization fund was originally voted on by our sending communities. We had intended to put money in there last year. Our E&D/free cash, whatever you like to refer to it as, came back lower than we expected last year, so that deposit was not made in that account. The account still exists, but there is at this time no money that's been deposited in it yet.
So the feasibility study then will be for, like, the communities themselves are funding the feasibility study fully. Okay, thank you.
Ms. West, I know you had gotten up earlier to speak. Seeing no further discussion on Article 20, we will call for a vote. I'll try it with a voice vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $311,771 from free cash for the purpose of a feasibility study for the Shawsheen Tech, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. I'm going to say that let me check in with our alternate moderator, but Mary? I'm going to say that the yeas have it, so the measure passes. We're on to Article 21. Article 21, which is to transfer from free cash the sum of $192,919 to the health insurance/dental deductions account. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the sum of $192,919 be transferred from available funds, free cash, to the health insurance dental deductions account.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 21. Discussion. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of the sum of $192,919 to be transferred from free cash to the health insurance/dental deductions account, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? Measure passes and unanimously so. Article 22, which is for the sum of $500,000 to transfer to the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Mr. Gearwar.
I move that the sum of $500,000 be appropriated from available funds, free cash, for deposit to the Sewer Enterprise Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Gearwar. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 22. Discussion. Seeing none. Call for a vote on Article 22. If you're in favor of the sum of $500,000 from free cash to the deposit into the Sewer Enterprise Fund, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The measure passes and unanimously so. Article 23, which is to vote to continue the town's participation in the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority Financial Assistance Program, and to authorize the selectman and/or town manager to accept said grants and to execute documents relative to the interest-free loans as may be required, and further to appropriate said funds for engineering services, construction or reconstruction of sewers, sewage systems, sewage disposal facilities, and appurtenances. Mr. West.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to continue its participation in the Massachusetts Water Resource Authority Financial Assistance Program, which provides grants and interest-free loans for the purpose of funding an infiltration and inflow reduction and sewer system rehabilitation program, and to authorize the selectman and/or town manager to accept said grants and to execute documents relative to the interest-free loans as it may be required up to the amount of $1,180,000, and further to expand and appropriate said funds for engineering services, construction or reconstruction of sewage systems, and sewage disposal facilities and appurtenances.
Thank you, Mr. West. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 23. Discussion. Mr. Golden.
Thank you very much, Nicholas Golden, 453 Shawsheen Avenue. I have two questions that are, I'm in favor of this, and they're pretty quick. One is, I'm really concerned about kind of drought risk. We're in an ongoing drought. Does any of this money go towards kind of preparation for or water retention to deal with that? Because, you know, again, like in the Commonwealth, we do face drought issues. And then secondly, are there any immediate plans for further sewer construction? I'd be remiss, my wife's in the family-friendly room. She said, my only really issue is I'd love if we could get sewer extensions on our street. So it doesn't have to be our street, but are there plans in the near term? And perhaps someone from the town could answer those questions. Thank you.
Either Mr. McGaldy or Mr. Slagle.
Thank you for the question. So to answer the first question, the program is for an inflow reduction, so an infiltration and inflow reduction, which is designed to make sure that we are not taking in or letting out things from the water systems that are inappropriate. So to the extent that that is a conservation mechanism, it keeps our system whole and intact and doesn't allow things going in or things getting out that we don't want. So to the extent that that conserves water, that would be that. So there's no current plan to expand the sewer system on the docket right now.
Cool. Thanks.
Further discussion.
Benjamin Soper, Algertrude. I'm in favor of this. I'm just curious with the MBTA zoning law, some of the discussions where grants that we might not be eligible for if we don't participate, and I know sewer stuff seemed to be one of the general topics that was touched on there. Assuming that we're voting on this, does that imply we are eligible for these and there wouldn't be any issues typically getting the grants?
Mr. Slagle.
Yeah, so my understanding is these are not, because they're coming from the MWRA directly, they're not from the state. So the MWRA is still giving us grants.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Article 23, I'm going to call for a vote. If you are in favor of the motion on Article 23, which is, again, to allow the town to continue its participation in the NWRA Financial Assistance Program, and also to accept said grants and execute documents relative to interest-free loans as may be required up to the amount of $1,180,000, and further to expend and appropriate said funds for engineering services, construction or reconstruction of sewage systems and sewage disposal facilities and appurtenances. So indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Measure passes and unanimously so. Okay, how are we doing, folks? All right. Things are about to get a little funky, all right? Again, I stated earlier, our inhabitant bylaws really prescribe the order in which we take articles that are on the warrant. We have 3 resident petition articles that deal with the expenditure of capital expenses, and those are Articles 35, 37, and 38. So we're going to call this sequential with a wink and a nod, but we're going to jump from page 16 in your booklet to page 26 to go to Article 35. Then we're going to deal with Article 37 and 38, and then we're going to jump into random draw. No, it doesn't make sense, just bear with me. So, Article 35, which is for a sum of money not to exceed $50,000 from the free cash reserve fund to fund a feasibility study into the formation of a Wilmington community garden. Is there a motion, Mr. Bradford? You can make your motion first and then come up, okay? Yeah, just do a 35 now, okay? So we're just taking up Article 35 right now. So just, it's just, I wouldn't even worry about it. No, you do need to make the motion, but we don't need to call it, yeah. You just, and sign it and then give it to me after you make it. So, and then you read it, and then I'll ask if it's in writing, and then you come up and you bring it to me, okay? Mr. Bradford.
So I move to enact.
Just keep going. I'll help you out.
I move to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of money not to exceed $50,000 from the free cash reserve to fund a feasibility study into the formation of a Wilmington community garden for the use of the residents of Wilmington, or take any other action.
Thank you, Mr. Bradford. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 35. Mr. Bradford, do you have your motion in writing? If you could just bring that up to the podium. Just on the motion. Thank you. And then I'm going to you on discussion, so you get to go back and start making a case. All right, we're on discussion on Article 35. Mr. Bradford.
So I'm Sean with a U.
Folks in the back, can you hear him?
No?
You're a little too tall, I think.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of my fault. So this one, we would love to have a Wilmington community garden similar to most, if not all, of our neighboring towns. It would most likely be either a town-run or a 501c3 at the discretion of that feasibility study outcome. So most towns around us, it is a monthly or yearly nominal fee. You rent a small area, either a garden box or a 10 by 10 plot like in Woburn, and you can do whatever you want with it within limits. And the main point of this is just have a place that people can have a garden, have potentially an alternate source of food, and potentially, depending on the outcome, have a large plot growing for donation to a food pantry or for people to take. The main goal, like I said, people that don't have enough land or usable land that they can just come, have a place, and grow things.
Thank you. Further discussion, Ms. Galezo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee voted unanimously to recommend disapproval as the town has already identified a site near the dog park that would be usable for this purpose. Also, there didn't appear to be a core group of volunteers to do the work in getting this started and maintaining it. It was suggested that Wilmington DPW would maintain the garden area. During our public hearing, that was unacceptable by the Superintendent of Public Works and the town manager. Additionally, the estimated cost of $50,000 to do a feasibility study appeared to be very high, especially since a potential site was already identified by the town. I would hope that everybody would disapprove this article. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the man in the black shirt on the back right.
Okay, Ernie Lorenzo, 2122 Evergreen Drive. I guess gives me another question. If we have one site already identified for this type of similar project and he's proposing another, what's going on with the one that you just mentioned? Like, what's status of that?
So, Ms. Galezo?
So the petitioner and the town have been in talks on a place to put it, and it was suggested to the petitioner that the town could explore the possibility use of the plot of land by the dog park. The petitioner just went ahead and put this article in, and I would have Mr. Slagle at this point have any comment on that.
Okay, Mr. Slagle?
Sure, just to speak to the same issue, which is the town, prior to this proposal, had already done an internal evaluation about appropriate places for a community garden. There was a very small pilot program, I think, with the Girl Scouts several years ago. That was at Town Park near the Dong Park. That they didn't continue it, but the town has always maintained that that's the appropriate place to have a community garden. And so, after internal talks with staff, we feel like there's no need for a feasibility study to go forward. The need is for an individual or a group to come forward with a proposal to the town as to how they'd like to run that community garden. And that's not something that the town would undertake through a feasibility study. That's something that would have to happen kind of on a grassroots level.
Okay. So I guess my question for the gentleman there is, what's included in the $50,000 of a feasibility study? Because I'm not real familiar what that would take for this.
Mr. Bradford?
Yeah, hopefully, I mean, so I'm not a lawyer. Like, it says not to exceed $50,000. I would hope that means if we use $5, then everything else goes back to the town or never even is withdrawn. But hopefully, if there were any sites designated as a possibility, then that $50,000 could be used for some of the testing that's been done. As an example, for the North School, where they've been testing for chemical pollution, they've been testing for all these different things. I know that most of this town, the town land is wetlands, and frankly has been dumped in for thousands of years. It just is how it is. One specific parcel that I had looked at on my own, it's next to the railroad, nope, that's not working. So there is a bit of pollution concern from the railroad, from things that the railroad does.
Okay. All right, well, I guess, thank you for that. For myself, I love the idea of it. It's unfortunate that we have an area already designated where no one's picked up the mantle there to try and develop it. I immediately think of how maybe the schools could use that to have opportunities for the kids to come over and develop their own and develop outside of your standard STEM curriculum, which has its own value and place. I would love to have a little bit more information or a presentation on this. I'm erring on the side of not being in favor of it, but I think that it'd be wonderful if the town worked with you or with that whoever's working with that space to see how that can develop that idea into something bigger. Because personally, I think that's a great idea, and if you can get community involved, whether it's the Scouts, my son's in the Scouts, and/or the Girl Scouts or the school system itself, I think it would be a great opportunity for folks. So thank you. That's all I have.
Sullivan?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I mean, I think it's a great idea also, and I just want to remind you that we just bought the farm, and maybe that's not a bad idea once things move forward there. I think the town park is a terrible place for community gardens. It's very sandy there. It's not good soil for a garden. I don't know why the town would even think of it there. But maybe you can come back if this doesn't pass today, and maybe we can consider something up at the new property that we just bought. Thanks.
Individual in the back.
Jeff Bradford, 34 Lake Street. I just want to know the status. If the town says they're already doing something, but they're waiting for someone else to do something, what's the status of that? What has to go forward? This is a feasibility study for the town to proceed to do what.
If you could just speak a little bit closer to your microphone, sir. I'm not sure it's picking you up.
Yeah, I don't understand what the town's doing. If they say that they've already done a study, they have an area, so that is going forward or not?
Mr. Slagle, if you could just reiterate the status.
It sounds like you're saying that you need someone else to move it forward.
Yeah, so just for folks who are aware, so community gardens are an incredible resource. As a person who was on the board of Mill City Grows, I oversaw community gardens being constructed all over the city of Lowell and around there. The key about the community garden is it's not something that's done by the town. It's something that's done by a group of volunteers or 501c3. There has to be an organization that steps up and takes ownership of that project. And so when the Girl Scouts came and said they wanted to do that, the town did an internal evaluation and determined that Town Park made the most sense. It is for raised beds, just to address Ms. Sullivan's. It's for raised beds that are. It's not plots of land, but raised beds where you would put in appropriate soil. But that's the kind of thing that would need to go forward, not with town personnel setting up some sort of garden, but with a volunteer entity coming in and saying, we will step up and we'll organize to construct the beds and set up the outreach to folks who want to join the garden. It's not something that the town would undertake.
Okay, so would it be some outside group that would purchase the property too, or is that the town?
Oh no, it's at Town Park. We would allow an individual to come in other municipalities. The municipality provides water, but there's an entity that's in charge of running that community garden that isn't a department of the town.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Smith and then Ms. O'Connell.
Hi, Bonnie Smith, 30 Marion Street. I had heard a rumor a while back that there was a group that was going to look into putting a community garden in a parcel of town-owned property next to where Designs by Dawn is, down by the head of the lake. There's a parcel, I think it's partial can't even say the word, 68, that belongs to the town. Used to be the site of the old Betterment, and it's a vacant lot, and in my opinion would be a perfect location for a community garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. O'Connell?
Thank you, Judy O'Connell, 11 Broad Street. I rise as the former chair of the Yentile Development Committee, and I just wanted to share for a point of clarification that the idea of a community garden at the town park was originated from the public process for the development of Yentile. There were several public meetings. We had a public charrette, and a lot of brainstormed ideas came out of it, i.e. the dog park, a community garden, and other activities that haven't been mentioned. So through the work with Jamie McGaldy's team, it was identified as a possible area there for the dog park. That's how the dog park came to be. There's also an expansion plan that exists for that dog park, which we have not needed to do. And it was also identified as a spot for a community garden as a placeholder. It was not executed at that time as a town initiative or a goal or a plan. It was just simply stating that this could be a viable area to explore. And then later on in the town's history, the Girl Scouts came forward and wanted to take that up, and as has already been stated, it's gone into a dormant status. So I just want to be clear, this was not an initiative that originated from the town's standpoint. It was brought to us as a potential community activity. Regarding the space that Ms. Smith just spoke of, I believe that that's the parcel that's to the right of the old Silver Lake Pharmacy, which corresponds to Williams Ave, which respectfully stated is an extremely narrow street. I would find that to be a difficult space for parking and a safe area for people to navigate based on the traffic patterns of Main Street. So while I understand some of the comments also that Ms. Sullivan shared regarding soils over there, I don't disagree with that, but it was not a town initiative that was brought forward. It was just a concept idea and a placeholder. Thank you.
Further discussion, Mr. McGauley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie McGauley, Public Works Director. I just want to remind the body that this article is to fund a feasibility study for a community garden, not to actually have a community garden itself. And in full transparency, the petitioner met with myself and a town team consisting of the Director of Planning and Conservation, the Building Inspector, the Health Director, about a year ago to pitch a proposal to put a community garden in town, and the petitioner at that time was really advocating for a wooded parcel right off of Grove Ave, essentially opposite the existing Silver Lake parking lot. And through a series of meetings, we've determined that that site, because it is wooded and rather large and in the middle of a neighborhood, and provides minimal parking, and there's also some pedestrian issues with that site, was deemed inappropriate for a community garden. We reminded the petitioner that in around 2019, a small Girl Scout troop asked the select board to have a pilot community garden down in front of the dog park, which they did. They constructed one small raised bed, but with, with kids being kids, and then moving on out of that Girl Scout troop, that garden went kind of neglected. But we always felt that it remained a proper site to at least have a pilot community garden. The issue here, for me at least, is not the act of having a garden. I would be in favor of having a community garden somewhere. But it was really the logistics of how it was going to be run. What was the business model? Was there a use policy? How were funds going to be used? A community garden in this town has to be run, like Mr. Slagle said, by a group of dedicated volunteers and not rely solely on town departments for survival. Town departments have a lot of other things on their plate to do. We would be supportive of this if there was a dedicated group of individuals. The petitioner at that time said that the dog park parcel was too small. They could only fit about 36 raised gardens on that property. And I, for one, said, wow, I can't believe you can get 36 raised gardens there. That's a great place to start. So I would be in favor of a group starting a community garden down at that parcel to kind of work out the bugs. And then in the future, if that business model is successful, possibly moving it to another town parcel at the time. But just a reminder, this is to fund a feasibility study. It would be a shame for a consultant to come in, and then what typically happens is consultants ask to meet with town department heads on what our first flush ideas are, and we're all pointing to that dog park parcel again as a start for a pilot. So in my mind, I would not be in favor of this. The DPW is not in favor of spending any money on a feasibility study yet, especially without a group of dedicated individuals with at least some sort of a more concrete proposal. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 35?
I'm Steve Sullivan, Bancroft Street. I've been going to the dog park for about 10 years now, and I watched the Girl Scouts put in their garden, and I watched them let it die. And at some point, somebody came along and took everything out. So it sounds like you've already got the approval to do something like this here. Wouldn't it make more sense to get rid of this proposal and change the proposal to say we can put some water in there? Because if you have a garden, you need water, and you don't have any water there, and that's probably a big reason why the Girl Scouts walked away. It'd be real nice for you to provide some water to the dog park, too. You need trash. The there's certain infrastructure you would need in order to have a garden there. And I think the money would be better spent to provide that than, to do a $50,000 study to say, can we do it? We know we can do it. It's a matter of, do you want to spend the money? And I lived in Boston for a long time, and they had community gardens, and they were not paid for by the city. The land was donated or allowed to be used, and people, spent the money to supply the soil. It wouldn't cost that much to fix the soil down there. I think it's like the gentleman from the DPW says, I'd be shocked if you got 36 lots in there. Not because of the size, trying to find 36 people who are going to do it. Wilmington's kind of rural. Most people who live here, if they want to plant some vegetables, they got room. I don't think you're going to see a lot of activity down there. But anyway, that's all I got to say.
Ms. Shukas?
Yes. You cannot put a garden at that site. Are you aware of the fact that the town is constructing all of these bleachers for all of that traffic that's going to come when there are sporting events on the park? There'll be no privacy for a town park. It'll be overrun with the traffic. They'll be looking for places to park. Guess what? There is no room. It's a good idea, but that's not the place. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 35, I'm going to call for a vote. If you're in favor of the sum of $50,000 from free cash to fund a feasibility study into the formation of a Wilmington community garden, so indicate by saying aye. Opposed, say no.
Oh, I got one.
The measure fails. We're on to Article 37. Article 37 is on page 28 in your booklet, which is for the sum of $65,000 from free cash for a one-time, one-year allocation to the Wilmington Community Television for operational and programming support. Is Mr. Hamill here? Mr. Hamill.
Thank you. Hello. I'm Robert Hamill, 209 Wildwood Street, Wilmington. Before I read my remarks, I just would like to thank you, Mr. Moderator, for responding so quickly to my incessant emails and texts about getting prepared for this meeting. So thank you.
I appreciate it. There's no bonus points. It doesn't help you out in a vote.
I know that, but I just thought I'd appreciate it, put it where it belongs. So I'm the current president of the Wilmington Community Television Board of Directors. I've been a member of WCTV for several years, and I've seen how the reductions in cable revenue has affected not only WCTV, but community broadcasting.
Mr. Hamill, why don't you start with your motion, and then we'll go into discussion, okay?
Okay. The motion is for $65,000 from free cash for a one-time, one-year allocation to the Wilmington Community Television for operational and programming support or to take any other action related.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 37. Mr. Hamill, do you have that in writing?
I submitted it in writing before.
Could you just, do you have it with you here?
I do not.
Okay, we'll talk after. You may be less flowery in your praise of me afterwards, but anyway, we'll go into discussion. Nope, Mr. Hamill, you're up.
All righty. Well, is our Wilmington Town Meeting Article 37, Protecting Community, Media, Education, and Access. Next slide, please. Article 37, to see if the town will vote Wilmington Community Television, WCTV, a one-time appropriation to see if the town will vote to appropriate the sum of $65,000 from free cash for a one-time, one-year allocation to Wilmington Community Television for the operational and programming support or take any other action related thereto. Who is WCTV? It is a community resource, not a town department. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, not taxpayer funded. Funded primarily through cable franchise fees, serving Wilmington since 1987. Core foundations are providing education and access to media technology, giving residents a voice through content creation, delivering programming that reflects the community, and providing government transparency. Next slide, please. WCTV is asking for a one-time targeted investment. $65,000 from free cash, which will be used for critical capital needs. WCTV will create strategic plan to best allocate this funding towards most critical needs, which include a broadcast server, municipal meeting cable casting, $40,000 to $59,000. Portable broadcast switcher, town meeting and events, $10,000 to $20,000. Camera replacements, $5,000 to $10,000. Facility sustainability, downsizing or relocation, approximately $10,000 for downsizing, or putting bulk towards funding a move. This is a short-term stabilization effort to allow for long-term planning. Next, please. What we provide. What WCTV delivers to Wilmington is coverage of public schools, community, small businesses, and everything that makes Wilmington a unique community. That equates to about 1,400 videos produced in 2025. Average for a mass public access station of 50,000 residents or less is under 250. Nearly 90 municipal meetings covered, over 100 community events covered, over 400 individual shoots across Wilmington, over 120 students from the community engaged in media education programs at WCTV, and millions of online views promoting Wilmington. I think that number was 7.2 million this past year. Market rate for WCTV's work for the community in 2025 is 3.5 plus million in annual value to the community. Did you want to do this? What I'd like to do would be to hand this off to Sam Perkins, Executive Director, because he knows these numbers a lot more than I do, if that's possible.
Mr. Perkins?
So I think to summarize, WCTV does a tremendous amount for the community of Wilmington. I think a lot of people, depending on what segment of the community you're in, associate us with one thing or another and don't really get the full scope. They associate with municipal meetings, or they associate with sports coverage or graduation or events. And our charter and public access charter as a whole asks for us to do all of it, to provide educational resources, programming for the community, municipal government. So PEG is public education government. We do a tremendous, tremendous amount compared to basically every other area access station you can find. We couldn't find an area access station in a community of less than 80,000 that produced as many videos on their community in any of the last 3 years as we did. You can go on to the next slide. I think the big thing to understand of why we're here asking for money is that for this year is to understand sort of the scope in general. And it's not a WCTV specific problem, it's a public access problem statewide, nationwide. Public access really came into existence in the 1980s. There was nationwide legislation passed to take funding from cable subscriptions and give it to the access stations in that municipality that from each municipality. So our funding, we're not a town funded department, we're not taxpayer funded. Our funding only comes from cable subscriptions in Comcast, cable subscriptions in the town of Wilmington from Comcast and Verizon. So no streaming, no internet, no nothing. It was a great system up through 2010 when about 95% of families in the country had cable in their household. It does not work today when only 30% of households have cable. Our funding has been falling, has been cratering for the past decade, and we're sort of at that point of where something has to give one way or the other. That money that does come in from Comcast and Verizon comes in, and it can only be used for public access. So it comes into the town, it's signed over to the access station. If we were to go away or the town were to not want us to be their access station anymore, that money couldn't go into a general fund, it couldn't go towards parks, it could only go towards public access productions. We can move on to the next slide. This shows what's happened with our funding from 2015 to now. In 2015, WCTV's funding from franchise fees, which is the funding from the cable companies, was about $570,000. In 2025, it was $445,000. 2026, it's going to be probably about $420,000. That's a loss of more than 20% in just raw dollars before you factor in inflation. When you factor in inflation, that's a loss of about 41% of our funding. Up until now, our production has not decreased, which is pretty remarkable when you look at a 20% loss in funding, and it's year over year, quarter over quarter that it's going down. But the funding model is broken is the takeaway from this slide, and it has been for some time. And we can move on to the next slide. We've been adapting. Many other municipalities are adapting. Many municipalities are currently providing direct funding to their access stations. They see the value in what they do, or they see the value in what they will not have to do to keep those access stations running. Because if the access station goes away, there will either be nothing or it will fall on the town to create a town department, because the reality is there are no private nonprofits or no new public access stations popping up to take the place of ones that are going away. Also worth noting, in addition to the loss in franchise fees, that when WCTV was initially incorporated, it was in agreement and partnership with the town, and we had rent-free space in the Swain School, and it was written right into our lease every single year that in exchange for the services we're providing, it was specified municipal meeting coverages, we would not have to pay rent. In 2008, our home in the Swain School went away. The ask was still to provide the exact same meeting coverage, which we have provided, but we've also had to pay more than $1.2 million in rent from 2008 to now. Other towns, in addition to direct funding, are providing rent-free space, or they're providing an offset for costs for municipal meeting coverage, government coverage, things like that. We're not here to discuss the long-term solutions or what's happening, just to paint a picture of the fact that this one-time ask, while new to Wilmington, is not out of line with what's happening in municipalities across the state. And we can move on to the next slide. We have adapted, and we're continuing to adapt to this loss in fees. We have generated significantly more income through other income streams than ever before. In 2025, we brought in about $60,000 in additional income between business sponsorships, paid production services, grants and fundraising, our youth program offerings. Our budget for 2026 calls for $75,000. Before 2023, WCTV never brought in more than $9,000 in any of these areas, so we're doing everything that we can do. But if we were to lay any harder into this side of things, we would cease to be a public resource, we would cease to be a public access station, and we would turn into really a pay-to-play station, which is not why any of us got involved in public access. That's not what we want to be. So we can't fully offset this just by generating our own income. And we can move on to the next slide. We've also reduced every bit of cost we possibly can. In 2010, there were 12 staff at WCTV. 2020, there were 9. Today, there's 4, including myself as the executive director. We all wear many hats. I'm the executive director. I'm also the youth program director. I'm also one of our lead videographers and editors. The same goes for all of our staff. We all go way beyond 40 hours a week, every week. Matt and Maria, who are up in the control booth, who I want to thank for being here. Yesterday, they were here overseeing the setup. Then they were doing prom stroll that night. And then they were back this morning to set up and do this live broadcast. If we were to cut, we can't cut any more staff. We've cut the things that we can control. We haven't cut down because we want to be down to 4 staff. We definitely do not. If we go any further, it's going to impact our ability to cover the events that we've been covering. We can move on to the next slide. So, as I mentioned, if WCTV were to cease to exist, there would really be 2 options for the town, which is to have nothing, or to create a town department like Tewksbury has. Having nothing, there would be a whole lot of things that would go away. Not just municipal meeting coverage, but the student programming, where we have more than 120 students coming through, and that number is growing. We just are off April vacation week, when we had 10 students from grades 3 through 6 come in and do really amazing programming. Our coverage of all sorts of events, sports, everything would be gone. If the town were to create a department, it would cost a lot more than what we were asking for. Tewksbury's town department is only 2 people. It's a municipal department. The only thing they really do is municipal meeting coverage and the occasional live broadcast of a sporting event. And they run 3+ times our budget Also, there would be a significant one-time investment up front from the town to create the infrastructure and buy the equipment of probably $2 to $3 million. So a town department would cost a lot of money and the return would be a lot less. Tewksbury, and I say this, the director of Tewksbury, Brian, is a very good friend of mine, so he knows this is coming, but they don't have any community programming, they don't have any youth programs, they don't have any business spotlights, they don't have anything. It's really bare bones because town departments are very expensive. This is a bridge. We're not coming to this well going, hey, we can just go to free cash every year and this is going to be our long-term solution. It's a bridge because we've got some expensive infrastructural things that we need to take care of, capital things that we need to take care of so that we can work on a long-term solution. The hope is that we can work collectively with the town to figure out a long-term solution. There's a lot of ideas, and we would love to have open conversations and updates and dialogue on working on a long-term fix. So this is not the long-term plan, but this is for some very short-term, very specific costs to help us not just continue to operate, but work on that long-term solution if it's downsizing and reducing our rent. Next slide. And why we're asking for this is just it's a short-term stabilization fund so that we can continue to do all the things that we're doing for the community without having to cut back and without having any sort of interruptions while we can really focus on a long-term plan. I just want to thank you all for your time, for letting me up here. I want to thank Town IT, John O'Neill, and his guys do an amazing job. They're amazing partners, so thank you to them. And I want to say hello to my wife and my kids who are waiting for me to come home because it's my birthday weekend and they're watching this right now. So love you guys. Thanks for being patient.
Happy birthday.
And we're going with the gentleman in the back and the lady in the back in that order. So you and then you.
My name is Robert Boyce. I live at 23 Allen Park Drive in Wilmington, Mass. I was a member of WCTV. I had a program on WCTV called Making It in Wilmington. There were an awful lot of people that were with me down there. I was a member of the board of directors. This unit was set up to not charge the town anything. We are now doing more Shawshene Tech sports than we do Wilmington sports. And that is a fact. Shawshene Tech is in Bill Ricker. Does Bill Ricker do it? No. Well, I've given them the answer was, well, there are Wilmington kids on there. Well, you would get a basketball team that maybe 2 or 3 for Wilmington is on, and that's it. So to give this unit money from private funds, from public funds, is wrong. This unit was set up so that there would be no board of directors that would be political. And we kept it that way for years. Tom Pizzara, who is, I consider, the Steven Spielberg of cable television, was escorted out with a police escort.
Mr.
You can ask us that.
Mr. Boyce, I'm just going to ask you to constrain your comments. This is a budgetary request for $65,000. Please constrain your comments to the merits of that request.
We are paying people outside the town to shoot for us, not town people. I talked to one guy, he get $25 an hour to shoot a basketball game. I did it for nothing. So that's where the money is going. We sold all and gave away a majority of the equipment that we had to buy lighter cameras and more professional cameras. This is not something that the town should foot the bill for. And that is my position.
To the woman in the back.
My name's Christina Rodriguez, 19 West Street. My family fully supports the funding article for WCTV. They are a treasure for our Wilmington community. WCTV is often at local events, filming high school games, town meetings, and school board meetings, and provides busy families a way to stay informed with their well-produced recaps. In addition to that, they provide a voice to local citizens and businesses with everything from the local cooking videos to interviews to get to know our local businesses and the people behind them. Lastly, as the town lacks a youth center, my sons have found a space to voice and express their creativity through their Young Filmmakers program. Both boys consider it one of the highlights of their week and love to join Sam and their fellow film friends in learning to make mini movies, as well as learn editing techniques. It is a unique resource in our town that also teaches students of all ages, not just the young filmmakers, but high school students and adult residents, a place to learn editing, filmmaking, podcasting, and media editing that are skills that they can take with them on their future endeavors. This is a free resource enrichment for all of our residents. WCTV is a one-of-a-kind place in our community that gives students and adults a place to learn these types of very applicable real-world skills. Losing this space, this team, and this community that WCTV has built would be an incalculable loss to our town. Please continue to provide support funding to WCTV, as without it, Wilmington will lose one of its strongest local voices and biggest champions of community news, media, and youth education. Thank you.
Now we're going to go Mr. Turner, Ms. Pataglia, and Mr. Pizzullo.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue. That was brilliant. I don't need to say anything else.
All right. And Mr. West, sorry. Yep. Sorry, so Ms. Pataglia, Mr. West, Mr. Pizzullo.
Sure. Emma Battaglia, 37 Grace Drive. I strongly support this article. I think it's a very small amount of money given the vast returns we get from it. I have no problem with people who are not Wilmington residents working. I mean, like, they're still serving our community, and we have plenty of people who work for the town or work for the school department who don't live here, and they are still vital contributors to our community. So I just want to recognize that. Thanks.
Mr. West, and then Mr. Pizzullo.
Hi, good afternoon. I'll be brief. One of the things that I just wanted to say was that I know we talked about the WCTV's rent being, I think it's $85,000, which even if we give them this 65, which I'll support this as a one-time return to them, but I think in the long term, they still have issues. One of the things that I'd like to propose is that, there is a request for information for the renovation and lease of the Bazell Senior Center on our town's website. So, and we did vote for $615,000 to support the renovation of that building. So what I'd like to see is that I'd like to see if Mr. Perkins and the staff of WCTV would apply for this request for information to renovate the Bazell Senior Center and potentially take over a part of that building in concert with one or more other town organizations. Again, I don't know what it's going to take to rehab that building. I don't know what it's going to take to, what's in their budget, but again, they can't sustain the $85,000 rent every year. We're giving them, if this passes, we're giving them a Band-Aid. So I think that in concert, the town could help out in that respect. Thank you.
Mr. Pizzullo?
Rob Vasillo, 28 Marjorie Road. Thank you, Mr. West, for completely taking everything I was going to say. So just please support it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Sorry, I'd like to yield some of my time from my previous to one more resident of our house.
So technically, you need leave of the meeting to allow someone who's a non-voter, which, young man, I'm going to assume you are. I'm going to grant you leave of the meeting. So everyone, let's hear from, what's his name?
Declan Nelson.
Declan Wilson.
WCTV should be funded. It's a place where kids of all ages can build skills. It's a place where kids can make movies and learn to edit videos. It's really fun and makes me and other people feel happy.
Declan, without commenting on the merits of what you said, I want to thank you for coming here and participating, and I hope you're as excited as everybody else is. So, good job. Further discussion on Article 37. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman in the back.
Ken Bonanno, 34 Hobson Avenue.
there's a lot of people here, a lot of people watching on TV. But you know what? WCTV gives the confidence to the students who go there, the adults who go there, be able to speak in front of people, be able to do things, even when the sound goes like this. I'm not doing this. Still, WCTV helps people get over their public speaking to let's see if this one's any better. WCTV helps people get over their fears of speaking in public, of the confidence that you instill upon yourself. And I know this for a fact, because I've seen students progress from elementary school through high school and beyond, go to WCTV, take up the programming, show their creative outlets. I've seen adults come into WCTV doing what they felt was impossible and putting it out on the web, putting it on YouTube, and broadcasting. I feel that this Article 37 needs a strong approval to help support those creative outlets for this town. Thank you.
Mr. Hamill?
Mr. Moderator, is it possible to provide a rebuttal to Mr. Boyce's comments?
I would keep it brief and just, again, keep the motion before the meeting is just for the appropriation of $65,000. So I would just ask that you keep it constrained to that.
I did just want to provide one rebuttal just on the numbers. So we have provided more programming for Wilmington High than Shawshene Tech this year. I've tallied up the total number of videos. The sports videos during the fall, we covered every single Wilmington High and Shawshene Tech football game. During the winter, we covered girls basketball and boys basketball for Wilmington High, boys basketball, some girls basketball, and girls and boys hockey for the Tech. But the Tech was raising sponsorship dollars to provide that extra coverage. As I alluded to, when we're losing 40% of our funding, once you factor in inflation, we're looking everywhere we can to provide a Band-Aid of sorts. But when we tally up the total videos, it's still significantly more. We also go to Wilmington High every week or so, or every 2 weeks, to do a student news show at Wilmington High. We do significant educational programming at Wilmington High that we're not providing to the Tech. And all of that Wilmington High coverage, for the most part, is not funded and is not sponsored, and we're actually using the funding from the Tech to offset some of those losses. We covered Wilmington High in an amazing triple overtime. The girls hockey team win in the playoffs this year. The only reason we were able to come up with the funding to find a freelancer to go down there and shoot that game was because of the money that we raised through sponsorship of Shawshene Tech Sports. These are things that are necessitated by our loss. When it comes to volunteers, we are very open to volunteerism. Anyone in Wilmington can be a member and volunteer. And one of the reasons that there is so much Shawshene Tech coverage is because we have 3 student members who are Wilmington residents, Wilmington students who go to Shawshene Tech who volunteer to cover those games. The same option is on the table for Wilmington High. We have a couple of Wilmington High students who do the same thing, but they participate in winter sports, so they're not able to do it in the winter, but they do it in the fall and the spring. So I did just want to provide that when we tally up our total production for both of the schools, we do more for Wilmington High than Shawshene Tech, and it brings in a lot less money to offset it. So we are very much still a resource. And when we tally up the number, we did more Wilmington High videos this year than last year, more last year than the year before, more that year than the year before. So the increase in coverage of the Tech is not coming at the expense of Wilmington High coverage, because our total number of videos on Wilmington High goes up every single year. So I did just want to provide that rebuttal.
All right, seeing no further discussion on Article 37, we'll call for a vote. If you are in favor of the sum of $65,000 from free cash for a one-time, one-year allocation at WCTV, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Mary? Mary? Yes. The measure passes. We're on to Article 38. Prior to today's meeting, the petitioner did reach out and indicated that her intent was not to pursue the article at town meeting, as a request was resolved to her satisfaction by the Select Board. Accordingly, I will ask for a motion to pass over Article 38. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of passing over Article 38 so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Okay. So now is at the point where we are going to random draw. And I will check your temperature. Do you want to take a 15-minute break or do you want to keep going? I'm good to keep going. Keep going. I love it, Ms. Shukas. She's not ready to party yet. All right, we are on to Article 36. Article 36 is on page 26 in your booklet. All right, Article 36, which is to see if the town will vote to enact the following as a bylaw of the town of Wilmington, a right to farm bylaw. Article 36 begins on page 26 and it continues through page, halfway through page 28. Mr. Bradford, your motion.
I actually had a secondary motion to modify.
Well, you can just read that as the main motion. I'll help walk you through in the assembly through what that modification is, so long as it reflects what you had sent me earlier this week.
It does. I move that the town vote to enact the following as bylaw of the town of Wilmington. This is, for everybody's sake, this is a boilerplate from the state of Massachusetts. Right to farm bylaw, section 1, legislation.
Mr. Bradford, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet with the exception of the section that you had sent me that is projected on the screen above my head?
Correct.
I will accept that as the main motion, so you will be able to tell that about a third of the way down page 27, the paragraph that begins, the word farm shall include any parcel or contiguous parcels of land has been stricken. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 36. Mr. Bradford.
Nope. This is, again, to, or in following some of our neighboring towns. I believe Chelmsford, Dockett, and Billbrook have all adopted some form of this bylaw. So the main point of this is effectively to allow and encourage farming and, I hate to say it, but gardening activities in town, part of which includes animals. It includes if you have a slow-moving vehicle, either a tractor or some other agricultural vehicle, you are allowed to drive it in town. And also, this is more a explicit statement of what is allowed in the law, as you may see in under that section 1. It is the chapter 48, section 3, paragraph 1, those. It does, like, all of these things are allowed already. This is another statement that the town will make. It also, on the, if you don't mind, scroll down or next slide, whatever it is. Yes, perfect. Yep. So the resolution of disputes, if this does pass, it does specifically show who and how to resolve disputes between you and a neighbor or you and another parcel, that being the zoning enforcement officer, select board, or if we create a agricultural commission, then agricultural commission. Board of Health may also take part in that.
Further discussion on Article 36, Ms. Colezo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So the Finance Committee recommended disapproval on this article just because the state already has this law on the books. And by further, the petitioner striking out the paragraph he did, a farm must contain at least 5 acres and have annual revenue of at least 500. That actually leaves the door open for your neighbors to get a camel, to get any sort of livestock. So by striking that out of his petition, that opens the door to that in the town of Wilmington. I would hope that you would disapprove this article as it appears now. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 36. Mr. Pizzullo.
Rob Fasulo, 28 Marjorie Road. Just a question through you, Mr. Moderator, to the Town Council. The statement that Ms. Galizzo just made that would allow I'm sorry, a camel?
Yes.
It's all livestock, cattle.
The statement that she just made, would that supersede our bylaws that do regulate other animals? Some chickens and whatnot are allowed, but will it open it up to everything?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, this article does stand for the support of additional uses on property. It would have to be determined by the town zoning enforcement officer whether what is allowed here it would be in conflict with an existing zoning bylaw to determine what would be allowed. So generally, this would not supersede other bylaws of the town. It would have to be read in conjunction.
Is there somebody up here who can actually read that bylaw and let the body know what is allowed and what is not allowed as of today?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the question is.
Well, it was just suggested that animals that aren't allowed currently would be allowed. So let's just say what's not allowed. Some animal, this isn't, I agree with the petitioner, this is really important. Most of the progressive towns and cities in the state have this, such as Haverhill. They've done wonders having this bylaw on the books, so I support it. Most people know what I do. I am a beekeeper. I do maple syrup here in town. That's all agriculture, and as they said, it is addressed through state law. But to have a town reiterate its support for agriculture is important. Agriculture is our lifeblood, and how would you not give your support to that? I also want to stop some fear-mongering that maybe camels will be allowed in Wilmington, because I don't think that they will be.
Mr. Pizzullo, if I could just bring your attention, so one of the bullet points actually does list camelids such as llamas and camels. It's actually in the article.
Does it supersede the current bylaw that we have that
I believe
only allows certain animals?
I believe town council's question that was either a yes or a maybe.
Mr. Moderator, I think again it would have to be reviewed as to the specific application. At this point, what this bylaw does, would specifically recognize those types of animals, and that would have to be interpreted in conjunction with existing bylaws and specific locations.
So no answer. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Okay, we're going to the individual in the gray in the back, and then Ms. Newhouse and Mr. Golden.
Gray Nagel, 15 Murray Drive. So the existing bylaw 3.2.1, if this does not supersede that, seems to include the if upon more than 5 acres. And they call out specifically a couple animals: cattle, horses, sheep, goats, poultry. So if we have just stricken the 5-acre line from this, but the 5-acre line is still in the existing bylaw, would does the existing bylaw then say, does it add back in the 5-acre part that we just struck out?
Attorney Rich?
Mr. Moderator, the 5 acres zoning, the 5 acre bylaw is, or 5 acre requirement is actually found in Chapter 48, Section 3, which is the Zoning Act, and that provides specific protections for agricultural uses under state law.
Okay, if I understand the question correctly, would be adding this bylaw as proposed, which strikes out what's in the warrant booklet, again, the 5 acre requirement. Would that then, it's a precedence of law question, would that then allow these types of animals irrespective of the lot size? Is that your question? Close enough?
Pretty much.
I'll do my best there.
You're good.
Ms. Moderator, if you're looking for an answer from me, again, specific agricultural uses are protected under Chapter 48, Section 3. We'd have to look at the specific application of the town's bylaw, but by merely striking that does not that doesn't eliminate the protections under state law, which are only available for properties of 5 acres or greater. So as a result, just by striking this doesn't suddenly make this a protected use. This bylaw really is just a recognition, like it's a right to farm, but does not supersede existing bylaws.
Okay,
cool. Thanks.
Mrs. Newhouse.
Hi, Shelley Newhouse, Director of Public Health for Wilmington. I don't support this article. However, I do support the right to farm in Wilmington, but not this article. I think we should stick with the Mass General Law right to farm article. Currently, the Board of Health has regulations that regulate farm animals and what you can and can't have. It also would work with the zoning. I can't answer for that, but you'd have to fall under special zoning requirements to have certain animals. Like, we don't allow pigs in Wilmington. If you want to have a horse, you have to have an acre of land. We have pretty strict regulations on farming. I worry about these small lots that want to have goats and llamas, and you'd be surprised what we get asked to have in Wilmington. It's not just your backyard chickens and ducks and things like that. It's just there's odors to contend with. There's composting. There's a lot of regulations that would come into effect if you wanted to be a farm in Wilmington. I just don't think that. I think with the Mass General Law as a right to farm right now, we should just keep with that, and that's why I don't support this article. Thanks.
Mr. Golden.
Thank you. Nicholas Golden, 453 Shawshene Avenue. A point of information, Mr. Moderator. Can I ask a question through you to the petitioner or no?
Ask it to me. I'm going to point it to the person that I best seems suited, but it's probably going to be him.
Great. So very quickly, so I'm from Haverhill, Mass. I supported the right to farm bylaw there. I think it has a lot of merit. My question through you, Mr. Moderator, to the petitioner is why you wanted to take out the limit on 5 acres, because that at least you could say, well, okay, it's a farm of a given size, but then if it's any home could then have protection to have a camel, for example, as listed here. I'm just curious the reasoning to take that part out. Thank you.
Mr. Bradford.
So one, admittedly, I thought it was a little clunky, but also there is precedent for this. I believe Dockett and Chelmsford both struck that section, so I'm not the first to do it. I was just following their lead. If I may, also, I would love to have a camel. That would be really fun.
I can't disagree with that.
No, right. Like, who doesn't want a camel? You know? Yeah. I mean, emus literally won a war, so you got to respect that. But yes, to his point, I took it out purely because other towns have.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 36. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. This does require a simple majority. If you are in favor of the right to farm bylaw as indicated in Article 36 with the provision stricken as was projected earlier, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Mary?
More than last time.
Mary?
It's more than one.
Okay, the measure fails. Article 28. Article 28 is on page 17 in your booklet. It is to amend the zoning bylaw by creating a new brewery, distillery, winery use, and amending Table 1 principal use regulations as follows, and to add a new section 3.6.8 as reads in your warrant booklet, and to amend Table 1 principal use regulations by adding a new use category 3.6.8. Mr. Boland. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Battaglia.
Hi, I'm here instead of Terry today. Emma Battaglia, 37 Grace Drive. I'm a member of the Planning Board. I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by creating a new brewery, distillery, winery use, and amending Table 1 principal use regulations as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Battaglia. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 28. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 28. Discussion.
Valerie is going to present now.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. This article establishes a new use for a brewery use, and that use includes a tap room function. This is a use that's come up a lot in Economic Development Committee surveys of uses that residents want to see. So the idea here is to pull it out as its own use, make sure that it's clear that it's allowed in the Highway Industrial District, which is on Fordham Road and Ballardville Street in the industrial zone, and to allow that use. There was interest, a small brewer had interest in Ballardville Street for creating a space up there for his brewery and a tap room. So we wanted to be clear that this is an allowed use in that zone. There was conversation about maybe it should be also allowed in other zones, but this is sort of a first step to allow it in that specific zone to facilitate the interest that there was in that zone, and always could be expanded in the future, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion on Article 28. Ms. Smith?
Bonnie Smith, 30 Marion Street. I mean, after all, as you all know, we are Hoptown. All I have to say.
Further discussion on Article 28. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority, but I am going to try with a voice vote because I'm feeling optimistic. If you're in favor of Article 28, which would amend the zoning bylaw by creating a new brewery, distillery, winery use, and amending Table 1 principal use regulations as reads in the warrant, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Mary? The measure passes and unanimously so. Article 34. Article 34 is on page 26 in your warrant booklet. It is to enact the following non-binding resolution as reads, again, from about fifth of the way down of page 26 until about 2/3 of the way down. Mr. Bradford.
So last one. This one also had a change on it. I don't know if the director...
Mr. O'Neill, if you could just bring up the changes to highlight it for the assembly.
So I will say, I made an oopsies on this one. If you saw earlier, I left in, where I copied this from is from Brookline, so it said the town of Brookline. Whoops. All right, perfect. So, Mr. Moderator,
Let me, just one second, Mr. O'Neill, I'm not sure if we have the red line copy, if we could project that up, just so folks can see. There are a few minor changes, so all right, I'll walk you through it. The second whereas paragraph, where it says these species are on the Massachusetts prohibited plant list as of January 2026. As of 2026 is stricken and replaced with as may be amended from time to time. And then the second from the bottom, therefore be it resolved that the selectmen of the town of Brookline is replaced in selectmen with select board and Brookline with Wilmington. Any further question or any further modifications, Mr. Bradford?
No.
Okay. Is there a second? Motion's been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 34. Discussion, Mr. Bradford.
Well, so one big thing with this, it is effectively a notification of sorts to the town. Try not, well, if they're on the banned species list, you can't plant them, but these plants are here. They are not necessarily harmful, as I've been told by Mr. Fasulo. Some of them are actually somewhat helpful, but they spread like crazy. Japanese knotweed, for example, I believe Mr. Fasulo had said his bees actually effectively survive off of, but it is one of the most prolific invasive species in this part of the country. This does not direct anybody to really do anything. It doesn't direct the town to go onto your property and cut down trees. It doesn't do anything to that degree. I'll be honest, I don't know why the Finance Committee voted against this, with the exception of my typos. That was on me. Obviously, they can give something to that. Big thing, in my mind, a lot of trees, I believe they're the Bradford pear, they are planted all around town on town property. They smell. I would like the town to take them out, but that's not what this article is about. So.
We're going to go first to Ms. Galezo and then to Town Council.
So the Finance Committee disapproved this article. The committee felt that adopting this non-binding resolution will not provide anything beyond what the state of Massachusetts or the Wilmington Public Works does as of right now. It's a non-binding resolution. Thank you.
Attorney Rich.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a point of clarification. The resolution states, be it resolved that as corrected, that the select board of the town of Wilmington, and it needs to be pointed out, the select board never actually made such a resolution or voted on such a resolution. Mm-hmm. This is language of a petitioned article, but it's not a resolution of the select board.
Further discussion on Article 34. I'm going to go with Mr. McGaldy and Ms. Sullivan.
Amy McGaldy, Public Works Director. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So if you watch the joint FinCom Planning Board meeting, I spoke on this. The DPW has had experience in trying to maintain invasive species. We've been maintaining invasive species at Silver Lake for the past 16 years, taking care of the Eurasian milfoil and the curly-leaf pondweed from the lake. In fact, next week on Wednesday night, we have a public meeting to talk about an update on that project. We've also been managing an approved vegetation management plan through the Mass Department of Agricultural Resources for the last 12 years. That VMP goes through a public hearing every 5 years, and annually our yearly operations plan is open to public comment that is also advertised. So this article as it's written, the DPW is already doing some sort of education to the public as best we can. The DPW doesn't believe that we need a resolution in order to continue what we're doing. We do have on our website, relatively recently, we published a really neat invasive species link, and that's also shared on the conservation website. We plan to post that on social media and share that to the town's social media. And we can do that, with the cooperation of the petitioner without a binding or a non-binding resolution at town meeting. As your tree warden, I'm a certified arborist. I'm very proud to be Wilmington's tree warden. And the part of this that concerns me is that if you live in a neighborhood that was built in the 70s or in the early 80s, Gandolf Way, Clarinda, North Washington, Augustino, Ring and Bigger, Lucaya, Heather Drive, Freeport, Gloria Way. As part of the development of those projects back in the day before certain plants were deemed invasive, a very common tree in those properties as part of the landscaping on private property is a Norway maple. Norway maple is considered an invasive species according to Massachusetts now, just as a pear tree is. I believe the trees that line the boulevard along Carter Lane in front of the middle school are pear trees. When those were planted, they were not invasive. They are now. We have black locust trees providing shade over the Silver Lake Playground at Silver Lake. Those are invasive. The way this article reads is it asks the select board to encourage the removal of invasive species on private property. Although the DPW has no jurisdiction on private property, it's asking the public to remove invasives on private land. As a tree warden, I do believe that just because it's invasive doesn't necessarily mean anybody should go out and cut these trees down. In fact, if that's to be done, it's really going to impact the urban canopy of town and the heat island effect. So as it's written, that's why the DPW is not in favor of it, although we can proceed to help educate the public through our website. Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I mean, I appreciate what Jamie just talked about, and I know that the town does try, but I also see a lot of planting projects and projects where the town doesn't use native species. I mean, whenever I get an opportunity to comment on it, I try to comment on it. I see the plantings that are going on in the parking lots, like the high school parking lot, for instance, are very disappointing to me. And this building's not that old. I'm inclined to support the article, even though I have a few issues with it, just because it's non-binding. And I think it just shows some intent that maybe the town should be doing a little bit more, and maybe should be educating people on this issue, because it is a really big issue. A lot of these native plants are disrupting knotweed. We've had this discussion many times, knotweed, purple loosestrife. It actually disrupts the ecology of the native pollinators. So I 100% support the action, and it's non-binding, no harm, no foul, in my opinion. It just sends a message, and even this discussion today, maybe it helps educate people on what's going on in their backyard and in our town, and that we could control what's happening. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 34? Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of the non-binding resolution that is a part of Article 34 as presented here today, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Mary? Okay, the measure fails. I'll go back to the bucket. I did want to acknowledge the presence of a member of our state delegation, Representative Robinson, and wish him a happy birthday. We're on to Article 24. All right, Article 24, which is to transfer pursuant to Chapter 40, Section 15A of the General Laws, the care, custody, management, and control of the property located at 25 Carter Lane in the town and currently at the site of the former Wildwood Early Childhood Center School, shown on parcel 23 of the Wilmington Assessors Map 40, further identified as 178 Wildwood Street, from the Wilmington School Committee, which has declared such site surplus and unnecessary for the educational purposes of the Wilmington Public Schools, to the care, custody, management, and control of the Select Board, and under the management of the Town Manager for general municipal purposes. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator,
You just read it all. Do I need to do it too?
Yep.
I move that the town vote to transfer pursuant to Chapter 40, Section 15A of the general laws, the care, custody, and management and control of the property located at 25 Carter Lane in the town and currently the site of the former Wildwood Early Childhood Center School.
Mr. Kyer, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
It does, Mr. Moderator.
Would you look at that?
Thank you.
I'll accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Second. Motion's been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 24. Discussion. Individual in the back.
Yes. Hi, my name is Christopher Villatoro, 32 Faulkner Ave. I just have a few questions. It seems to me from the conversations that I've seen in the select board that this property has already been kind of selected to be the future extension for the cemetery. And it seems like there hasn't been a lot of communication with the town or really conversations about what the town really needs. There's a lot of things in town that could be the town needs, such as a rec center, such spaces for kids and adults to hang out. So I just have a question for the select board of how will the town be involved in deciding what to do with this public space? Because taking this public space and then selling it to the cemetery, that essentially turns it into private property. So I want to see how are the conversations and how the town is going to be involved in kind of what happens to this plot of land once it's given to the select board.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Yes. I would like to hear how the select board intends to include the town's voices and hear what they need instead of just, it seems like it's already automatically going to be given to the extension of the cemetery. And that to me seems like it's transferring public goods to private individuals. So how is the town going to be involved in what happens to this plot of land once it's given to the select board?
Okay. I'm going to go to that question to Mr. Slagle, then I'm going to hear a procedural motion from Mr. Cairo. Okay?
Yeah, so just to be clear, our cemetery department is a public department. And so if there was a determination sometime in the future to use this for cemetery purposes, then that would still be for our public use, just to be clear. What we're doing right now is voting on a motion to demolish the school. We're not taking up what the future use of that is. It has been suggested and actually requested by the Cemetery Commission that the town contemplate the use of this property for a future cemetery expansion. And the select board has had preliminary discussions on that and thought it was an appropriate use, but that is not what is happening in this vote. This vote is merely a vote to transfer it from the care and custody of the school department, who no longer needs that structure, to the care and custody of the select board, and then along with the earlier vote in the capital plan to demolish that structure. There will certainly be conversations in the future about the future use of that, but that wasn't a part of what's happening here today.
Mr. Cairo.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, I would like to amend one section where it says 25 Carter Lane to 178 Wildwood Street, listed on the Article 24.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cairo. So there is a motion to amend the motion that is before the Assembly. The motion referenced 25 Carter Lane, which is also written in your warrant booklet as part of the article. It also references parcel 23 of the Wilmington Assessors Map 60, further identified as 178 Wildwood Street. Mr. Cairo's motion is seeking leave of the meeting to modify his motion, or to amend his motion, rather, to replace the reference to 25 Carter Lane to 178 Wildwood Street. Are there any objections to allowing him to amend his motion as I just stated? Seeing none, I'm going to, by the general consent of the meeting, allow Mr. Cairo leave of the meeting to so modify his motion. So again, the Scrivener's error of a reference to 25 Carter Lane is replaced to 178 Wildwood Street, and we may continue.
Thank you,
Ms.
Mr.
Holland,
Moderator.
I think that was the issue you wanted to bring up. Further discussion on Article 24. See none. We'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority. We'll try it with a voice vote. If you are in favor of transferring the Wildwood Elementary Early Childhood Center School at 178 Wildwood Street from the care, custody, control of the school committee to the select board under the management of the town manager for general municipal purposes, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Okay. Tellers, with apologies, I'm going to ask you to take your places.
Here we go.
24. So if you're in favor of the motion on Article 24, please rise in your seats if you are able and display that hot pink colored voter card. You may be seated.
Why?
Did Wendy come in yet? I haven't seen Wendy. Wendy's on her way.
Got it.
Diana.
And if you are opposed to the motion on Article 24, I'd ask that you rise if you are able and display that hot pink colored voter card. All right, you may be seated. Mayor is one, everyone else is zero.
Oh, okay.
We have 156 people still here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the vote on Article 24 is as follows: 156 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The measure passes. Article 30. Article 30 begins on at the bottom of page 18 in your warrant booklet and continues to page 22. Article 30 is to amend the Wilmington zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington as follows: to create a new billboard overlay district by adding a new section 6.12. By amending the zoning district map by superimposing the billboard overlay district on the underlying zoning on map 56, parcel 3B, and to amend section 3.7.1 to delete the strike-through language that appears in your warrant booklet on page 22, and to amend section 6.3.3.1 by deleting the strike-through language that appears in your warrant booklet and adding the underlined language that again appears in your warrant booklet. Mr. Kyra.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington as follows: to create a new billboard overlay district as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. I will accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 30. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 30. Discussion. Are you ceding your time to Ms. Gingrich, or is this the Select Board? Mr. Slagle, third time's the charm.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So as folks can see on the map up above, the town was approached by a developer who indicated an interest in seeing whether the town meeting would approve what is effectively a dual-sided electronic billboard at a particular location in town. We had several discussions with the individuals who came forward with the proposal. We talked it over with staff, including Valerie Gingrich from Planning and Conservation and other members of staff, to try and make a determination as to whether or not this was something we wanted to look at globally. And rather than doing that, what we came up with was the idea of creating a current billboard overlay district that only incorporates the parcel that has been proposed by the current developer. So if folks are familiar, that's Interstate 93. That is the Howland building. So if you're coming north on 93 and you look right before you get to West Street, the West Street overpass, the Howland building is on your right. The reason why we thought this was appropriate to put forward to town meeting was the very minimal impacts that a billboard at this location would have on the residents in town. As you can see from the surrounding town buildings across 93, those are all commercial industrial buildings. There's very limited location near residences at this location. The specific location that's being proposed for the billboard is at the bottom of the triangle, closest to Interstate 93. The individuals that are putting forward the billboard would also be, and have also agreed to, an agreement with the town, should this bylaw pass, that would provide the town a couple of different important incentives. The first is we would be allowed to have 10 hours worth of programming per month on each side of the billboard for town use. So that's either to promote town economic development or to promote local town activities, spread out evenly through the day and throughout the month. In addition, the town would be getting a grant agreement from the individuals in an amount that would start, or from the business, an amount that would start at $37,500 per side for the first 10 years. So basically a $75,000 grant for 10 years, then going up to $80,000, then going up to $90,000, then going up to $100,000 over each 10-year increment. So over the course of a 40-year agreement, the town would receive $3,450,000 in grant payments for the allowance of this to be done within the town proper. We believe that this is, like I said, very low impact. If another business came forward and wanted to do this, we would go through an entire process internally to vet the location, and it would, importantly, it would have to come back to town meeting again. You would not be allowing a billboard at any site other than the one that's here now. If another billboard operator wanted to do this in the town of Wilmington, they would have to have another town meeting with another zoning amendment to add a different location for a billboard. So all that we're asking now is an approval for this one location. And so, again, staff, the select board thought it was a worthwhile article to bring forward to town meeting. Staff agreed, and so I'd be prepared to answer any questions if folks have any.
Further discussion on Article 30. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm pretty sure I'll probably be in the minority a lot on this, but I don't care. I think it stinks, honestly. I think aesthetically it's horrible. I think it's tacky. I think it's a lot of pollution, light pollution. I think in the town of Wilmington, I know we struggle with bylaws about our signs. I know that the Economic Development Committee is reviewing some of our sign bylaws, or maybe to help the planning board do so. And the reason for that is for aesthetics, right? So now the town is essentially going to say, yeah, this is okay. A huge sign, electronic sign that's flashing, Lord knows what, all night. I think it's horrible. Just because it's a highway doesn't mean it has to be ugly. And it's like, well, it's on the highway, so if it's ugly, who really cares? We're making money. Really? Why do we want to sell out all the time? I'm totally against this. I absolutely hate it. And I hope that other people vote it down too, or at least stand with me. I know I'm probably going to be one of the only ones. I also question the legality of spot zoning this. And I know that the article to rezone is not in front of us, but this is being presented to us based on that article coming up. So I'm assuming I could maybe talk about that. I don't know. It's up to you, Mr. Moderator.
About the possibility of spot zoning?
Yeah.
You have a question as to whether or not this would constitute spot zoning?
Yes.
Either Ms. Gingrich or Town Council, if you want to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The issue of spot zoning has to be considered in looking at the area as a whole, and I think that the evaluation of this particular area in conjunction with the highway, that area, I think it was determined that this use would not be inconsistent with the remaining parcels and use of this property, and therefore would likely not constitute spot zoning.
Okay, so...
Further explanation on that issue?
No, I just wanted to, just to clarify, this is the article to rezone.
Oh, okay, I was confused. All right, I understand. Okay,
yeah, this
all
is
right.
that
Thank you for clarifying. So then I'll just let loose. So, I mean, it says that it's prohibited on any other parcels, that this is the only one it's allowed on. That tells me that sounds like spot zoning. And now I know it has to go to the state and get approved by the state, and if it gets approved by this body, I'm hoping that they won't approve it, because what other way, that is like the definition of spot zoning. When you zone something and you don't allow it in any other parcel in that district is called spot zoning.
Mr. Moderator?
Attorney Rich.
Just to clarify, that is clearly not the definition of spot zoning, but I will put that aside. Also, in terms of the approval at the state level, the bylaws are reviewed by the state with respect to consistency with state law. The Attorney General would not be reviewing this for spot zoning. That's not what the Attorney General does. So I just want to clarify, because a few statements that are being made are somewhat inaccurate.
Okay, thank you. So I guess we have to depend on the opinion of council on whether it's spot zoning, or is there any way to override the opinion of council on spot zoning?
So town council's opinions on matters to town meeting are not binding on anything there. He's advising the assembly of his opinions on the legality of questions that come before this assembly. So
Mhm.
there really is no appeal to town council's opinion.
Okay. Did everybody hear that? So I guess just to clarify and close my comments, this is the only parcel that is being allowed on, and it's not going to be allowed on any other one. And there's a reason for that, I imagine, because if it were allowed on other parcels, then, you know, it becomes even more ugly than the one use. I mean, we're restricting how many parcels this can go on because it's actually kind of a horrible use of land. Billboards are not good uses of land. And so that means we don't want that to go all the way down the highway, right? So we're going to only allow this special parcel, these special people, to have that sign. I just don't think that's right. I think that if you're going to rezone or do something, you want to do it for the betterment of every parcel, the betterment of everybody, not just one property owner that can have that type of an impact on our town. They're ugly, and once it's there, you can't stop it, and it's going to be flashing. And the amount of money that's being offered to me is like selling your soul. Thank you.
Further discussion to the gentleman in the hoodie in the back, and then we're going to go to the gentleman in the sweater in the back.
Yes, Christopher Uthor, 32 Faulkner Ave. I have a question. I did not see in the article if there's any restrictions for brightness. I'm not necessarily against this, but it just seems like one of my biggest issues with billboards is some of them are super bright in the dark. So I was wondering if there are any restrictions or consideration to brightness and how bright things can be as part of like the design guidelines that is incorporated here.
Town council?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, I think it's important to point out this is subject to a special permit process, and if you look specifically in section 6.12.5B3, part of the application process includes the specifications on lighting, and that would be subject to review as part of the special permit process.
So, but I was wondering if there's any like general guidelines, how because you know we can limit how tall it is, we can limit how wide it is, but is there any way to limit how bright it is?
Again, Mr. Moderator, section 6.12.6B, billboards shall not have excessive lighting. Signs shall use automatic level controls to reduce light levels at night and under cloudy or other darkened conditions. So it does have that language. I know that might not be as specific as you'd like, but that then goes back to the planning board within the context of these requirements to make the final determination. So a special permit is not an automatic grant of approval. You don't have a right to a special permit. So you would have to go through this application, and the planning board would determine if the lighting is appropriate for this use.
Thank you.
Further provide an explanation to Mr. Slagle.
I'm sorry, select board as a permit granting authority.
The one other thing I also wanted to mention is this is also governed by the state level outdoor advertising board, and the outdoor advertising board has lots of regulations, including lighting, that have to be complied with on top of the state requirements.
Individual in the back.
Mark Nowacki, 169 Shawshene Avenue. I'm interested in section 612.3.1, where we're redefining a billboard as a lighted electronic device. This is uncommon because we already have billboards. They're extremely large and they sit around town advertising car dealerships and other things. Are we now changing the definition to include only electronic items? Because if this is so, what do we redefine the other ones as?
Town council?
Yes, thank you. This definition, through you, Mr. Moderator, this definition is specific to this zone. So we're talking about what is allowed within this zone. This definition would only apply to this overlay district. So it would not be replacing other definitions elsewhere. It would only apply to the special permit granted within this overlay district.
So anyone who wished to put up an extremely large, non-lit electronic sign would be allowed?
They'd only be allowed to apply in this specific overlay district. The billboard would be an electronically activated advertising sign or other commercial sign that directs attention to a business. So it would have to fall within that definition. So other commercial sign that directs attention to a business.
My second question regarding section 612.6G, saying the billboards shall not be located any more than 100 feet from Interstate 93. Again, I understand that this is inside this one particular overlay zone. If this overlay zone is meant to be applied to any other part of town other than within 100 feet of Route 93, we'll have to rewrite the bylaw.
So I would never anticipate that we would ever suggest that this would be applied anywhere other than within 100 feet of.
So just a point of clarification, if this overlay district were to apply to any other parcel, it would need to go through this assembly anyway.
Okay. And lastly, I just want to support Ms. Sullivan's point. This is setting an overlay district in response to an approach to the town from a business. I feel that this sets a dangerous precedent to change our bylaws, our zoning bylaws, to accommodate one request. Thank you.
All right, either Representative Robinson or Ms. Theodos, you two can arm wrestle over it.
She's being very polite. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to offer 3 quick things. One to the gentleman that had the previous questions, and for anyone in the audience, that just for your edification, if you want to Google the state regulations around this are 700 CMR. You can just pull it up on Google, type in mass.billboard regulations 700 CMR. There's a PDF right at the top. You should be able to download it within 30 seconds. And I just want to offer a little bit, you know, as your state representative, I also covered Tewksbury. This proposal was floated over there for 2 years ago with the same amount of debate. Tewksbury was able to come through their town meetings regulating and ultimately chose to install billboards along 495 and 93. Admittedly, I was working with a group that was a little bit apprehensive about it, but Tewksbury was able to land this in such a way that I, as a private resident and as a public official, just wanted to say they found a common ground in Tewksbury and were able to make it work there. I also went out and did a site visit. You know, again, I do get the apprehension around these. They've been described as gaudy or flashy or that, but at the site visit, I can tell you firsthand, there is absolutely nothing residential around. I mean, you're all local residents. You know exactly where this property is. And it's right next to about 155-foot 3G cell phone tower. So in my private opinion, as a private citizen, I kind of came to the conclusion that the site has already been exploited. I don't look really as this as a further degradation, just rather as a continued use of it for things taller than I am. But that cell phone tower next to it's about double the height and then the neighboring parcel. So yeah, I don't disagree. You know, sometimes these things, if they're not implemented correctly, can be a bit of a disaster. But personally, again, I as a private resident really do believe the applicant just kind of chose the Goldilocks property here in town. I was really worried about when I first heard it, but after, like I said, seeing what they did for work over the last 2 years with Tewksbury, addressing any time a resident of the town had an issue, and then the site that they had here, I have my faith in them there today. So that's the way I'll be voting as a private resident. So, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Gentleman in the, Mr. Romano.
Good afternoon. John Romano, 247 Burlington Ave. I'm here to vote in support of this article. I agree with everything that our representative said. I think they've done a good job selecting this location. I also, just to correct something that was said earlier, billboards are not allowed to flash in the state of Massachusetts. You can look that up under the CMR that the representative mentioned. They cannot flash, they cannot have moving images or anything of that nature, no video or anything. That is in the regulations for the state of Massachusetts. So many times there are proposals that come in front of the town, the economic development, and all I hear is people worrying about straining on our resources like fire, police, water, schools, etc. This is an economic development proposal that does nothing but bring money to the town. It does not degrade the town in any way, shape, or form. Billboards are not ugly. the electronic billboards are actually much better than the old paper ones that roll, fall, twist, and get destroyed during bad weather. Digital billboards will provide the opportunity, as the town manager said, 10 hours on each side for events, activities, et cetera, for the town, which is, if you added that dollar amount up every month, is pretty expensive as well to add on top of the $3+ million. So I think we should support this and help bring some free cash into the town and be able to do more things. You guys all voted for like WCTV and stuff like that. We're going to be paying for stuff. I'd love to believe they're only coming one time to us for that, but this will be free money to be able to offset things like that. Thank you.
Gentleman in red shirt.
Hi, Quinn Jones, 126 Grove Ave. I'm shocked to find myself actually agreeing with Ms. Sullivan for once. I really don't think, for aesthetic reasons, that 93 needs another billboard. That's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Gentleman in the black shirt.
Good afternoon, James Castellano, 8 Serafina Way, Wilmington. I mean, I hear people worried about same thing that Mr. Romano brought up, that we need funding from WCTV or for WCTV. I think this is a bonus to the town each year. As the town manager said, $3 million plus. I think it's a bonus. I think it should be supported. Not only the technology, it brings the state-of-the-art technology to bring messaging to the town, whether it be for products, whether it be for the messages that could be so important with Amber Alerts and so on. I think it's a good addition to this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Galezo? Ms. Galezo?
Move the question.
All right, so this is the first one of those today, which, yeah, I took the over. All right, so a motion to move the previous question is a procedural mechanism by which we can end debate. It is a 2/3 vote. I can do it by voice vote, so tellers, stay seated for now. If more than 2/3 of the residents wish to move the question, it will allow the maker of the main motion, which is Mr. Kyra, up to 10 minutes to address the assembly, and then we will proceed directly into a vote. Any questions on moving the previous question? None. So if you are in favor of moving the previous question and thereby ending debate, with the exception of Mr. Kyra's ability to address the assembly for up to 10 minutes, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thanks. Thank you, Megan. All opposed say no? Mary? Okay. The motion to move the previous question passes unanimously. Mr. Kyra, you have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. If you so choose, you may yield your time to any other speaker if you would like.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am in favor of this, this article. I think it's beneficial for the town. You heard some good comments from Mr. Romano, Mr. Castellano. What could happen is that this moves 5 feet to the right and it's in Reading and it's still in the same spot. We have an opportunity to get some revenue for the town that we could use for sidewalks, we could use for recreation. There's a lot of opportunity out there for us. And I believe that we should take advantage of this and support this article. Mr. Slagle, do you have anything? I'll yield to you.
Thank you, Mr. Kyra. Again, I just want to let folks know that we understood at the very onset of this that this is a controversial question to ask town meeting. And that's the reason why we made the determination to try to put it in one spot. And if there was ever another time that this was going to be proposed again in town meeting would have the exact same opportunity to vet that location and make a determination as to whether they saw it the way that we saw it, which is limited amount of impact. And so, given the positives and the revenues and the opportunities for screen time for the town, and the real minimal impacts we think it would have on town, that's why we urge you to support this. Thank you.
All right, so this Article 30 does require a 2/3 majority vote, so I would ask the tellers to take their places. If you were in favor of Article 30, which is to amend the Wilmington zoning bylaw and associated zoning district map of the town of Wilmington as is written in your warrant booklet from pages 18 through 22. So indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying that hot pink colored voter card. Okay, you may be seated. And if you are opposed to Article 30 as written in your warrant booklet, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying that hot pink colored voter card. You may be seated. All right, on the motion on Article 30, the vote is as follows: 108 in the affirmative, 40 in the negative. The measure passes. Article 32. Article 32, folks, prior to today's meeting, the petitioner reached out and indicated his intent not to pursue this article at town meeting as his request was resolved to his satisfaction by the school committee. Accordingly, I'd ask for a motion to pass over Article 32. Motion's been made very quickly by Chief Kavanaugh. Is there a second? Motion is made and seconded. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor of passing over Article 32 so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted unanimously so. Article 33. We're on page 26 at the top. Article 33 is to name the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame display located at Wilmington High School in honor of Jack Cushing. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jim Stewart, 16 Stonehenge Drive. I move that the town vote to name the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame display located at Wilmington High School in honor of Jack Cushing. The honor to include a plaque and/or signage to be placed in a prominent location in the hallway of the Hall of Fame display commemorating this dedication and Jack Cushing's timeless support for the student athletes of Wilmington High School. All costs will be covered by donation so that no taxpayer dollars will be used for this dedication.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee passed over, making a recommendation on Article 33. Discussion, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I thought it might be helpful to give you a quick overview of the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame and the display mentioned in my article before giving you my thoughts on why I think we should all name this display in honor of Jack Cushing. The Hall of Fame was established in 1991, 35 years ago, by Aldo Kyra and the school committee, and currently has 192 athletes, coaches, teams, and benefactors inducted into the Hall of Fame. In September of 2025, a display honoring the inductees was constructed and is located outside the gymnasium at Wilmington High School, right on the other side of this wall of the auditorium. The display was constructed by the Hall of Fame committee using no taxpayer dollars. The display was Jack Cushing's idea, and he was the vision and inspiration behind the display. For those of you that have not seen it, I hope you'll take a minute after this meeting and go take a look at how the display came out. Now a little on why I think the display should be named in honor of my friend Jack Cushing. Jack is a lifelong resident of Wilmington, a graduate of Wilmington High School, and a proud Wildcat. He has dedicated much of his adult life to helping Wilmington High School students and student athletes through his tireless efforts on many organizations, and has made this town a better place to live through his service, programs, and initiatives. To name a few, his Wilmington High School specific activities over the past 50 years. He's been an active member of the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame Committee for all 35 years. Inducted as a benefactor to the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame, he's the founder of the Wilmington High School Athletic Alumni Association, a member of the Wilmington Boosters Club. He was a concession stand volunteer for decades, coordinator of the Rotary Interact Club at Wilmington High School, 25-year advisor to the Rotary Interact members, sponsor of the Larry Cushing Memorial Scholarship, a Wilmington High School graduate, a proud Wilmington Wildcat, and as I mentioned, the coordinator of the Wilmington High School Hall of Fame display. The display was his idea, and he was the driving force behind it. In addition, his community activities over the past 50 years in Wilmington include Chairman of the Recreation Commission, Town Adult Softball Commissioner, Chairman of the 4th of July Committee. This article is supported by the Wilmington School Committee and the Wilmington Hall of Fame Committee. When I think of people in town who deserve to have something named in their honor, I'm hard-pressed to come up with anyone more deserving than Jack Cushing. I cannot think of anything more appropriate to be named in Jack's honor than the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame display. It would be an extra special tribute to have the display named in Jack's honor, which is located right outside the Wilmington High School gymnasium, that is named in honor and in memory of former athletic director Larry Cushing, Jack's dad. I ask that you join me in voting for this article to honor Jack Cushing by naming the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame display in his name. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Further discussion, Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank Mr. Stewart and all the folks from the Athletic Hall of Fame here in town for just putting in all this work. They brought it to the school committee. They brought a number of items to us. So much of this work has just been through their blood, sweat, and tears to honor all our great athletes through the years. And I think this is a great motion. I'll be voting for it. And I just wanted to thank the Hall of Fame committee for lifting up people in this community and honoring all of their great successes.
Seeing no further discussion on Article 33, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of naming the Wilmington High School Athletic Hall of Fame display located at Wilmington High School in honor of Jack Cushing, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? The measure passes and unanimously so.
Mr. Moderator, if I could, I'd just like to announce that Mr. Jack Cushing is with us this afternoon. I wanted to take a moment to thank him for all of his tireless years of service to this community and congratulate him on an honor well deserved. Jack.
Article 26. Article 26 is at the top of page 17, which is to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I and/or 22J as inserted pursuant to Chapter 178 of the Acts of 2024, the so-called HERO Act. Ms. Maselli.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I, as inserted pursuant to Chapter 178 of the Acts of 2024, the so-called HERO Act.
Thank you, Ms. Maselli. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 26. Discussion. Mr. Slagle.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this is the fourth of our exemption-related articles for the day. As Ms. Maselli mentioned, this is an article, a portion of the HERO Act. The reason why we are not moving on 22J today is, as I mentioned earlier, when we enacted 5C.5 as part of the special town meeting, that already accomplished the doubling of the exemptions that would have been accomplished by Section 22J. But 22I is different. 22I adds a COLA to the underlying amounts that are awarded to veterans as a part of their exemptions. So, for instance, a $500, a veteran who got a $500 exemption would then have that exemption increased by the COLA every year in order to maintain, keep up with the cost of living. And then, as a result of 5C.5, that would also be doubled. So, this particular article just adds a COLA to all of the veteran exemptions that are currently authorized by Wilmington right now.
Further discussion on Article 26. Seeing none, we'll call for a vote. If you're in favor of accepting the provisions of Mass General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, Clause 22I, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Vote, the measure passes unanimously. Article 25. Article 25 is at the bottom of page 16, which is to transfer pursuant to Chapter 40, Section 15A of the General Laws, the care, custody, management, and control of the property located at 219 Middlesex Avenue and the site of the Wilmington Arts Center from the Wilmington School Committee, which has declared such site surplus and unnecessary for the educational purposes of the Wilmington Public Schools, to the care, custody, management, and control of the Select Board and under the management of the Town Manager for general municipal purposes. Mr. De Palma.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to transfer pursuant to Chapter 40, Section 15A of the General Laws, the care, custody, management, control of property located at 219 Middlesex Avenue, the site of the Wilmington Arts Center, as shown as Parcel 16 on Wilmington's Assessors Map 65 from the Wilmington School Committee, which has declared such site surplus unnecessary for the educational purposes of the Wilmington Public Schools, to care and custody management and control of the select board, and under the management of the town manager for general municipal purposes.
Thank you, Mr. DePalma. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 25. Discussion, Mr. DePalma or Mr. Slagle?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is, as folks are aware, the Wilmington Cemetery, the Wilmington Art Center is the building that sits immediately adjacent to it. Up until January of this year, that had been occupied by school administration folks. And when the new town hall was opened, as part of the consolidation of the school administration into the new town hall school administration building, that building became vacant. The school committee voted to return that building back to town control, and so this is the article that affects that request from the school to turn that back to a town building.
Further discussion on Article 25?
Hi, Deborah Russo, 902 Lord's Court. Just a point of information, please. I see that Article 24 for the Wildwood School, which is turned over to the board. And then this one, the Art Center, both of which were used by the school committee. But I guess I'm curious. I don't understand why that wasn't the same thing for the Roman House, which was also used by the school committee. How come there wasn't one of these transfer pursuant to Chapter 40 things? Unless I missed it. Did I miss it?
You did not, Mr. Slagle.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Part of the reason for that was because the school committee does not want to give up the property where the Roman House is. They need that for as part of the high school campus. So they wouldn't be returning that property, the land on which the building is built, back to the control of the town. They want to maintain that.
Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 25? See none, we'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority, but we'll try a voice vote. If you're in favor of transferring the Wilmington Arts Center from the care, custody, and control of the Wilmington School Committee to the Select Board under the management of the Town Manager for general municipal purposes, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? Measure passes and unanimously so. Article 27. Remaining at the top of page 17 in your booklet, Article 27 is to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting Section 3.5.5 General Services Restaurant in its entirety and replacing it with a new Section 3.5.5 as follows, and that continues under your in your warrant booklet. Ms. Battaglia.
Thank you. I'm Emma Battaglia. I'm reading for Terry, our board member, Terry Boland. Article 27. I move that the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting Section 3.5.5 General Service Restaurant in its entirety and replacing it with a new Section 3.5.5 as follows.
Battaglia, does the remainder of your motion read as it does in the booklet?
Yes, it does.
I will accept that as the main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 27. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 27. Discussion, Ms. Battaglia.
I'm going to pass it to Valerie Gingrich.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. In your warrant booklet, there's the proposed language, the new language. This slide shows the actual change that's happening. Earlier this year, the Economic Development Committee made a recommendation to the Select Board on their alcohol rules and regs. And those recommendations included a recommendation to lower the seat requirement for a restaurant to get an alcohol license. And the goal of this is to encourage restaurants to encourage different types of restaurants, different sizes of restaurants, just more restaurants in town, which is something that residents have been asking for. So the Select Board did change their alcohol rules and regs earlier this year. And so that seating requirement for restaurants is now lower than 100 seats. for some reason, the zoning also contains a seating requirement. So now these things are in conflict. So this change is to actually strike that seating requirement from the zoning for the general service restaurant so that they don't conflict, and let that seating requirement live with the alcohol rules and regs instead of in the zoning. So it's a simplification and kind of just an edit, a clerical edit to the zoning so there's no conflicts. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Further discussion on Article 27, Ms. Shukas?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question. I'm reading this, and it says anything on or off premises. Somebody can go and order a drink and walk out the door with it. This is what it looks like. Carry out orders of food or drink. I think the wording should be changed. It's your order. The last line down.
Do you want me to answer that?
Yes.
Okay. So restaurants are allowed to do carry-out orders, right? So you can go to a restaurant, get a carry-out order, and take it away. The rules for whether you could take alcohol away would not be in this text. Those are other rules that would have to be.
Yeah. So, Ms. Gingrich, if
so
you
what
just pass
she's
the
saying-
microphone back because
Yeah.
folks can't hear her comment.
Yeah. It's always been the rule. I ran a restaurant. You could lose your license if somebody carried out a drink. You did not have, it is true.
No, that's not true.
Let's just try and keep one
All
person
I'm
talking
saying
at
is
a
the
time.
way that is worded. All I asked is that they reword it.
Mr. Moderator?
That's all.
Mr. Rich?
Very quickly, I think we're talking about the difference between zoning and alcoholic beverages rules and regulations. This is simply zoning. The requirements that are being discussed are within the regulations for the alcoholic beverage licenses. So that's not the zoning aspect of it. This is simply the zoning aspect. It does not change that the rules with respect to whether a particularly licensed facility or establishment can allow for different consumption of alcohol. This is simply with respect to the zoning and the capacity of the establishment. It doesn't change anything else.
So, Ms. Gingrich, if I'm understanding correctly, the text above my head that's being projected up, the only change from what currently exists is that we are deleting the phrase with an indoor seating capacity of at least 100 people.
Correct.
How the rest of that language reads is how it currently is.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Could you just make your way to a microphone? I want to trust that you have a comment that the Assembly wants to hear, and I just want to make sure they can hear it.
Neil Devens, 28 Burlington Avenue. I think this woman was trying to say something about the off-premises. She was talking about walking out with a drink and mulling around the neighborhood, where it should be on an outdoor patio or as carry-out orders.
So again, just that exists currently, right? The current 3.5.5 includes that language. May also be sold to customers for consumption on an outdoor patio on or off premises as carry-out orders. All right, Ms. Gingrich is indicating it does. Individual in front.
Ben Soper, Eldridge Road. So what does the zoning here govern specifically, just with the thought of going from 100 to, in theory, 0? Is there any implication for a location that would say maybe only be carry out in a way that we wouldn't have traditionally thought of as a restaurant that would now be considered one under the zoning and have some negative implication that hadn't been considered from that? I don't have any specific worries, but just thinking about the going from 100 to 0, any issue, if that's specific enough.
So there would still be, so the select board's rules and regulations for alcohol licenses still have a minimum seating requirement. So to get that alcohol license, you have to have I think it's now 50 seats for all alcohol or 25 for beer and wine. So you still have a requirement, it's just not contained in the zoning because it's a little clunky to have it in the zoning.
And for what it's worth, I'm not necessarily even specifically thinking about alcohol. I understand there's some other regulations around that. Like, would an entity say that only did carry out before, so wouldn't do any alcohol now because you can't carry out alcohol, that maybe wouldn't have been governed under general service restaurant before, that now does because they have no seating but still fall under this? Is there anything that could negatively come from that that isn't intended by this change?
I don't think so. So we have two different restaurant definitions. One is this general service, and this one includes the sale of alcoholic beverages and alcoholic beverages. We have another one, it's called a limited service restaurant, which is your takeout type, and that definition does not include the sale of alcoholic beverages. So we still have the two different kinds, even if you don't have a seating requirement that goes with them.
Ms. Shukas? Actually, Ms. Shukas, because you did already speak first, I'm going to go to Mr. Gilwar and then back to you, okay?
Yeah, just to be clear, to-go alcohol beverages were permanently put into law in April of 2024 in Massachusetts. Before that, it was temporary under COVID. So we're arguing about something that actually is legal, even though it's not. This isn't that purpose, it's zoning, it is legally. Haley signed it a year ago.
Ms. Shukas?
I think the change in seating is so any restaurant that has outdoor dining, the people can be served alcohol out there. That's what it's doing. It's trying to invite outdoor dining and a smaller restaurant that really doesn't have 100 people, but they can serve them a drink out right now. You cannot serve them a drink outside. But this would help those people to further their restaurant, dine out in the nice weather. I mean, that's the way I'm reading it.
Ms. Gingrich, if you could provide an explanation.
So this change, right, is this change is taking the seating requirement. So right now, to have a general service restaurant that serves alcohol, you would need 100 seats. That's how it used to be. However, the rules and regs for alcohol that the select board have changed. They've been decreased. So you can now have a restaurant with 50 seats that can serve alcohol because you can get an alcohol license. And those, you would have to follow, whether it's indoor or outdoor seating, that wouldn't be something that this touches on. And the carry-out order, whether that's what's allowed as carry-out, this does not touch on. This is just a general service restaurant, which includes an alcohol license. By definition, you can now have less seats. And to strike this is just to not conflict with the alcohol rules and regs that the select board have, because they govern the alcohol licenses. I hope that's helpful.
Further discussion on Article 27. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. This does require a 2/3 majority. Just for the heck of it, I'm going to try it by a voice. If you are in favor of amending the zoning bylaw by deleting section 3.5.5 general service restaurant in its entirety and replacing it with the new section 3.5.5, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. All right, we're going to have to ask my tellers to take their places. So, if you are in favor of the motion on Article 27, so indicate by rising in your seats if you are able, and displaying that hot pink colored voter card. You may be seated. If you are opposed to the motion on Article 27, I'd ask that you please rise in your seats and display that hot pink colored voter card.
Are you ready? Yep. Karen West. Karen West. Laura Sultan.
You are okay.
Really?
Paid by the hour.
I did get right.
You may be seated.
Diana. Christine Herta Gilbert. 7. Debbie Taylor. Isn't that 15? Elizabeth Morgan. Jane Bond. 12. Patricia McKinney. Roberta Allard. Claire. 4. Wendy Remington. Okay. Go over the notes. We're getting better at this. Just one for Debbie.
All right, we'll say yeses.
137 yes, 1 no.
And on the motion on Article 27, the vote is as follows: 137 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. The measure passes. Our next article is Article 29. Article 29 is at the top of page 18 in your warrant booklet. It is to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting the current accessory dwelling unit, section 4.2, in its entirety and replacing it with a new section 4.2. Ms. Battaglia.
Hi, Article 29, I move that the town vote to amend the zoning bylaw by deleting the current accessory dwelling unit, ADU section 4.2 in its entirety and replacing it with the new section 4.2 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Ms. Battaglia. I'll accept that as a main motion. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends approval of Article 29. Planning Board recommends approval of Article 29. Discussion, Ms. Battaglia.
I'm going to pass it back to Valerie.
Thank you. Valerie Gingrich, Director of Planning and Conservation. Again, the booklet shows the new language. This slide is showing you what actually changes in the language from what we have today. And the focus is on section 4.2.1. And this really is a clarification where we're striking the word dimensional when we're talking about meeting the dimensional requirements, and we're replacing that with the words setback and height. So when we talk about dimensional requirements, what we mean is you need to meet the setback and the height requirements. So this is really just a clarification of, rather than being general and saying dimensional, we're saying exactly what dimensions you need to meet. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Further discussion on Article 29. Seeing none, again, this requires a 2/3 majority vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentleman in the gray hoodie.
Yes, Christopher Faulkner Ave. I have a question about a point of information. In order to make an amendment to the proposal, is this what you need to move up?
No, that is a motion sheet. It would need to be in writing because the warrant article does call for the amendment of a bylaw. It would need to be in writing and signed by the maker of the motion.
Oh, prior?
No. No, it could be now.
Oh, okay. So can I do that now?
Yep. Why don't you just see me by the by town council? I'm going to ask our IT director to come with his fancy technology. You may proceed, sir.
Yes, I move to amend Article 29 by removing section 4.2.6.
All right, and our IT director is working to project that onto the screen so you folks can see it. So what we're looking at is a section beneath the scribble. So this is a motion to amend. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. So again, we went through this earlier today. Discussion on a motion to amend is limited to 20 minutes. No person can speak more than once and not longer than 5 minutes. So as maker of the motion to amend, it has been seconded. You have up to 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Just quickly, I am all in favor for the additional dwelling unit. I think it's a great idea to make it by right. One of the things I do have a big hesitation is in town we already have a lot of restrictions to parking. For example, for a good chunk of the year, you can't park in the street overnight due to snow control and everything. So this addition to the parking requirement, it does not take into account the fact that if you have already a 3-park garage or a 7-park garage, this is asking an additional into that. So it doesn't take into context. And if you have one of the smaller lots, this would limit the residents that could take advantage of it, because now that smaller lot becomes even smaller, because now you need to, for the additional dwelling units, you need a certain size, and you need a parking size. So this would really limit the homes that could take advantage of this change, and thinking that these units tend to be small. So these are grandparents that are moving in. These aren't or a child that may need additional help as an adult. So these are individuals that don't require cars. And having this addition, this mandating an additional requirement, I think kind of defeats a bit of the purpose for why we're doing this, because we do want people to take advantage of their lots as much as they can.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Ms. Maselli and then Ms. West. And then Mr. West.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to get clarification. The way I'm reading that is that not that you have to build an additional parking space, but you have to provide. So is that, I just wanted to get clarification from Valerie. I'm reading it as, I can fit 4 cars in my garage. I have to make sure, or my driveway, I have to make sure I allot one of those 4 spots to the person in the ADU, not build one.
Yeah, that's correct. It would be the total parking requirement for that property, right? So whatever's required for the residents and then whatever's required for the ADU, as long as you have that many parking spaces on your parcel, then you would be good. Yeah.
Ms. West.
I don't, based on what you just said, I agree further that leave 4.2.6 in. I do feel bad if you don't have a big lot to be able to put an additional parking space if you need it, as well as an ADU. But just because you may or may have somebody that doesn't drive, doesn't mean that somebody else will not have somebody that will be driving. And then when we hit the winter and we have our parking regulations, you're not going to have room to park that extra car. So I'm against deleting that section 4.2.6 for that reason.
Mr. West.
Hi, good afternoon. Frank West, 2 Birchwood Road. Believe it or not, I'm going to agree with my wife.
Wise man.
As the town manager said, wise man. Okay. Basically, I agree wholeheartedly because, again, just because you may be moving in somebody that doesn't need a car today in that ADU doesn't mean that you won't have somebody in the future that will need to have a parking spot for that car as a future tenant or, whatever, who's ever living in there. Again, as Karen said earlier, we have a parking ban that's 5 months out of the year. So even those months that you can have parking on the street, you basically, this would encourage, if you don't have sufficient parking, would encourage people to be parking on the street during times that it's allowed. So again, I think it's perfectly fine the way it is. I don't know how many properties that are looking to do an ADU have large parking lots or multiple garages or something like that. I would imagine that that a lot of these people are just trying to keep either their parents or their kids in the town, and they're going to drive. So I fully support not amending 4.2.6, leaving it in and seeing where that goes. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend on Article 29. See none, we'll call for a vote. Again, this is just on the amendment. This is not on the entirety of the new proposed Section 4.2. So if you are in favor of the motion to amend by striking Section 4.2.6, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. No. The measure fails. So we are back on discussion on the main motion to delete the current accessory dwelling unit, Section 4.2 in its entirety, and replace it with the language that is in your booklet. Again, on Article 29, further discussion. Seeing none, I will call for a vote. This is a 2/3 majority again. I'm going to just try it with a voice vote, but tellers, you're on call. If you're in favor of Article 29's amending the zoning bylaw by deleting the current accessory dwelling unit, Section 4.2, and replacing it with a new Section 4.2, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? The measure passes, and unanimously so. All right, folks, we are on our last article, and I want to thank you for your patience and diligence as we reach the 6.5 hour mark. Article 31. Article 31 begins on page 23 and goes to page 25 in your warrant booklet. Ms. Smith.
Bonnie Smith, 30 Marion Street, and Chair of your Historical Commission. I would like to move that the town vote to adopt and add as Chapter 148, Section 1 to the inhabited bylaws, a demolition delay bylaw as amended.
Okay, and Ms. Smith, does the change in language that you referenced the same as was sent to me earlier this week? Okay, so let me see that real quick. Thank you. All right, let me walk you through this real quickly. So if you turn to page 24 in your warrant booklet, you will see at the top you have Roman numeral 2, 3, 4, and 5 as at the top of page 24. Subsections 3 and 4, that's III and IV, are going to be moved to subsections under subsection 5 or V. Subsection V is going to be changed. Right now it reads, the building is already on a list established by vote of the Historic Commission using the criteria contained in paragraphs I through IV above. It would now read, the building is already on, striking a list, to the Wilmington Historic Properties Inventory established by vote of the Historic Commission using the criteria, and then striking contained in the paragraphs I through V above and replacing it with based upon the following, and then that again is what is currently subsection 3 and 4. So it's tucking what is now in your booklet, subsections 3 and 4, underneath what is now subsection 5. Is there a second? The motion has been made and seconded. Finance Committee recommends disapproval of Article 31. Discussion, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As I said, hi, I'm Bonnie Smith, Chair of your Historical Commission. In 1730, our town was formed from portions of Woburn and Reading. Of the 43 families from Woburn, only 6 of their homes still stand as a testament to their fortitude, grit, and diligence in founding our community. In addition, 2 homes still stand that previously were part of Reading. As we approach our 300th anniversary of the founding of our town, this proposal for demolition delays in Wilmington seeks to establish special protections for the very few historic homes remaining in our town, which makes up only about 1% of our housing stock in town. The Wilmington Historical Commission was created in 1974 by the town to promote the preservation, protection, and development of the historical and agricultural assets of our town. As a commission, we are co-equal with other boards and committees that volunteer serve our town. This article has nothing to do with public money or planning board matters. However, we are listening to their opinions as concerned citizens and have amended the originally reviewed article to be more fully clarify that the proposed demolition delay is only for the specific structures that are published on the federal, state, and local historical inventory. This bylaw does not allow generally non-historic homes facing demolition, such as older cottages, capes, and ranches. This bylaw does not impose any financial constraints on homeowners. With regard to time, that is exactly the purpose of this demolition delay, to provide adequate time for the team to collaborate to find alternatives that satisfy the intent of the bylaw. Again, some of the properties are special and they deserve preferential treatment. As many of you know, all of the surrounding towns have a demolition delay, which has been in place since 1990. Without a demolition delay, Wilmington has had to rely on grassroots efforts to preserve and protect a few of our historic buildings. This shouldn't be the case. Wilmington, as a town administration and general population, needs to strengthen our resolve to intentionally place value on historical resources within our community. Over the last 40 years, Wilmington has seen the demolition of 32 historic homes that had been declared historically significant on the state inventory, which constitutes 24% loss. As we see these homes and other buildings as part of our heritage in our town, especially these 8 homes that have been standing since before our town's founding almost 300 years ago, and 10 additional homes that were built before 1776, we acknowledge losing these important civic resources is detrimental to the historical and agricultural legacy of our town. If a building is still functional, being historically significant should entitle it to this period of review to provide some protection from destruction. In Wilmington, our heritage estates, homesteads, farmhouses often sit on large parcels that are especially attractive for redevelopment and subdividing. Demolition is irreversible. This demolition delay intends to preserve and protect from demolition wherever possible historically significant buildings which reflect distinctive features of architecture, cultural, political, economic, and social history of our town. As opposed to preservation restrictions, a demolition delay does not impose any renovation requirements or oversight. Those types of restrictions are often mostly attached to the house deed or a regulated local historic district, which Wilmington does not have. When an application for demo permit is filed, a bylaw introduces a 2-step process. First, there is a period for information gathering and hearing within 30 days to determine if it is a reasonable chance that the building could be preferably preserved. If so, the demo permit approval is paused for up to 9 months from the date of application, while the Historical Commission and owner work together to explore alternatives that meet the intent of the preservation delay. Examples include incorporating the building into future development of the site, adaptive reuse of the building, utilization of financial incentives to rehabilitate the building, rezoning, seeking a new owner to purchase, preserve, restore, and rehabilitate the building, or arriving at an agreeable conditions for how to accomplish the objectives of the owner and the town. A demolition delay does not affect the owner's freedom to remodel, upgrade, modernize, change floor plans, or add building features. As mentioned before, it does not impose additional building standards, materials, or workmanship requirements on renovations. It does not prohibit building additions or subdividing of the property. It does not require review or approval for interior or exterior upgrades to avoid demolition. It does not impose maintenance or investment requirements on owners. It does not prohibit or constrain the sale of the property. For the past 2 years, we've been surveying and talking to community members, owners of historic homes, builders, and town officers for their opinions and recommendations. Many recognized immediately that these 105 historic homes were special. By establishing a bylaw, we demonstrate as a town that we are motivated to encourage community preservation of our few remaining historic properties. Some have gone so far as to say that a better historic mindset, Wilmington would be well served to join the Community Preservation Coalition, where Wilmington would join with 200 other towns to become eligible to receive state money earmarked for towns that proactively work towards affordable housing, open space, and historic preservation. Economically, we should note that Wilmington's historic homes are on average worth $65,000 more than the market value of the rest of the housing stock. Barring the allure of short-term gains by subdividing, owner-occupants pay more for homes than developers plan to replace. Buyers frequently pay more for the prestige that comes with living in a historic home. And communities that lose their historic nature can become less competitive compared to those who preserve it. Communities that maintain neighborhood characters and community identity are more desirable. A demolition delay encourages investment and rehabilitation and reduces waste of functional dwellings and infrastructure costs associated with new builds. The demolition delay process is very simple and has straightforward timeline. There are multiple exit points if the building is found to be not historic or not preferably preserved due to severe neglect leading to uninhabitable conditions, or if the hearing process and notifications are not timely. If an agreement can be found early, the project can continue according to the conditions of the agreement. If no resolution can be found within 9 days from the date of application, while the Historical Commission and owner work together to find alternatives, the demolition permit can be signed. The result of the process can include full demolition, conditional demolition, or building preservation. The hearing on the warrant articles back in March was useful as a sounding board, and we took the notes from the meeting to resolve every concern. We have demonstrated clarity to the timing by constructing a flow chart, which is supposed to be up there. Okay. Okay, we have documented that 0 owner-occupied historic properties have sought demolition. We have sent mailers to all homeowners of historic homes 3 times over the past 2 years. We have revised the parameters to only include homes explicitly on the inventory, which is posted on the town website. We have noted that historical significance is not simply age, but must have documented justification, which has been reviewed and accepted by the Historical Commission. In summary, a demolition delay seeks to give historic homes another chance, homes that could reasonably be lived in, flipped with renovation benefits, the charm of the community, and benefits to the homeowners. We have very specific homes that help tell the story of Wilmington and its glorious history. When these homes are gone, they're gone. The delay is not meant as a punitive infringement on the rights of the owners, but a recognition that a well-preserved town has more charm, is more attractive, and more authentic to its origin story. The buildings that have already survived through many generations of ownership, the centuries of blizzards, hurricanes, plagues, and community growth, our community would be well served to at least give at these last 1% of our buildings special protection against removal and pursuant of land speculation. Demolition is a one-way street. There's no reverse card to be played as we build up and build out. These last 100 homes are our last connection to our legacy of our forefathers. And if we lose these buildings, we lose the landmarks of our heritage. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Ms. Galezo and then the three women in the back, and then to Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee voted unanimous to recommend disapproval. This article places an unfair financial burden on the Wilmington homeowner. 9 months to obtain a demolition permit. The only recourse if a property is deemed to be a preserved significant building is to appeal to the Board of Appeals, adding more financial and time constraints on the homeowner. The burden of proof is on the homeowner to prove that they have made continuing, bona fide, and reasonable efforts to locate a purchaser to preserve, rehabilitate, and restore the subject property, and that such efforts have been successful. Additionally, the homeowner must have the building inspector determine if they have made the property secure, if vacant, as any damage to the property could be construed as a volunteer demolition, and therefore no building permit would be issued for a period of 2 years.
Thank you to the woman in the jean jacket in back.
Good afternoon, Melanie Van Coller, 301 Middlesex Ave. As you might have noticed, I, along with my husband, own the Jonathan Carter House, and we do not approve of this article. One of my main concerns is that if there is a natural disaster, a fire, or similar incident, what is going to be the process for going about finding if our home is going to be approved for demolition, and the delay that would take place, as well as we would have a displacement of space to live, more money, time involved in that. So I'd love some clarity around if there are any stipulations on that.
To provide an explanation, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, that's a good question. The demolition delay bylaw, if you go, I think it's to slide 8, had several exit criteria when the demolition could be approved. One of those is if the home is deemed to be uninhabitable or condemnable. Another is even after it's been found to be historically significant and preferably preserved, if there is a low unlikelihood of it being restored back into a livable condition. So those two criteria are meant to answer that situation.
Thank you for that. And what is the process of the public hearing? Who would actually make the decision at that public hearing? Would that be made also by the Historical Commission?
Yeah, the Historical Commission would have to have a full quorum to hear the evidences from the person who's doing the historical significance research. It will also hear the request of the petitioner that says, here's the reasons why this building is not relevant to be preferably preserved, which would have some of those criteria that it's no longer habitable or sustainable in its current form.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time and explanation on that. I do. Yeah, we have no intention of demolishing our home. We plan to live there and pass it along as an inheritance to our children, but we do want to have the freedom to decide what we do within our home. And currently it sounds like we're able to do that as far as renovations are concerned, but we are a little bit concerned that this will be a gateway into further articles and bylaws.
Thank you to the woman in the black shirt.
Hi, Carrie Phillips on 84 Church Street, so another of the historic homes in town. And first, I just want to say to the Historic Commission, I know we had opposed last year's, and you've done a commendable job since last year. You've clearly put in a lot of work and effort into this. And I apologize, I don't know if many of us were able to attend the last Historic Commission meeting due to schedule conflicts. I know we didn't receive the letter until the Friday before the Monday meeting, so we just couldn't attend. I guess if you could potentially speak to how other communities' bylaws might have influenced this particular language, because it is, in my opinion, much superior than it was last year. There are a lot more clarifications here that I'm much more comfortable with. I'm still on the fence on a couple of items. And then one other point of clarification, if you don't mind, if this passes today, would this actually apply to the historic buildings that were discussed earlier, the Roman house, the Bazell Center, the Art Center?
Mr. Jackson?
To take those questions in reverse order, yes. The historic Old Town Hall, previously the Baptist Church, previously the Art Center, previously the school building, is on Macris database as a historically significant building. The Roman House is listed with the state as a significant building, as Bonnie had mentioned earlier. So they would need to go under review if a proposal was made to remove those buildings, the same as any of the other buildings that are listed with the state. The intent, again, as Bonnie mentioned, is to pause for review, not to say that, you know, we must save this building, but pause for review to say what could be done to move the building or do adaptive reuse. There was a slide in our backup material that maybe I deleted it. But the origin story here is that last year we proposed a bylaw that mirrored very closely Andover's bylaw, which was about 2 pages more verbiage and an extra public hearing, and it was written in a way to make it impossible to demolish your home. This one is framed more after Tewksbury's bylaw, which is meant to protect owners' rights while still allowing the historic buildings a voice to say, wait, give me a chance before you take me out in an effort to subdivide this plot. I called each of the chairmen of the historical commissions for the neighboring towns to see what works in their town and what doesn't work. I was interested to hear about success stories, and invariably, simpler bylaws are better. Timelines that are sufficiently long to explore opportunities are better. And they also said, what you really need to do, and I actually talked to some of the builders in town, they said, what you really want to do is make sure that inhabitants feel supported in making upgrades to their homes. And they said, by far, the best you can do, and we noticed that Wilmington is not a member of the Historic Preservation Coalition. They said, if you really want to make a difference, you need to find a way to get money to these homeowners to replace the roof or get new clapboard siding or various and sundry ways to get grants. And so I think that's something that we should put in our timeline to say, let's get membership in that coalition.
To Attorney Rich to provide an explanation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a quick clarification to one of the questions asked. A bylaw that's been approved by town meeting, it would subsequently be submitted to the Attorney General for review and determination as to consistency with state laws. The bylaw does not go into effect, a general bylaw would not go into effect for a 90-day period after submission by the town clerk to the Attorney General. So to the comment about what would be implicated under this bylaw if it's passed today, that the passage today triggers the process for the town clerk to submit the bylaw to the Attorney General, and then there's a 90-day period for review. If the Attorney General rejects the bylaw within that 90-day period, then the bylaw would not be effective. The Attorney General has that 90 days. If the 90-day period expires without any action by the Attorney General, the bylaw would become effective after that 90-day period. So it's not immediately effective after town meeting. And just another comment, I keep hearing about Community Preservation Coalition and Historic Preservation Coalition. I think what we're talking about is acceptance of the Community Preservation Act. You don't join a coalition. There is an organization known as the Community Preservation Coalition. That's a private entity. It's not a state agency. Town doesn't join that. The town would have to accept the Community Preservation Act, which is a process before town meeting, separate and apart from what we're talking about tonight. Thank you.
Not tonight yet, so I'm going to go to the one in the back.
Thank you. Can I ask one additional question, or is that?
Yes.
Just another point of clarification. If I'm reading this correctly, and I'm an attorney as well, but if I wait 270 days, I can just wait you all out. I'm not saying I want to demolish my house. I don't plan on it whatsoever. But to confirm, if any person just simply waits out the 270 days, it doesn't apply anymore, correct?
Correct. With kind of like this expectation that during that 270 days, there's activities that are satisfying the due diligence criteria.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And again, you all have done a phenomenal job. I'm much more comfortable this year than I was last year, so thank you.
The woman in the white.
Good afternoon, Rita Goldberg, Grove Ave. I'm requesting a point of clarification. Is this a static list that Ms. Smith referred to as the, quote, 105 already identified, or does this grow as more homes are added to the national and state registration? As you know, toys that I played with in the late 80s and early 90s are now in museums and are considered antiques. What's to say a cottage in the Silver Lake area that I live in won't be added to this list and be considered part of this process? So I just want a clarification. Thank you very much.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, I appreciate that, especially. That was one of the reasons that we put the amendment in, based upon the Finance Committee feedback session back in March. The concern back then was what's going to keep, in 2060 or 2075, the ubiquitous ranch dwellings that were built post-war from becoming historically significant. So sections 2 and 3, 148.3, that were in your booklet as sections II and III, 2 and 3, were moved under as subcategories of what criteria are being used to be entered onto the list. If a person wants to add their list to the historically significant buildings, they would need to submit an application with documentation that shows what criteria makes their house significant. And then they can be, it would be before the Historic Commission and they would go into review. And if it sufficiently meets those criteria, it would be added to the list. So there's a process, and that is under governance from commission criteria that are derived from these 2 bullet points here. The reason we moved them down is because at that meeting it was found that it felt like any building that somebody said was special, you immediately could go and say, okay, now you need to delay. But that was not the intent. The intent is we have a set of guarded properties that we think are special. And if you want to be added to the special list, then make an application and justify it. And chances are, in my opinion, that ranches and capes and cottages are never going to be considered rare or special unless there's something substantially significant and documentable about it, like, a president of the United States was born here. Maybe you'd say this was his summer cottage.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Mr. Golden appears to have left, so I'm going to go to the individual in the back, and then Mr. Neville.
Hi, Carl Krupe Jr., 144 Chestnut Street. I have several points of clarification I'm looking for here, specifically referring back to the first question about damaged or condemned houses. In the warrant article, I don't see the specific language referring to that. So if there's some protections or remedy there, could someone please point to that? Because that would be, of course, a major concern.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, one moment. If you turn to J1, it says the commission is satisfied that there is no reasonable likelihood that either the owner or some other person or group is willing to purchase, preserve, rehabilitate, or restore such building. This is the downstream portion that says it was found to be historically significant and found to be preferably preserved, but it is just too hard for anybody to make a move, to make an effort. That is one of the exit criteria to say, okay, we agree, this building is not looking likely to be able to be preferably preserved, so let's take that exit ramp.
So that is in the judgment of the Historic Commission to make that assessment at that time?
All of these things are going to be in conjunction with the owner.
Okay, so which brings together the question of, I know there's a list of criteria of, in the procedures of things you all will be looking for, be it incorporation of the building into future use, adaptive reuse, utilization of financial incentives, what is, so we have to demonstrate potentially, bona fide and reasonable pursuits here. That is a little bit vague, and so, shouldn't there be a more well-defined criteria to what someone has to do to demonstrate they've done bona fide and reasonable pursuits in that fashion?
When I talked to other historical commissions, they said that there's no real good one-size-fits-all, so you have to look at each case. Like, is the building in a situation that it's easy, like, is it movable, or can you build around it, or is there some minor repair that would rescue the building in such a way that it's suitable for the owner? Again, having it be a conversation that says the intent here is that we would like to preserve the character of the town. I know you and I had a discussion the other week talking about ways to preserve the building. Might not be the structure itself, but even the roof line or the footprint or the stylistic measures of what goes in its place are some ways to reach that conditional demolition that says, you know, this house was built 300 years ago. Maybe it itself is no longer viable, but maybe we could give an echo to that house in its replacement.
Okay, just the echo part and the roof lines, we did have that conversation. I just don't see those things set forth here, nor is moving the house off-site doesn't seem to be prescribed here. That may be an amenable thing, but people need certainty in what they can do with the property, whether they're buying or selling in the town of Wilmington. And that, I guess, is my chief concern and why I believe I will be voting against this article. Thank you.
Sure. And that list of alternatives was just examples of things that could be pursued. Certainly the list is infinite.
Okay, we're going to go to Mr. Neville, and then we're going to go back to that microphone.
Scott Neville, 215 Chestnut Street. I want a demolition delay bylaw. I am in favor of that, but I have concerns. There's broad things in this that I like, but I still have concerns about it. My biggest concern is a surprise on a homeowner. We sent letters out to all the people who are currently on the list to let them know that that's there. But from my understanding, even after we made this, or we're amending the warrant article here, once someone files for delay, we can then have a review to see if their home should have been on the list. No, that's not the case?
The first step is that once the building inspector receives the application, it's passed to the chairman of the historical commission or designee to cross-check with the list. If it's on the list, then the process begins. If it's not on the list, building inspector continues on their way with signing the permit.
So the list is set, and we cannot add any houses to the list.
It would have to go through the formal process of application, demonstration of historic architecture, person, or cultural event, or that list of criteria that's on the.
And can they be
lines.
added to the list after a demolition permit has been filed?
No.
So
Yeah.
once that okay.
This is meant to plug that hole that you mentioned in March.
Yeah,
that
and
we don't
I
want-
was trying to figure it out as I'm reading through the amendments. And
yeah.
Okay. The one other concern I have is the appeals process, and the historical commission would have already have voted to put the house on the list. I would like maybe a little bit more diverse of a board on an appeal for that, but you have satisfied my major concern there, so I do appreciate that with the amendments that you've made.
Yeah, our goal is to make it not arbitrary and to have a diverse group of citizens sit on that. You know, maybe the finance committee has special skills and the finance committee would like to sit on those discussions as well. Our thoughts are that as a historical commission, we've been looking and learning about our community and a board of 6 people and a chairperson, and you know, we'll give due diligence. Nobody's in it trying to say, let's make that town a dumpy looking place.
Right.
We want it to be a nice looking place that's inviting.
How many people are on the committee that decides what houses are on the list?
Again, for a public hearing, there would need to be a quorum, and we need to have 4 people at any meeting that we have
So it would be
conducting
at least
business.
4, and then it would be your whole
I mean, it
committee.
could be the whole commission.
On an appeal, it would be the entire committee has to be there. That's how you explain that, right?
This does not, What do you mean appeal?
If someone's appealing.
To revoke it?
The demolition, yeah, their addition to the list.
To entry the list.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd have to talk to Mr. Buck, who's the guardian of that process.
All right. Thank you.
Go to the gentleman in the back in the white T-shirt.
Sean Fitzpatrick, 9 Lieutenant Buck Drive. I just want to say I'm against this. I don't think we need any more governance, and having the Historical Commission make a decision on what we can do with our property and what we can't, it just blows me away. If I don't own a historical home. If I did, I don't know. But I drive by a couple of them that people apparently live in, and I know everybody in this room has driven by one. It's on a corner of a 4-way stop. It's got holes in the roof. It's got tarps on the roof. It's got trees going through the window. Why don't the Historical Commission help the people that need to maintain the houses they want to save instead of going after ones that are already in disrepair that they can't be saved? And one more question they never answered. How many people are on the Historical Commission? He just said quorum.
7 members? Yeah, there's 6 members plus the chair, so there's 7 people total.
So again, that, in my mind, that creates more opportunity for conflicts of interest. If the Historical Commission is making these decisions, just doesn't make sense to have more government in our lives right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I know the building you're talking about, and that one's not.
So, Mr. Jackson, I'm going to try to rein this in a little bit. I don't want to go into talking about individual property owners here, but no, I understand. Just want to constrain us and kind of keep us moving to the woman in the back, and then Mr.
Christine R.A. Gilbert, 117 Church Street. So I do live in one of these historical homes right on Church Street, and I appreciate all the work that the Historical Commission does, and I do love my old historic home, and I've been there for 25 years. However, I'm living there alone now, and it's a big old house, and it's a lot of upkeep. It needs renovations, and I do the best I can. I really have, I have a list of things that need to be done. But I'm against this just because I feel that it puts a lot of power in the hands of the Historical Commission and the building inspector. And I just feel like also the delay to me is very long. I think I emailed you and I said 6 months maybe, but that's almost a whole year of back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. If something happened to myself or one of my children that would inherit that home, and neither one of them would want to live there, and they needed to sell that house quickly, I don't know if that would happen. There are a lot of people who love to look at historic homes and they like to visit them. They don't want to live there. They don't want the upkeep. Everything's too old. Renovations cost a ton of money, and it's only double. So, and then I look at letter I that says utilization of financial incentives to rehabilitate. Well, I'd like to get some incentives. I'd like to get someone to help me out and say, okay, you know, we can apply for a grant. You know, you want to keep the house, you want to stay here. We can apply for a grant, but there's no hope. There's no help. There's no way for a homeowner such as myself, who's living on a fixed income now, to do anything. It's just like whatever breaks first has to get done, and there are times when I just have to let things go, and luckily the house is still standing. It's 1886, and it's a beautiful old home. I don't want to demolish it, but if a developer came to me when I wanted to sell it and said, look, you know, we need to demolish this because we can put, and even though I tried to find, you know, bona fide buyers who would want to keep the historic home, I wouldn't have that decision to make. I have no power there. I've lost my power, lost my freedom. If I owned any other house in town, I could demolish that house. I could do whatever I wanted to it. But I'm like, this kind of is so restrictive to me that I think, number one, it's too long, and I think that the power is it's not, you know, equitable for me. That's all.
Can I?
Just to provide an explanation or correct any errors, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, the one thing is you're still allowed to sell to whoever is willing to buy. So a builder or a first-time home buyer is allowed to buy it. And the second thing is I did a formal records request and got the last 10 years of building permits and found that the average home that was demolished, the builder paid $274,000 for, which is not in the best interest of the homeowner. And I can tell you, as a person who bought his first home in Wilmington, a lot of the homes that I was looking for are the ones that were eligible for demolition in those cases, the smaller and older homes. So you will make more money if you sell it to an owner occupant than if you sell it to a builder.
Further discussion on Article 31. We're going to go to
Hi there.
you, and then back to you. Sir.
Okay.
Nope, sir, you are up first.
Okay.
Please
Neil,
identify.
Neil Devens, 20 Burlington Avenue. I think this town really needs to keep in mind the history. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to be a member of the Wilmington Historical Commission because for the last 25 years, I've been the membership director of the Middlesex Canal Association and the representative from this town to the state appointed Middlesex Canal Commission. So my efforts regarding history have been going into the Middlesex Canal, which I would have, I've had discussions with Valerie that have been productive. And so I think that having, and I've lived here 38 years, and just the change in the time I've lived here has been so drastic, where there used to be open field, there's now a tremendous amount of apartments or condos, but at least I can still drive down Church Street and really appreciate that this town was incorporated in 1730 and that there's evidence for that. And I don't think that people are understanding that the Historical Commission obviously doesn't get paid by anyone, doesn't get money from anyone, doesn't have money to give someone to repair their house, but that as Joe, Mr. Jackson just said, you're going to find people to buy your historic home for a lot less money than a developer who's going to put up some monstrous 6-story building on Church Street, which doesn't fit in with anything. And who is the building inspector in this town?
So we're getting a little bit outside of the scope of the article. So
well, the building inspector is very incredibly important in this article because that's the first step.
Who that individual is going to change as people retire and that changes over. So
and who chooses the?
That is hired by the town manager.
Okay, that's who I should speak to then. But I just wanted to emphasize that I really love this town. I really appreciate its history, and I don't want to see these beautiful buildings all along Church Street going away. And that 270 days may seem like a long time, but I'm sure you're going to get somebody who wants to own it way before that, and for a lot more money than a developer. Thanks.
Mrs. West.
Like to move the question.
Okay, so there's another motion to move the previous question. We've been through this before. It's a procedural motion which would effectively end debate. It does require a 2/3 majority, but I can make a call if the voices are clear. So it would allow the maker of the main motion, which would be Ms. Smith, up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. If she so chooses, she can yield her time to any other member. If you are in favor of the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Figured there would be. If you are in favor of a motion, move the previous question, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. Mary? The measure passes. So, Ms. Smith, you have up to 10 minutes to address the assembly. If you so choose, you can yield to any other member if you would like, and then we'll proceed into a vote.
She poked me in the back.
I saw the poke.
Okay. I would just like to point out that we have a remarkable community here, that it feels in some ways that we're like the farmland that's turning suburban year by year, and we're changing the character of our town in some ways. We're always going to be a Silver Lake community. We're always going to be an old farm community. For the entirety of the 1800s, at the start, there was about 1,000 residents, and at the end of the 1800s, there was about 1,000 residents. And all of the growth really came because of Silver Lake and then the post-war era growth. It's remarkable that we have some of these old farmhouses, I think, that dot the land. And then we have these historic districts like Bucks Corner and Church Street. And we've even got our section of the Middlesex Canal that is a remarkable feat of engineering for its time. The reason why we need this bylaw, number one, is because we say things like we care about our town, but if we don't have any historical preservation protections at all, we're really saying that we don't care about the historic nature of our town. Like it only can be one by one if we don't have a bylaw. If we do have a bylaw, then there's a reason to say, okay, let's pause and let's look. What can be done in this case? What can be done in that case? It's just a pause. It's not like strapping yourself with chains to the front of the building. It's saying, is there something that could be done that can incorporate the historic nature for that building? Separate from that, knowing that we care, the thing that it does hurt my heart, last year the question was, how do we preserve owners' rights? Because we live in a time and age where there's so much people telling you what to do. Nobody on the commission wants to tell you what to do. What we do want is like there to be a house whisperer, that you're asking the house, how are you feeling? Are you ready? Is there something more that you have to give? These homes that have stood for 100 or 200 or 300 years, in most cases, can continue to stand for 100 or 200 or 300 years with the right touch, with the right attention to detail, with the right owner in some cases. If you're tired of your house, it's a great time to move. This is what we want for historic preservation. Find the person who does want it. If nobody seems to want it because it's decrepit and falling apart and the roof is caving in, then the Historic Commission probably also wants to see something that can be inspiring in its place instead of something that has its roof falling in. I guess my hope for you is to think, is this bylaw going to be damaging to the town, or is it going to be helpful to the town? Given that all of our neighboring communities, every last one of them, has a demolition delay, when people are looking for unencumbered properties where they can do whatever they want with, they're going to look for the old farm town that has large acreage plots, that has buildings that aren't maybe big and fancy, that you could put multiple big and fancy buildings on those lots. This is the beauty and the vulnerability of living in an old farm town. If we want it to last, we have to do something. And this is, from our perspective, the minimally invasive way to do something to preserve our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I am anticipating that this is going to be a split house, so I would ask that the tellers take their place. On Article 31, if you are in favor of adding as Chapter 148 to the Inhabitant Bylaws, a demolition delay bylaw as presented, that's on the screen above my head. So indicate by rising in your seats if you are able and displaying that hot pink color voting card one more time. Yes, this is in favor. No, this is simple majority. All right, you may be seated. And if you are opposed to the motion on Article 31, please rise in your seats if you are able and display that hot pink colored voting card. Ladies and gentlemen, the vote on Article 31 is as follows: 55 in the affirmative, 58 in the negative. The measure fails. All matters on the warrant being disposed of, I need only a motion to dissolve the meeting so I can take a 364-day break. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Second. Motion has been made and seconded by several people. If you're in favor of dissolving the meeting and getting out of here, so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Voted.